everyone because everyone online was sharing their reactions for this match alone.
Dude, killed me, man. Like, he on both the.
Hampir bukan lagi langsung. Oke, untuk round pertama itu tim Terhibur lawan Guangzhou. Terus round kedua break. Dan babak kedua itu kalau nggak salah Pak Amos lawan tim Pirit, Vitality lawan Pakon ini paling beras ya. Vitality lawan Pakon paling beras, sisanya Pakon dari Gen. Oh, gua nonton 3 ini ya. Untuk lawan bukan kuarter final nggak tahu sih. Bukan Pakon Mida lah yang menang. Pakon Mida masih menang. Kena iklannya dikit aja. Dilok. Alah, berapa teh? Terus apa teh iklannya? Udah lah, pokoknya gini tim River Guangzhou untuk pertama, yang kedua tim Pambasan tim Pirit, yang ketiga tim Vitality dan tim Pirit. Tapi yang gua nggak expect banget adalah CRG bisa kalah, TLP juga bisa kalah. Masalahnya berat juga ya Cacapen lawan LPH. Harusnya Kika lawan LPH sih masih aman lah. Tapi bisa lah Pro Esport melawan LPH atau yang Gold. Ini masih belum ya, nanti besok gitu. Besok jam tanggal 25 ya, dari untuk map pertama ya tuh CRG lawan Kika udah pasti tebak lah CRG. Siapa sama TPH ya udah pasti ketebak. Yang kita pastikan adalah ini tim dua Kamboja dengan Myanmar nih. Udah. Turki lawan Monik. Nah, ini masih kualifikasi. Jadi belum tahu ininya berapa apa namanya teh penempatannya. Belum tahu penempatan kayak gimana. Tapi menurut gua ya mungkin lah saja Onik dan yang Koldatar ini mungkin mereka misalnya perkualifikasi kan masing-masing melawan kualifikasinya, misalnya ini sama ini mungkin, atau ini sama ini, atau ini sama ini. Biasanya mah yang upper lawan lower dulu paling, misalnya Onik akan melawan Jargi di sini kualifikasinya jadi kayak gini, atau enggak Onik akan melawan A yang ini gitu misalnya kayak gitu kurang lebih. Ya bentar ya.
That is probably the best way to sum.
Enabling you to get more gold out of the jungle, right? And also denying a lot of gold from the jungler as well. So before this, if you win the early game, you can't really take advantage of that by expanding the gold lead, but now you can. So I feel like that really opens up quite a lot of strategy. And you know, in hindsight, after seeing the first few days here, I believe like that was the right way to balance the game, making it so that if you want to play early game, you have something to fight for.
Things we'll find out as we head into the action for today. Group A's bracket should be on your screen in just a moment so we can show you what it looks like after visiting this group 2 days ago. We saw Group B yesterday. Now it's Group A. To remind you of the results, it was Vitality and Falcons PH that moved on alongside Vamos and Team Spirit. We will see those games today as well coming up. But we're starting off True Rippers and Guangzhou Gaming. That will be our first look at Group A. This is a knockout game. This will send somebody home from the tournament. So it's a scary day, but it's also an exciting day. You've got to bring your best MLVB, Naisu.
Yeah, I've got to go ahead and agree with Eterna, you know, on the feels of this. You get to this point in the competition, eventually teams have to start going home, you know, and for this, it's going to be that first match opening up today, True Rippers or Guangzhou Gaming. I think both of them had a really challenging first match for MSC.
Yeah.
And so I feel like this, you can take it as, did they learn from that experience and what do they take to adjust going into this match? Because now tournament lives are on the line.
I gotta say, between both teams, I am very much impressed by Guangzhou Gaming, even though they lost against Team Falcons, but they made Team Falcons really fight for it, especially when it comes to the early game. The reason why Guangzhou lost was because they couldn't extend that lead. They got kills, but they didn't get turrets, they didn't get anything in the jungle, they didn't get turtles and such like that. So I'm wanting to see, yes, you can win early, but what do you do with it? That's the maturity I want to see from Guangzhou.
I want to add real quick too, I was impressed. Game 2 of True Rippers, because game 1, it felt like they were kind of nervous. You know, I feel like they first time on the international stage, they got a huge community behind their back. And then game 2 was rather impressive. They held a lead against a team like Team Vitality, and then they lost it. It slipped through their hands. Garcia had an amazing game on the Mozkov, so maybe they can take what they did best in game 2 and then bring it into this matchup against Guangzhou.
Well, let us know what you're leaning towards. Both signs of life for both teams who had tough matchups, but now one is going to prevail, one won't. So make sure to get your pick'ems in. You have a few minutes before it closes, so let us know. You think True Rippers are taking it? Is it GZG that's going to stay alive in this tournament? You let us know what the pick'ems. We'll tell you the results in just a few moments before the match, but get those in right now. Conversation in the green room. We kind of start the days with these conversations. An incredible shout out to Maui as well, who's helping us with the editorial side of things, helping me speed. International tournaments are difficult for anybody, but for your debut, and a lot of the players on True Rippers are debuting in an international tournament here, feeling like they're doing pretty good?
Oh, it's tough to say after one.
Bang Lalu itu kan kalau pemilik produk ya. US Gaming oke. Nah, tim Pack Taktik ini lebih mirip ini ya. Kayak itulah pokoknya. Yang makin mabar, sombong. Nah, nggak apa-apa lah, namanya juga tim. Kita paling masih itu. Ngomong. Titik factors. Oke. Kan pin peran dan nggak tahu Superman bukan itu apa. Ini rahasia. Nah, bakal stream terus ya lebih precision shot ini udah merejet nih kayak cekopet ini. Oke. Oke, masih agak kiri ya. Hmm. Jadi belum ada yang itu ya kayaknya ya. Kemarin nanti. Katanya kocaknya coba lihat lagi roknya udah mulai. Belum ya. Paling nanti jam 5 beren lawan Pamos kali. Lawan Pamos. Si ada Setiawan, ada tempat Carrera mau belum kan? Belum live. Carrera kan biasanya dia tim live banget. Kayak belum ya. Kita lihat
my players, they were getting offers from different teams within India, so I was worried, like, what if I lose my players? I won't be able to make this team anymore. But luckily a guy texted me out of nowhere and then he was like, Kimi, right, I have an offer for you, this. So I was like, yeah, anything is fine. I just want to bring this team to India and then, you know, participate because I know we can win. Talking about Kyle and Asuna, Kyle, it's like he's with me since the past 3 years. He's known as the gold standard of India. So he's just too good at his mechanics. Asuna is also known as the best mages in India. He wanted to try out and then we worked out really good. Everyone liked Asuna and then that's how we formed the team. We Indian players, we never stop playing this game because it's the love and affection for the game. True Rippers at EWC means a lot to the community because after it's almost like 9 years now since India got a slot in MLBB. I just hope everything goes good and we get to do something here so that the craze for this game continues. Today we are here, but in the coming future, many Indian teams will be here too.
The start of many more, says Rahancia, as he talks about representing India for the first time on an international stage. And this is truly an opportunity to not only do it for his country, but also to do it for his teammates, who he promised they would be able to make something happen if they could all stay together. Well, so far, so good. Let's see if they can put it into execution here as they face up against Guangzhou Gaming, who have had a different road here, representing China, and obviously a team that played well and had glimpses of figuring this meta out and prolonging their games. Can they finally get the wins that they need over True Rippers? It'll be a battle for sure, but their road to EWC was not easy either. They are here and they mean business.
刚到 GZG 这个战队，我被他从中国的另一个战队买进来，然后刚来到 GZG 就打进了 M7 的外卡。但我想，其实 M7 我们可以走得更远的，但是我们倒在了外卡的决赛，输给了我们的对手蒙古。所以那场比赛结束以后，我觉得很可惜，抱着我的教练哭了。在 SAL 夺冠的时候，就我忍不住在赛后采访里哭了起来。我很想赢，每次赢了我都很开心。但以往经常了解我的观众知道，就是我哭经常都是输了才哭，但那一次是第一次赢了才哭。我觉得我们做得很好，就是这种情绪在我心里涌出来，就使我落泪了。我觉得这是给我们训练，就是我们在训练里付出的努力，我们比赛里。我观看了这次在 巴黎开赛的 MWI 女队拿到了8强，其实我有一点难过吧。因为虽然他们拿到了很好的成绩，我本来是开心的，但是我难过的是中国赛区的男队一直都没有很好的成绩，反而是我们的女队先做到了，所以我觉得我们男队需要一点突破的力量。我希望中国的粉丝能看到的是中国队伍热血的一幕，我觉得我们可以创造以往没能做到的目标。所以我想跟我的队友说，放轻松点打，对面很菜，随便赢了。
What a story there, knowing that the women's have broken through, but yet to see that same result on the men's side. Looking to get it done here is Guangzhou Gaming as they head into a knockout game versus True Rippers. Guys, this is two countries, two teams, highly motivated, highly emotional, Naisu, and it's Guangzhou Gaming who get the pick'ems results in their favor. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to take it, but Naisu, that's a strong side. The audience is with Guangzhou this time.
Strong prediction there. Again, give True Rippers some more time to prove themselves. Both these teams have amazing stories, though, the way they made up here, you know, and I got a chance to even see part of the journey for Guangzhou Gaming through MCT East Asia to get to here, and so hopefully one of these teams can make that story come true after a game win, but unfortunately one has to go.
I mean, like, we got to talk about mentality here, because I like looking at a Guangzhou video just now. Reminds me of W. We're like, we're strong, the other team is trash, right? So I really want to see them actually use that kind of energy here going up against True Rippers, because I legit feel like they have a very strong early game. It's just that you don't know how to maximize it. If they can maximize this one, then they can survive another day. Because I do want to see them succeed, because they've been here for a while. They haven't got that success just yet. The women's got there first, but hey, maybe they can get there further.
And fighting for a region here, I mean, the pressure, it's pretty high for both of these teams as well. And you can see the emotion welling up. To me, that is just more of what it looks like when you give your all and when you have a situation that finally, after that work that feels like you're toiling through the heartache, through the disruptive and sometimes detrimental choices to get there and maybe make a mistake, to finding your feet, finding a way to get back, and then suddenly saying, man, we did it. After all that, we're here. Guangzhou Gaming looking to keep that feeling going. True Rippers hoping to keep that feeling themselves. It is going to be a great competition. One going through, one going home. Let's get it started.
It's crazy how fast time flies, and today things heat up here, the elimination day of MSC.
Yes, you are right, Milosh. Right now, we are actually by the Key Crushers, where today, two teams, Dreams, Hope, and Keys, get shattered.
That's the beauty of it. Every single one of our 16 teams here at MSC at EWC 2026 have come in with a set of these keys. This is the heart of these keys, Rose.
Yes, now these heart of keys is the main reason why they are still here and competing, because this is their ticket to potentially the grand finals.
And there's only one that can remain like this, because at the end of our tournament 10 days from now, they will look like this. Everybody, 15 out of 16 will be completely crushed in this way, and today will be the first day where we get to crush two of those sets of hopes and dreams here in our beautiful crusher. She's strong, she's bold, she's beautiful. She doesn't have a name, unfortunately. So we expect you to help us out with that.
Okay, Milosh, now my question is, before we get into the game, we kind of need to get out of here, but how do we do that?
Don't worry, I got you. Mumu, door!
Oh. Oh, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third day of MSC at EWC, where today we will be witnessing 4 best of 3s and 2 teams and their journey here.
It's a lot on the line for our squads, because 2 of them, in our middle of the day, they'll be playing to qualify on and move on to the playoffs. 2 of them will be eliminated, however, as that attention will be on the lower bracket, which is exactly where our first game is going.
You are right, and to kick off the first elimination of MSC 2026, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming True Rippers! their first international debut, True Rippers has to do whatever it takes to come out on top. Previously, they went up against Team Vitality, and oh boy, was game 2 close. But the question is being close enough to stay in the game?
When there's a lot of pressure on the line, it can really get to you. Let's welcome their opponents, Guangzhou Gaming! Although they faced one of the toughest opponents here at MSC 26, they still showed massive resilience during their clash. They left even Super Marco shaken. So can they pinpoint Ripper's weak points and live to fight another day?
This is the match of the underdogs, two regions that are quite new to the MLBB scene, battling it out, and only one can remain on top.
All right, it's time to get the show started. Please, Guangzhou Gaming, please, True Rippers. My friends, you may place your keys, and captains, remember to shake hands or fist bumps or even do a little fadeaway before you get over to your seat, because this one is about to heat up. There it is, respect between our two teams. Let's get our first elimination match on their way.
Day 2, the Group of Death. We've witnessed the unexpected fall of two champions, Team Liquid Philippines and SRG, and the unexpected rise of two contenders now between Aurora Gaming Turkey and, of course, Pro Esports.
Nobody can get away with the re-engagement. They will take game number 3.
I feel very happy at that moment because it's my first time in the international, and SRG is former champion and we didn't expect to win them. So when we won, I got really emotional.
JP falls as well. Aurora is relentless on this mid lane.
What a statement this is.
It was a big match for us, and it's quite good because they're the last MSC World Champion. We expected to win because we can beat any team in this tournament. We're not afraid of anybody. Actually, they need to be afraid of us.
And the stampede has been stopped.
So the loss is unexpected for us, for sure. We know that coming into today we are the favorites, and we know that we are the better team. My thoughts on us and SRG both losing the first game of our bracket. Of course, it's a surprise to most, but at the same time, this bracket is so stacked, right? Anyone can beat anyone in the current level of competitiveness.
Going into Day 3, we have two teams securing top 8 spots. Will it be between Team Spirit and Vamos or Vitality and Falcons BH? And then we'll also be sending two teams home. Will it be between True Rippers and Guangzhou Gaming, or will it be Falcons Mena and Ignite Gaming to be sent home?
Well, it is a battle, to say the least. Representatives of India and China going head-to-head. True Rippers versus Guangzhou Gaming, guys. This draft is going to be interesting, and the question I want to raise to you is, if you learn, are these losses okay? If you can take something from these losses, is it okay to be here to bounce back, or are you looking at today with a different sense? Is there cynicism? Is there optimism? What's the approach to this draft, and how are you looking at these two teams? Nice.
You know, that's always something that we think about. Like, what do the coaches say to the players here? Let's say they had a devastating loss, and whether it was the game or the series, how do you approach that? You know, how do you get your players to reset? And the champions, the multiple champions that have either won MSC or the World Championship, all have to go through that, right? You face losses. I mean, even last year's champions here at EWC faced a loss, a devastating loss. So the reset has to happen. And I think the best of the best reset quickly.
Okay, let's go,
Jump
boys.
into the next game, and they just go in with a new mindset.
Well, two champions, one game. Make sure to grab your My Champions pick and pick your dual champions and win 50,000 diamonds. Grab the QR code with your phone, tablet, whatever it is, right now on the screen, and 5 winners win 10,000 diamonds each. Remember, this is live until July 27th, so make sure to act fast. LaFell?
Rain Dad, I gotta say, when it comes to elimination matches, it's a good test for the coach as well as the players on how they know each other as well as themselves, because some people perform well under pressure and some people don't. And because of that, the strategy as well as the way that you talk to each other is going to be very different, right? For example, if you don't do well under pressure, you got to get them comfortable. And for people that works very well under pressure, that's where you make them lock in. That's where you make them extra focus. And now going into Flying Clouds here, this is going to be very interesting, especially because I want to see if other teams did what Midnight did and actually bring Rafaela to Flying Clouds, maximizing her passive. When you respawn someone, they immediately get to battle. I don't think people will be able to practice Rafaela the same as Rosa did, but at the same time, how hard is Rafaela? I mean, like, come on.
Wasn't there some advice out there like, yeah, what would you say to the people that want to now play mid lane Rafaela? Just remember, you're not Aurora Gaming, you're not Rosa right now.
Well, the draft begins here, and it is going to be a big one. We're trying to see if we can start expecting certain things, but expect the unexpected has kind of been the nomenclature for these last days at MLBB's MSC here in EWC 2026. We'll see if that continues today, guys.
I like that they just took out the Harara, by the way. You know, True Rippers, they're not going to let that slip through. But so what we're thinking is, yeah, you might actually see the Ling be picked up maybe first to go in the hands of Guangzhou Gaming, if that seems to be the play, unless they ban it out, because that's been the trade. I feel like so far, just like we saw weeks, you know, past couple weeks here, even back in Wildcard, Lafel, where that meta kind of over the course of days. Now you're in day 3. You have to go ahead and just pick that plan, that game plan that you're really comfortable with, especially for these two that are facing off this elimination. And now True Rippers will also take out a big gold laner that's been popping up all the time, right? The Claude and the Hirara is dealt with, plus that Freya. What are we thinking here? The Ling first pick? No, it's the Atlas.
Honestly, like, I feel like the Ling first pick is okay if you ban out the Eudora, because I really feel like the Eudora is going to be quite a talking point, because it's good basically in most drafts right now. And when it comes to the Ling, we've seen basically 2 heroes doing well, which is the Eudora as well as the Moskov. I don't know how other teams are going to do with that information, because Moskov is just one of those heroes where either you're good at it or you're not.
Yeah, this is, there's the Ling. I was expecting it to come up at least on the swing.
Yeah. And the Valentina. Oh, I thought it would pick up the Eudora for themselves to make sure that they don't get countered.
That does mean the Moskov is going to go over on the side of Guangzhou Gaming. And we'll see what they pick up here.
I really want to see a Eudora here, because then you basically have 2 counters for the Ling, and the Ling basically will be the main setter for True Reapers, right? He's going to be the position 1, he's going to take all the farm, and he's going to try to take over the game. Now Guangzhou, they actually have quite a lot of crowd control here, nicely from the Atlas as well as Eudora. And then Moskov, his crowd control is just to protect himself, but now True Reapers getting Bellard, which as of right now is an S tier pick and roll.
I almost thought that True Rippers would want to secure themselves the Moskov, man. I mean, that was the best performance we got to see from Garcia. You know, again, if I remember right, he was like 6-0-10. He didn't die in that game too, and that was crucial for them. But, you know, now, because you banned out that Claude, the Moskov gets taken. What are they planning to put in that gold lane? We've seen some weird picks being placed into the gold lane the past couple days.
Yeah, I mean, Double Fighters has showed up randomly, right? And we've seen that, even Paquito in the gold lane, trying to see if there's something sneaky. The one thing yesterday did tell us is that when you guys were looking at that ban, you're saying this is an honest draft, right? And that kind of exposed them to a very quick loss in our final set of yesterday. So maybe trying to hold a few of those maybe interesting picks later on, True Rippers, so they don't get caught out.
Something that True Rippers can do if they do want to go for that double fighter. Other than the Paquito, we also got to talk about the Ruby. The Ruby can actually create quite a lot of space, making it quite easy for a Ling to go in and out, because that's one of the problem when you're not incredibly fast on the Ling. 1 stun and then you're done. And there's a lot of stuns here that can capture you. So I'm looking at something like a Ruby alongside the Bellard as well as the Valentina, just to create a lot of space so the Ling feels much safer to go in.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Ling right now is, you know, anyone that's going to pick him up, draft the Ling into their composition. Not only is it such a micro scale, like scaling hero for people to showcase, but you need the team to support that. The same thing we've been saying about the Hirara pick, and your team really has to support you to be able to do that. Now, obviously, she's got a little more iframes to work with, a little more mobility, but Ling, same thing. You don't want to feel pressure in your jungle, your buffs being stolen. You need that space, because otherwise you just end up split pushing across the map when the rest of your team's trying to fight, and that's not where you want to be. So this Paquito coming up adds a little bit of a layer to the damage profile. This is most likely we're going to expect just go in the gold lane. It is still possible that it could
EXP,
flex.
right?
Could EXP. We saw this in the gold lane yesterday in the hands of Sigibum, if I remember correctly, maybe a couple more times. But, you know, that's the thing. You need to be able to go ahead and support this Ling's best time. Whoa, the Saber, though. Talk about another surprising pick.
Hey, but it has been in my head, but I don't think anyone will be crazy enough to do it. But honestly, this is the kind of lineup that I think you would be crazy enough to do it, because going up against the Ling, Saber might not have enough damage early, but when you have a Eudora alongside you, you're going to have enough damage, because Saber has changed a bit. He's not full burst. He's about going in and out, in and out, in and out. And now Ripper's finishing up with the Badang here, so quite interesting.
Sabar muncul.
Not sure,
Gelo. Cara Sabar dorak. Wah, salam nih linknya.
It's going to be a Belleric.
Salam banget, wassalam.
Yep, on Rahancia.
Kimmy's got the Badang.
And Garcia on Paquito, so another gold lane fighter. Marksman coming in thinking you kind of have to have that, but we're seeing this meta evolve to where, well, maybe not. Can we keep tempo? Can we keep pressure? Both of these teams suffered quick defeats in most of their games. Trying to set the pace this time around as we have our first series of the day kicking off. It's True Rippers versus Guangzhou Gaming. Let's get it going and send it over to your casters.
Smash them. We are officially kicking off the third day with an elimination match between True Rippers and Guangzhou Gaming. But the surprises just keep coming, Mirko. And as our panelists have said, Lefel personally does like Guangzhou's lineup, but how are you feeling about this, especially the Saber?
Dude, it's crazy. Again, I mean, we saw day number 1, day number 2, constant surprises back and forth. And I thought we already saw everything. You know, I thought we already saw everything the meta has in store for us, but obviously that's not true. The Saber comes in, X-Ying, almost taking Asuna down in the mid lane. It's all about aggression. Okay. So that's what we know right now for Guangzhou Gaming. I feel like they're trying to double down on already a very good early game. We saw one of the glimpses, well, Orhan May, again, speaking of that aggression early on, a steal from X-Ying, but again, for Guangzhou Gaming, they did well against Falcons in the early stages, so if they can actually do better by punishing and capitalizing even more in the early game, I think they should be able to close things out.
Yeah, I guess early game really is the name of the game right now, especially in the current meta, the way things have been for the previous games that we've observed, and it's looking really aggressive. If there's anything we could use to describe Recall, because he picked up a Saber, and now he even went for Master or Weapon Master.
Yeah, not even the Season Hunter to help him clear. I mean, he's going to do much more damage when he gets his items, but damn. Pull yourself together on both double or dual mid here, X-Ying and May. Good read by Garcia. Yeah. Could be a really bad spot here, and honestly, you look at this composition, you just look at the Saber and you're thinking, why go Saber? But if you look at a double fighters or just the fighter in the gold lane, Garcia should be very easy to pick off by Recall on this Saber, so that's a big question mark already, as you can see Garcia having to sacrifice a few of those waves.
Which is great. At least he's being very careful. You know for a fact that Garcia too, even when he gets his hands on the more vulnerable heroes like the Moskov, is not really the type to put himself in dangerous positions. Oh my! But that's the first triple sweep we get to see here.
And that's the tank, that's the boy. He would usually have a lot of damage on. Well, his splash already popped in right now. They go all in. With the weapon mastery, trying to get one more. Ian stunned on the wall. That would chase down with the Black Dragon. Almost taking Ian's down. Now it's Kimmy with the Flying Clouds, bringing it back again. All alone. Almost Ian's. Sticks to the recall. 2-2, but it's Guangzhou Gaming with the turtle.
Yep, I really thought True Rippers could have made something out of that, especially as they already were able to somewhat trade out the fact that Recall no longer had the triple sweep. But it's still somehow a bit manageable for True Rippers nonetheless. Especially as you see they're not really being punished elsewhere. Let's take a look at that replay. Modi still getting in. Really close though, really close call, but the punish from Kimmy. I nearly forgot that we were on Flying Cloud, so things would be happening pretty faster than we thought.
Yeah. That's what we, I guess that's the reason he went Saber as well. Even if they die without him using the triple sweep, then he can just go and do it all over again after dying. But dang, that damage with the weapon mastery, he already picked up the Hunter Strike now and the lethal ignition. even Kimmy wasn't ready. He's gonna have to go straight into a Dreadnought's armor at this point.
Yeah, so it's probably really just they want to go for the kills, always the kills, and that's where they start converting eventually. But it's also them on a Moskov, so I feel like they will have ways either way of dealing with the macro, even if, let's say, they just try to focus on the kills. If we're talking about the mid trio, who, by the way, have been doing a great job here, really keeping Kimmy and Asuna in check.
Folks, you gotta remember, this is an elimination match between Guangzhou Gaming and True Rippers. Loser goes home. They're gonna go straight to the airport, out of Paris, back to their hometown. So it is brutal.
Yeah.
The fact that Guangzhou Gaming decided to bring out the Saber in an elimination match shows you just how confident they are at, again, capitalizing on early game advantages.
Yeah, and you see, oh, hold on, that's a flicker.
Yeah, a bit disconnected. Oh, big Fatal Links by May. Another Fatal Links as well. As now, Blaze gets locked in. Ian's running down the wall. Now it's Rahansha isolated against the rest of the team as Modi picks him up, and it's an all-out win for him.
Epicnya tim dia ini ya kayak apa ya?
Kind of punishing there for a True Ripper.
Nggak bisa nembak di link sama nama Dora.
Okay, will at least be able to regain positioning, but recall
Kalian punya bagus. Gimana romnya coba beli itu nggak tutup.
Modi pops in a furious dive, and the red tree goes in.
Tetap bagus
secure now as they go all out. Ian's picking up the kill, but gets caught in a triple sweep again as Xing takes him out of the fight. And again, it's a turtle to TRX, and Guangzhou Gaming with a trade as CY gets a tier 1 down below.
Yep, that's all CY has been focusing on for now. And Garcia, the fact that he was really there, the participation he had in that team fight was really massive for True Rippers at least. Oh, was that the... Recall got it, right?
Recall got it, yep.
Okay, he did not even have to get up close. But at least for now, True Rippers, they're really trying to minimize this lead. The damage that you would assume would really be massive right now. It's not really happening just yet, but May is not going to go for the set. Asuna has the Fatal Links as well.
That's been a way for TRX to actually respond to the Fatal Links from May, but the thing is, it's just Asuna, right? Everybody else who gets caught by the Fatal Links, they're locked down, so Asuna can purify and get his own Fatal Links, but there's just no damage coming through. Meanwhile, Guangzhou Gaming, on the other hand, they have the combos ready. And it's also that disconnect that TRX really got to fix. Rehansha, I feel like at this point, just wait for Asuna to get a set. Wait for the Fatal Links first, then Rehansha can go in with the Wrath of the Dryad, or just use it as a counter-engage tool.
Which is, I don't know if it's counterintuitive, because they wanna like go for team fights based on their composition, but you wanna look for the damage.
Wah,
sweep.
Oh, tapi bisa selamat dong.
Interesting. I thought that was gonna be a
recall.
The Fury's dive into DOT, taking down Ians. He gets the finish, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Why did he walk back? Oh no.
Did he not see that Modi was actually
Modi got him good.
That was a surprise and very unfortunate for Ians right here, because we were talking about where the damage would come from True Rippers. May?
Good peel by Kimmy, but now he's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Straight into Modi, back-to-back kills for Guangzhou Gaming's XP laner.
Yep. So at this point, it's going to be really tough to just stop Guangzhou Gaming in terms of what they want to do now. They're just bursting this objective. Oh, Yansha!
He's still the one who actually claims it now. The Fatal Links locks down. Recall is going to get caught, but attempts the Blades. It's a big shutdown for Ian. He picks up the Blades, but now it's going to be Xing with the help of CY. Perfect match coming down. Pitch Boys gets him out. Modi getting a killing spree as he goes for a 1v3 now against Garcia. Still able to survive as well. Guangzhou Gaming now. We're going to siege down the mid lane. A stun coming out on Kimmy, and the Spear of Misery doesn't connect on the wall. Doesn't pin Kimmy. It's just a tier 1 in mid.
It feels so weird to think that the extended team fights seem to be favoring Guangzhou a bit more, because you would assume that they're very ult-reliant heroes, but at the same time, they have a hero like the Moskov. They have someone to just put out these sustained sources of damage, whereas True Rippers, on the other hand, I feel like it's mostly sustain. We are looking for the ways in which they could really clap back, but Rehansha, again, another Wrath of Dryad already committed.
Oh, Garcia in the back, already using the flicker as well. Make it go for the Fatal Links free. Recall coming in with the shuriken. Now the triple sweep on Kimmy. It's a bit scrap down. Is able to lock him down with the Fatal Links and a terrifying recall. It's Eons with the pick. CY with the damage. Now it's Modi. Black Dragon form flanking for the back as Rahancha's going to be isolated for the rest of the team. The Petrify lands for Modi. And he gets the Furious Dive to pick up a Mega. Garcia's all alone. Guangzhou Gaming going to go for the chase. A stun from Xing. Modi trying to cut him off. Garcia, can you get away?
It's a killing spree for Xing, and these staggered teamfights are just not helping True Rippers at all. You don't really get to see them maximize the potential of their lineup. Even this moment you're seeing right now, it was the Fatal Links that Asuna got, which could have been the turning point. But the fact that they also had to take into consideration that GCG were just so good at kiting, and that there was also a follow-up Black Dragon form punishing Eons. It is just not looking good for True Rippers. They really have to solidify their coordination in this game.
I think in this game,
ini emang kayak kuat, tapi terornya bakal
they don't have a marksman, they don't have scaling aside from the link.
Mereka tetap bisa pegangin
Eons can still be a threat later on, but again, with all the CC, with all this lockdown, with all the tanky members that Guangzhou Gaming have, it's going to be extremely difficult for TRS.
Yeah, because maybe you could rely on Kimmy to find the target, but who? Because you don't expect Sai, you don't expect Xing, you don't expect Recall to just be in the same spot at the exact same time. Oh, but they don't know Kimmy's here though. Oh, now he gets spotted. Now they know. My goodness, True Rippers, how are they going to play around this? Kimmy's trying to look for positioning again. But GCG.
Oh, that poke.
Yep.
They can't.
They can't.
Look at the far lane up top as well. Eon shows himself this is a bad time. Guangzhou Gaming know that it's been a bit too quiet for Eons. He hasn't shown himself on the map. Most probably sent up top, so it's committing onto the neutral objective. True Rippers not given a chance to actually follow it up. Rehancha with a flicker in the top, but doesn't land on anybody. Now it's Modi, who's trying to look for capitalization. Oh, Furious Dive and a Petrify from Modi. The SOD lands. May's trying to follow it up, but it will not be taken. Garcia with the recall in that bush. Modi, reach out the position. Garcia's recall been compromised. And now he's all alone, running again against Guangzhou Gaming.
Oh, okay. This will take a bit of time for True Rippers actually get to track him down. It's only May assigned to do that.
Triple sweep bang. Fatal Links the combo as well. Garcia was knocked up for a whole 2 seconds.
Yep, Eons is just gonna settle with these trades. This tier 2 up top, but the Holy Shields are looking to go down now, and there's a Black Dragon form 2 coming in from Modi. But at least True Rippers can defend for now. At least for now.
Xing, okay. Luckily, Xing didn't have the ultimate. Kimmy concealed right in front of the faces of Guangzhou Gaming. A pin down as well. The fist back defensively. Asuna is able to find a Fatal Links, but Xing flickers out of safety, and now the Tempest Ablaze comes in for Eons, but he gets stunned up. The Spear of Misery as well. It's a shutdown, but at the price of Eons' life, as CY continues to push in towards this turret.
It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate because even in that last sequence you saw, they had different targets, each of them. Oh, but they just went in!
Full combo, triple sweep, Fatal Links, Furious Dive. Kimmy is gonna go down to Modi, and now the Black Dragon comes around again onto Rehancha. The Furious Dive lands onto Rehancha. Recall. The SOD as well. 3-man taunt that takes Modi down, but it's Guangzhou Gaming. That's game number 1.
20-6 on the board in terms of kills. We were thinking that they really wanted to go for kills, and they lived up to it. It was just them constantly on the lookout for potential targets across the map. And you barely saw True Rippers able to answer back, able to achieve anything, but also at the same time, they're just constantly being disrupted so well. I think one of the players who had probably the hardest time there was also Eons on the Ling. He was the target all the time in that entire game.
How could you escape from it? I mean, as Eons, you were the only dude there that could actually make a move, that could actually look for a trade around the map. And all the way from the start, it really comes down to, I feel, Picking up this Paquito. This Paquito was a massive mistake because they picked it up into a Moskov, right? In usual terms, when we see it from Hiko, when we see it...
Ya nggak buka sabar anjir. Jadi ini ya dengan adanya sabar jadinya mereka nggak bisa prediksi ini ya, prediksi apa namanya nanti, prediksi grafiknya ya kayak gitu. Nah jujur juga
That was a tough one, man, for True Rippers, everyone rooting for them.
emang rada ini ya ini grafiknya cok stres. Yang tadi coba cari itu iklan mulu anjir.
Agresif, kurang nabrak.
Gua coba lagi. Kosaki udah melelep nih. Tapi kayaknya dia mah bakal ini ya. Mas Adi udah pasti nih. Bisa bakal baca di komen ini. Oh ya ibaratnya nih kalau ke Mas Adi mah kaki mana? Bisa. Nah ini jadi matiin ininya. Apa namanya teh iklannya dimatiin, respect banget. Respect banget Sadik. Mas Ade. Oke gitu. Kayaknya nanti di sih grafiknya di bener-bener gak bisa ketebak cok. Itu kan yang mereka udah fake duluan ini. Soalnya ini kan yang fake duluan itu kan ini. Nih, nah di last pick banget. Di last pick. Tapi kan gue ngerani kan yang Blerik nih. Ini udah duluan. Harusnya Blerik tetap di ROM. Paku tetap FP. Tetap di FP. Tinggal misalkan core lainnya. Tapi meskipun bakal diinjak sama sabar ya. Dapat Atlas sama Kop nih Jong dah. Tetap aja ini ngasih damage-nya kurang. Dari core lain Paku itu. Kurang. Gue juga heran deh. Gak bisa cok.
Members of True Rippers, they're ganging up because this is how they want to form their formation. When you want to go in, we can counter engage. But look at all the different angles that is coming up from Guangzhou. From the side here, we see Saber is about to jump in, and from this side, we see that the Atlas is gonna jump in. So there's layers to who goes in first, second, and third. There's an order. Okay, so 1, 2, and then 3. This makes it so that no one is completely punished when someone makes a mistake. We're gonna be playing the clip here and see how Atlas immediately gets onto 2. And then when he brings them together, they're all bunched up, and yet Saber is still able to get the proper target despite everyone clumped up being there. And this is what we like, that whenever they fight, there's always a chain of crowd control and there's always chase. No one can get away, as we're gonna be looking at the second clip here, where this is again showing how devastating it is when you have one basically win condition, and the win condition here is going to be Ling. At this point, you can see the Ling is safe, and I feel like even Guangzhou Gaming is like, we're going to be happy with that. We're just going to be taking the camp here, denying him off his farm. But then, as the fight goes on, even Merkel was questioning why did he stay, and this is also another dangerous thing about the composition of Guangzhou. Even when you escape, you don't really escape. There's all types of damage coming in from the Eudora, from the so it can be engaged.
Ini kan mereka lihat pennya nih, Marcel, Pope, Kusucin, Uranu. Nah ini harusnya PK kan udah keprediksi banget kalau misalnya mereka butuh TP lagi nih di sini, butuh TP waduh pakai di band ini. Nah, tapi opsi terbukanya ya harus di AM tetap MM kayak Ranger Claude carry. Nah, ini tambahan pulip itu masih bisa lah, masih bisa. Cuma balik lagi nanti ke gameplaynya nanti di mid game nanti pasti ke bawah. Pasti bisa di cover sama Blairi. Misalnya mungkin nanti diganggu sama Atlas sih. Tapi kan mereka tinggal main tabrak-tabrak ini ya kan. Jadi bikin gamenya cepet banget, jadi cepet gitu ya. Jadi kalau mau mulai mah dapet TRP ini Link sama Black itu udah bagus TRP, cuma ini kurang, paling itu buat copy Atlas masih bisa, macam-macam copy ini buat copy gue bisa kalau mau main game jauh. Kalau misalnya ada yang mau split push gitu. Nah ini semua kurang. Mungkin gue lah kalau buat home mungkin lebih baik yang banyak gerak kayak Hilda atau Chow. Padahal ini bagus, tapi kan mereka ini gampang ada skill duanya atau pokoknya yang banyak gerak skill duanya. Kabar dengan skill duanya, Yujong skill duanya gitu. Atlas dengan skill duanya gitu. Workshop juga. Nah, makanya kalau kita pakai Chow ini enak. Emang nggak tahu mereka nggak kepikiran atau mungkin ada ROM yang bisa menahan pergerakan mereka, tapi kayak sayangnya Marshall ini udah di ban ya, jadi kurang itunya. Makanya kalau dengan Marshall ini bagus, ini bisa kekunci semua, tapi gimana lagi ya, udah di ban gitu. Moga harus ada something yang butuh ini ya mereka ini ya.
Attention to details, and those small details sometimes are crucial that determines who wins the game.
Okay, so was that one of the reasons why, unfortunately, you had to lose your first match up against Falcons PH?
那么这个是不是有一个你就是在第一场比赛当中输给 Falcons 这样的一个原因呢？
我觉得是的。你们看，我们比赛第一局前期拿到了很大的优势，但是因为中间的一些小失误，导致我们输了比赛。
Yes, that's right. That's what I think. Because at the beginning of that match, we were in a more advanced position. We were in a better position, but unfortunately, because of some small mistakes, we lost the match at the end.
Okay, were there any other challenges in that match?
那么在当时的那个比赛当中，还有没有一些其他的挑战呢？
主要来了这边之后，我们的训练时间也比较短吧，然后训练赛打的可能比较少，然后可能选手当时没有进入状态。但是我们前天输完比赛之后，昨天又打了一整天的训练赛，然后现在大家的状态应该还挺好的。
Well, I think we got here and we didn't do enough preparation. The time was limited. So after we lost that match.
Kalau misalnya tim Guangzhou sama Turki ya rata-rata mereka harus pulang sih. Makanya kalau bentar rata-rata mereka tuh harus pulang gitu. Apa namanya? Nah ini kalau mereka bakal pulang duluan, nggak tahu tim mana yang bakal pulang. Ini tim Pakon Merah ya. Pakon Merah di sini, tim Pakon Merah. Ini udah pasti tim Pakon akan melawan ini. Loser M1 loser ini. Ini kalau misalnya loser M2 M1 ini ya. M1 berarti bentar. Ini berarti turunnya ke sini kah? Kalau per bracket semifinal M2 loser M1 ini kan M2 berarti tim Spirit bakal turun ke sini kah? Tim Spirit atau tim Pamos? Nah, kayaknya bakal antara turun sini. Terus dari terpelahan ini masih nggak bisa prediksi. Makanya yang nggak per bracket ini nggak bisa prediksi. Ini udah bisa prediksi lah, Onyx lah, Aurora Gaming lawan Aurora Turki udah pasti menang. Onyx ya, kalian akan sistemnya di game kan. Kalaupun ini di dapnya mereka itu kan banyak gebrakan ya kayak kemarin nih. Nih, ada Rafaela, Mid dan barat ya, di barat nih. Pilihan barat ini nggak bisa prediksi sama draftnya ke PH gitu. Makanya nih, jadi betul something yang apa namanya teh, kasih pergerakan baru dan sebagainya gitu.
Have you noticed that Guangzhou
take the approach from you know, basically, we're going to win this match, we're going to win all the other matches, and we're going to go from there. I think that's a great way to look at it, especially when you need to go ahead and bounce back, and your back's against the wall right now currently with your life on the line for this tournament. So yeah, you go with that mindset, and maybe they replicate it and they get a sweep here against True Rippers.
Sometimes when you stumble too, you pay attention to walking. Walking normally, you don't have to think about it. You just move your body. When you do stumble and you then correct yourself, you're much more concerned, LaFell, of the little things. Maybe that's going to help GZG.
Oh yeah, for sure. Looking at the little things makes you appreciate as well the timings when we're talking about in-game here. Which, by the way, just to add on to that interview, I really feel like if anyone is interested to play Mobile Legends, this is probably the best time to play because this is such an open meta where if you're from other mobile games, whatever logic you have there, you can actually transfer it here because in just the 3 days, we've seen healers work, we've seen counter engage work, we've seen split push work, we've seen strong engage, strong dive work, we've seen like siege work, basically all the draft philosophies, everything has been working so far. Only the scaling late game one hasn't done well, but I think that's more on Aurora showing how strong early game is.
And maybe that's the biggest thing to look at if that continues, because teams trying to buy time, well, it's like that card is declined.
Time is expensive, man.
There's no time to buy, you know, and so at this point, we'll see if True Rippers changes things up. Certainly the first two bans are similar to the other bans they had, taking away the Freya and the Harara.
I like this too. Ling's not going to come into contention, at least for this one. Banned out here. And also, again, if the priority is just going to be the Atlas, again, this is at least one way up to fix it. Take out the Eudora. Maybe this is the Atlas still for GCG. And then again, they can get 2 great picks to bounce back. I mean, if you look at what they had last time, there's the Atlas. They lacked a lot. Like, the concept of that draft.
Pasti nggak ada gebrakan lagi nih, kecuali ada barat karena pala mid tadi.
Again, you pick up the Moskov early.
Lain udah pasti wajar. Paling udah macam normal lah.
And you know, Valentina's been in an interesting position. You usually kind of have to do that when you see Atlas across from you. Simply for the Fatal Links, and as I expected, this time they'll take that Moskov.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I like the Valentina better now than before because before they had an opportunity to pick up the Eudora. Eudora in this current meta is a great position 2 or position 3 because she has great disruption in her kit, and the best thing is that it's so easy to do. Even if you're distracted, somehow you make a cool play. Now opening up though, with that Moskov, I do want to see whether Guangzhou, they will change it up. I feel like they need to pick up the Nolan now because if not, the Nolan will be banned out. Unless, again, they want to go for something like a Saber. But the thing is, going up against a Moskov is more comfortable dealing with that Saber as compared to something like a Nolan. Even if he gets pushed back, he can just jump back in. But now Guangzhou picking up that Zhu Xin, and it looks like they have this philosophy, we want a lot of crowd control.
It's the same thing from last game, man. You know, I think they said the same thing last game. We want some crowd control, and now that's the same case here with these first 2 picks, plus they got themselves the Claude, which again was banned out in the previous game. So this is already, it looks good on both sides. Harley comes through though for True Rippers.
Okay.
This is one of those cases where, again, similar to the Ling and the Harara, you need to make sure that your Harley is able to go ahead and scale up. We've seen it before already in MSC where if you get delayed hard enough, you can't really do too much.
Zushin banned most of the time. Finally let through here as well. I mean,
wow, Saber banned. All the respect though.
Yeah.
Because the Harley's gonna have a hard time. He jumps in and it's like, oh no, Saber.
Belleric too. What do you think about? I feel like True Rippers, right? What can they do? I mean, that was a better game. It wasn't a 17, it was around 13. What can they do here to change things up and tie this?
Honestly, looking at their lineup right now, it looks they have, still the position 1 Moskov is going to take most of the farm, but then they have Harley as an assassin. And also, I do have to say here, Raymond, all 3 heroes that True Rippers has, they work well individually, independently. So it almost looks like they're trying to make this team fight messy And I think the idea is to avoid the Atlas, to avoid the Zushin.
Yeah,
so
like
try to minimize the effect that they have with their AoE crowd control.
This is interesting too, man. The Uranus comes up. Remember what Lutpi was able to do yesterday? Just basically when you had that kind of lead, sit into the base. This is, again, if you're looking at the screen and maybe you haven't tuned in to some international MLBB in a while, you're probably looking at this being like, whoa, what is this meta? Look at these bans. When did we think we'd see these kind of bans, right? The Eudora, the Saber being banned out, a Ling on the other side. Like, there's just so much open right now for this draft. The Nolan does come through. There's the Yuzhong. Might as well pick it up again, make use of that, just like we saw in the previous one. And a Guinevere is that last choice here for True Rippers.
Wait, so the Guinevere is going to go roam. That's going to be very interesting here. I got to say, Redman, Guangzhou, they have an easier to execute draft when it comes to True Rippers. Like I said, a lot of individual skills is there, but if they miss their abilities, that's GG. They will either look amazing, or like Guangzhou says, they'll look like trash.
Well, it could be a fast game. It could be a good game. We'll find out what type of flavor True Rippers is able to bring. This draft certainly different than before, which if you're a True Rippers fan and rooting for India, you would hope, okay, maybe we have a chance. If not, Guangzhou Gaming will be moving on with a 2-0. True Rippers will end their MSC run here. We'll see if they can even it up as we throw it back to your casters to get Game 2 underway.
True Rippers and their last chance at potentially being able to get a shot at protecting their key and not ending their tournament run right here, right now against Guangzhou Gaming. We're seeing a bit of a shift in terms of the draft, Mirko. It's not entirely... Oh, hold on. Okay. Yep. It's still the Yuzhong, though, in Modi's hands that you are going to see, and I feel like True Rippers are putting a lot of respect to it as seen in that first rotation.
Hey, True Rippers, I think just going back to basics actually fits the bill a bit better, right? True Rippers against Vitality as well. They were able to almost get that Game 2, a very close, nail-biting Game 2 with a simple composition. So I like the fact that they're going back to basics. Garcia on the Moskov that almost got them the win against Vitality as well. This time, nothing too crazy. It's still Season Hunter for Recall. No more of that weapon mastery. But it's still Master Assassin for both the gold laners here. CY and Garcia, not the bargain hunters that we've been seeing a lot more from the attack speed gold laners.
Yeah, it seems that there will be a lot more of the micro plays coming in for our gold laners here, and they will have definitely a very huge task to fulfill considering this game. I think would give a lot more room for them to operate around the map, but that was close. Hansha. Okay, at least he doesn't get caught there by Recall right before the objective. But they're on a much more balanced lineup right now, as we've been talking about. Oh, Purify for Xing.
Yep, he's gonna have to fall. May, though, the Frozen. Eons gets away with a space escape down below. Kimi with a potential gang, but Modi reads it out. Great stuff from TRX in the mid lane as CY. This time is actually trying to zone Garcia out. Garcia walked up to try to get that cannon minion. He does get it, but he's gonna lose out in the trade in the end.
Okay, Guangzhou Gaming are yet to find a trade from what happened just now for Xing. They might do, but Asuna will be quick to react though. And the Rippers have really taken control over this.
Mati. Buset, turun dikit lagi atlasnya, Cok.
Exactly what we wanted from True Rippers from game number 1 as Modi now walks up. Had that lantern flare already. Kimi is gonna be locked down. The Black Dragon form comes around, just get away, but now it's gonna be stolen away.
Waduh, Waduh, mati dah. Wah, elah, gila. Gila T-Rexnya, Cok.
Xing is forced back. Kimi will walk up again. Asuna with just a splash of damage. True Rippers with a 4-0 lead and a neutral objective.
They've completely turned around the situation. We were not expecting this heading into game number 2 after what we witnessed in game number 1, but True Rippers have reset. They've completely changed their draft, and now they're showing us how it's done. Even that Black Dragon form stolen by Asuna was such a huge thing to consider in that previous team fight. Eons with another rotation down bot.
Modi's just not having a good time now. No Black Dragon form under turret. They are trying to juggle the turret in again. Rehansha with Eons picking up a dive down below. A gank on Modi. 0, 2, and 0.
Yeah. Hey. Ian wasn't able to do this in game number 1. You know that for a fact. On the Ling, he was just limited, but now there's no one stopping him.
Recall gets away. That's a Purify out for Rehansha as Kimmy gets away in time. But Rehansha now has become last blood again. Recall with the walk up, but not enough damage by Recall to take Rehansha down. This is starting to become a problem for Guangzhou Gaming.
It's like the slower games recently that we've been seeing so far. You do have to expect it for them, but the fact that even the Yuzhong's pretty much shut down in his lane is really not helping Guangzhou in this particular scenario. You would really expect them to have a slight upper hand, especially in that first turtle objective, but that was not the case at all. True Rippers, just because of what Ian has been able to accomplish on this Harley, has really set the pace for True Rippers in this early game. Now it feels like you could just expect a lot more annoying rotations with Rehansha to be a bit more free across the map. So Guangzhou, we really have to see them find that one play that could really set things or turn things around, because as we know, it's still a Nolan. You also still have multiple ways to set up with a Jusin Atlas, but at the same time, do you get ahead of Kimmy? Because Kimmy has been very proactive on the Guinevere just the same, and you could just not position yourself well enough. Oh, doesn't land though.
No, it doesn't. It's a clone out as well. Now the neutral objective, Black Dragon form already used up right now to go all in.
Dapat Gelo, dapat atasnya cuk. Mantap Gelo playing rootnya.
Guangzhou
Gelo
the entire game, and they find one opening, and it turns everything around. Garcia is trying to find some compensation in the mid lane, but it's going to be shooed away by Xing and Mei. What a set by Mei.
Don't tell me that's all they need to do, and now you feel like it's Guangzhou taking control, because if you take a look at the replay, it was just a single Black Dragon form, the Petrify into the Fatal Links as well. It was just a perfectly layered setup shown to us by Guangzhou, catching almost every single member who didn't have the Purify either, so there was no way for them to get out of that. They were all crucial members, and you can see them celebrating, but that's a spatial migration.
Wait, spatial migration on Mei? Modi gets away right now. Oh god, Rehansha walks up, and the SOD lands on Modi. It's under the tier 1. Rehansha will be caught by the Lantern Flare. That's about it. True Rippers back in form somehow against Mei. They were able to make it work now. The clear from Guangzhou Gaming onto those turrets, or onto those minions to stop the turret from being taken away. But Garcia stays true in the bottom lane again on this Moskov.
Okay, be careful. Gotta be careful, especially if you're CY. Okay, Kimmy and Ians are gonna get let go of that push though, but it could have been really dangerous. Now we're taking a look at the gold difference. It's not as significant really if you take a look at it. I feel like even, or if it weren't for that one play we got to see from Modi as well, this could have been bigger between the XP laners, but I think that pretty much lessened it even just a bit to a certain extent. And now Kimmy, okay, all alone here.
Uh-oh, Mei's waiting in that bush as well. Conceal already. It's gonna go in. Oh no, baits out the valve. Queen of the Fatalings pulls him back to status. Exit is right there. Great view from Garcia. It's a perfect from the Crimson 3K, but it's only onto the roamer. Now the Dragon comes around. Asuna was able to find that trade. Turret down below. The main target for Guangzhou Gaming, as in the mid lane, Recall is dealing with Rehansha. Turtle already started by Eons. Picked up already. True Rippers finding the better trade across the board.
That took a bit longer than it should have. At least Guangzhou got a turret though, because if they did not, then I feel like True Rippers really got the better trade. It was a turtle that they were able to secure, no contest whatsoever on Eons. And they just took a 1-for-1 trade, if ever that were to be the case. But right now, you're starting to feel how Garcia is becoming a lot more active across the map. He's also a level ahead of Sai, by the way, so I think it's been really great for True Rippers, at least for their laning phase so far. Now we take a look. Already has 2 out of 3 of the Trinity build. It's just slightly behind. But this is... Modi doesn't even have an item just yet. This is a Yuzhong who doesn't even have an item just yet.
Yeah, it's actually all components. Went for the robe, the Fury Hammer. Now Mei's looking at Asuna. They gotta be careful. The only Purify they have is on their main frontliner, Rehansha. So that's the problem for True Rippers, right? They have to split up. They have to be very careful of this set from Mei. The one time Mei was able to find that set, it almost guaranteed them that full-on comeback. But luckily, True Rippers were able to find some good pickoffs here and there. Kimmy, at this point, I think spatial migration on Mei doesn't even sound too crazy. They might have to deal with him first.
Yeah.
We call it good poke on Kimmy. And it's all about mid-control as Garcia plays that far lane.
Which is great, because I think they're splitting up their positionings a bit more. We see Kimmy really putting himself and trying to scout wherever Guangzhou Gaming could potentially come from, but just the same, seems like there seems to be a bit more reaction coming from their side. Garcia has had no trouble opening up the map for True Rippers. They haven't been able to pay as much attention to their lanes, and that could be a potential problem for Guangzhou Gaming, especially now that we're looking at the first Lord spawning on the map. And it's the far lane who has been, or which has been really dealt with so far by True Rippers. Just look at Garcia. They have no idea he's doing this, but you know that he just has a really good grasp of what his job is at this point.
He's feeling it. He knows exactly where he needs to be. And Guangzhou Gaming doesn't feel like they have a composition to burst this neutral objective down. Oh, Mei with the fatal links into Kimmy as well, but he's able to escape, and now it's all the resources burnt. The dragon down, the fatal links as well. Garcia already dealing with the wave of Rahansha knocked up. Oh, fatal link to takes them all into the Vile Requiem. Now it's Garcia with the SOD, tearing them apart as Asuna picks up a double, and TRX take full control over the game.
Was that actually worth it? They were only able to zone out Kimmy. Now they lose tier 1 in mid, but at least Guangzhou have secured the objective. But now it's at the expense of almost all their outer and inner turrets, and this is True Rippers, I feel, being much more happier with the exchange. They get so much more map control, they only lose an objective, and now they might also get recall. If it weren't for that one dash, it would have been really close.
Big spear of misery. I agree with you, this is definitely not the trade that Guangzhou Gaming were looking for, but it's the trade that they need to take. They bursted, they used all of their resources so early, and they couldn't even find Kimmy, which led to them having a full commit onto the neutral objective, right? Because if they backed away, it would have been completely chopped. Spatial migration of the Battle Requiem now on Mei. Eons with deadly magic. Mei is gone. He can't even find the Petrify. Eons away now, the Blazing Red doing nothing. CY taking low. Eons taken out by Rody. But in the back line, it's the SOD. Garcia with a double. Trying to get that triple. Great Lantern Flare to escape by Xing with the Crimson Beacon, but Modi here, it's just a delayed pickoff. He's going to try to buy as much time as he can with the passive procs, but it will be inevitable. Modi, good night. Asuna walks up, the Furious Dive again. Wait a second, wait a second. Oh, Asuna with the melee range again. Now it's 3 against Modi. Dude, he bought so much time.
He did, he did. That was initially a highlight for Garcia that we were just about to talk about, but it's been all a Modi from that point onwards. He was just sustaining 2 members at the same time. They had to call in another member from True Rippers just to finally take him down, and that's only the Radiant Armor as well. But I take a look at this team fight once again, and you kind of worry as to why the Blazing Duet didn't feel like it dealt as much damage as you would expect it to. At this point, you would assume Sai already has the Trinity build in his hands. We can take a look at the items just to confirm whether or not that's actually true, but he already does.
It's because these frontliners from True Rippers have gotten such a massive lead. I mean, take a look at that 2,000 gold lead between the XP laners. That Sai is gonna need the Malefic gun before he can actually deal damage, or before you can actually see it.
Yeah.
Like, look at this. He walks up. He's doing some damage, actually, but Hansha doesn't have the consecration. That's the main reason for it. Already having to purify out, which means, again, now it's all up to Mei, who has the fatal links. True Ripper still gotta be very careful. One set can literally set them back.
Yeah. That's also the Justice also already picked up by Rehansha, and not to mention Garcia having the Wind of Nature. So I feel like he will be a much more difficult target to deal with for Guangzhou Gaming if ever they do want to find him in the team fights.
There you go, that's the gun.
Okay, finally does or should have a bit more damage. Let's see how Guangzhou eventually deal with this, because Garcia is on the opposite side of the map again. But as mentioned, has the Wind of Nature, so if he does show up in a more dangerous spot, then at least he has a way to survive a bit longer. But it's just Rehansha holding this down. Now there goes the Dragon Form.
Langsung dicari tuh. Buset, dapat. Sepertinya workshop miss tuh.
Nothing Eons could do to walk up. And Guangzhou Gaming stay afloat in this elimination match while being a game up in the match.
Okay, that was a more step-by-step approach that they took, which is great for them, benefits them a lot, because they had a lineup who could really just be just as strategic when it comes to the objective takes. So you saw how they just slowly took control of the Lord Pit. There was a Black Dragon form to start things off that was not used as early, by the way. So it was just perfectly set up, and the SOD not landing too allowed for Guangzhou to just commit to the bit. They were not forced to think twice about the engage.
Fatal wings, but Rehansha has the Purify back up. The Deadly Magic comes around.
Gelo belanja duitnya. Gelo.
Mid lane out of the skirmish already. Lord still up and very healthy. Guangzhou Gaming are looking to completely wipe this gold lead from the map.
And that's the Blazing Duet, which dealt a lot more damage than we thought. Spatial migration, but keeping it bursted.
Exing in the back now with the Crimson Beacon and the Lantern Flare. Garcia with the Wind Purify out, but Exing will still fall to the Deadly Magic. Just a matter of time. Modi almost trying to get that Furious down. Space is out perfect, and now it's Rehansha who is holding the Lord, able to defend for now. The mid lane coming taken out by the Courage of Eons.
They should have went back a bit more earlier.
Wah, patik. Wah, gelo.
Shuts Garcia down with the Blazing Duet straight to the face.
So was that bait all along? Were they just setting up for that play? Because as of the moment, it seems like Guangzhou Gaming have gotten back in this siege. They will at least take down one of their turrets. When in fact you would think that True Rippers already could have just successfully defended it from that point onwards, but that was the play. This was Recall and Sai working together to make it look like it was still Guangzhou getting the better trade.
And True Rippers' worst nightmare is the reality right now. The gold lead is completely gone. Everything they've built from the start of this game to that 14th minute, they gotta try to rebuild it again. But the thing is, Guangzhou Gaming, they have the momentum, they have that far lane control now. They've already taken out some of those win conditions from True Rippers. And they're up a game in this elimination match.
Yep, and the only immortality that True Rippers had too, I think will be down for a bit longer, because that was on Kimmy, and you saw him just get bursted down earlier in that fight. So Guangzhou Gaming, I think there's less to think and worry about, apart from maybe just the Winter Crown for Eons and the Wind of Nature from Garcia, if they're just really gonna focus down on these specific targets when it comes to the fight. But I think they're expecting for True Rippers to replicate the same.
Look at Modi. That's a crazy position to hold right there. Eons. Oh, Kimi to back, find a space migration, but it's only onto Sai with the Purify. Comes out with a Petrify from Modi. It's even lock Eons down. Lord's Recall secured.
Wah, mati dia tereknya cok. Ya, Bapak ini. Bapak ini. Tadi udah dapat keunggulan malah disia-siakan.
They each had their own plans, creative angles, plans to surprise. But in the end, it's Guangzhou Gaming who will stay in this tournament, sweeping True Rippers 2-0.
A bitter start to the international debut, to the international run for India, for True Rippers. But it's the experience that they will bring back home to try to learn from this beating at MSC. Back-to-back losses, up and down below. Guangzhou Gaming, though, from barely missing out to that M7 main stage slot, losing in that grand finals, the wildcard, to here beating True Rippers and making it to the next step. One match away from qualifying to the knockout stage.
And the region as a whole, I feel, is a lot more proud of what they're achieving right now too. Because even if you take a look at their women's division, they've also been starting to show us so much more in terms of their competitive MLBB gameplay. And right now here too, despite them being in the lower bracket, you see signs of life. You see how quick they are to actually find a way around the situation that they're currently facing. And as unfortunate as it may seem for True Rippers this time, we're really hoping that they take away a lot from this experience. You see the potential. You see how they always almost had a grasp of what had to be done, and they took control of a huge majority of this game, honestly. If you were to take a look back at the beginning to the...
Kita lihat ya Pama sama tim Spirit, habis itu Vitality, PES, atau PH ya, kita PH, Falcon PH. Jadi tim selanjutnya ya. Dalam kurang dari 30 menit.
Been in competitive play for like years at this point. What was the decision behind it?
那么女士们、先生们，欢迎来到看我们采访的我们广州的电竞团队。那今天我们首先采访的呢选手，首先想问你，为什么在这个比赛当中选择的是赛博剑圣这样的一个角色？
因为我们觉得剑锋是 Counter 目前版本的双边体系的，然后为了选这个英雄，我们教练也做了很多准备。
Well, I think this is a really strong hero. In fact, our coach have trained us a lot in practicing with this hero.
That's very cool. Unheard of. We're hearing new metagame being built as we speak. Speaking of which, you're one of the more experienced players in the Chinese MLBB scene. I want to ask you about how do you feel the region is developing at the moment and your experience in it so far?
是的，非常棒的。那么我们呢，整个的这一个游戏项目在中国地区也是发展的非常蓬勃的。我们想要看一下您的意见，您觉得这个游戏在中国地区的发展如何呢？
其实中国玩 MLBB 的人还是比较少的，但是对于中国电竞，我一直觉得中国电竞会很厉害，所以我们 MLBB 项目的中国选手也在不断变强。
Well, at the moment, there are not a lot of people playing MLBB in the Chinese region. However, we think there will be more and more people playing, and that's why we are getting stronger. And all of our players are practicing hard to make us to be a really strong team.
I mean, thanks to your representation here today, we're seeing more and more of that in the future. Now, let's look at that future. You'll be playing against the loser of Team Spirit and Team Vamos. Who do you think you'll be facing off in the lower bracket?
是的，我们相信也会如此。那我们看一下，在未来的话呢，您将会面对的是 Team Spirit 和 Team Vamos 这两个团队当中的，他们是这个属于失败者。那么你觉得你将会面对的是哪个选手呢？哪个选队？
我觉得 Team Spirit 和 Team Vamos 这两支队伍都是很强的，他们一个来自俄罗斯赛区，一个来自马来西亚赛区，都是其中的1、2号种子。然后我觉得我们会对阵到 Vamos 战队。
Well, I think they both really strong teams, and one of them is from Russia, and the other is from Malaysia. So I think they really both strong. However, probably I guess we will face Team Vamos.
Team Vamos. All right, we'll see how that ends up. That'll be the case. Prediction for later on today. Finally, you got those Chinese fans, those players that are looking up to you right now. Do you have any message to them to support you through your lower bracket run at MSC?
那是的。那么最后一个问题呢？我们可以看到您也是有非常多的粉丝的。对于您的粉丝，您有什么想说的吗？他们一路支持您，那么在我们的这个电竞比赛上打比赛，您有什么想告诉粉丝的？
其实我很感谢支持每个 MLBB 赛事的粉丝，然后也感谢大家的观看。其次，我特别想针对中国的粉丝说，就是因为中国赛区的成绩一直不太好，但我觉得我们这次可以碾碎对手的钥匙。
Well, in fact, I really appreciate all the fans' support all over the world, and I would like to tell our fans that maybe in the past the Chinese region's scores were not that high, but this time we have the confidence we wanted to win.
I mean, it's showing very well. One more time, our victors, Guangzhou Gaming and May, thank you for joining us, but it's time for you to do the honors. Our first key crushing here at MSC is gonna be in your hands. I'm gonna invite the rest of your team to join me in here. Now I want us all to go back together. Thank you very much again to our translator, June. Come on over with me, my friends.
谢谢，谢谢。
We're gonna open up our door. It's time for you to do the big piece, my friends. Walk on in and crush the first key of MSC at EWC 2026. Go on in, all of you.
大家进来。
You can choose whoever wants to crush the key
我
together.
们现在呢，可以来看一下我们要做这样的一个仪式啊，您可以选择一起的来做这样的一个奖牌，还是说以某一个人来打印这个奖牌。
CY will be the one to do it here. That is the True Rippers key as they've been eliminated from MSC.
这是我们 MSC 方面的第一个这样的奖牌。
Pushing deeper, and there's the key, and it snaps in half. Our first key crush at MSC at EWC 2026. We talked about it earlier this morning. Everybody comes in with their own key, their own heart. And at the end of their run, should it end early like here in the group stage, their key, my friends, will look exactly like this. Feast your eyes upon it. Destruction has come, but that's only the beginning here for Guangzhou Gaming. Back to our panel.
Yes, it is only the beginning for China here at MSC, and with $65,000 guaranteed at this point, even if they lose against their upcoming matchup, they've got to be happy with what they've done so far. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Rain Day, joined by my boys Naisu and LaFell. Guys, that was a great showing. I think if you're GZG, you had a loss, you come back, you win 2-0. What else can you ask for?
Yeah, that was, they had to come back in that game. It's tough to see, man, again, for True Rippers. You know, this has happened a couple times now for them, but I guess you chalk it up as a learning experience. It's the first time on the international stage. We even saw this before, you know, with our new teams coming into internationals, and it seems to be just part of the process, I feel like, you know, and hopefully they come back stronger in the future.
Yeah, there's nothing to take. I mean, to me, when I look at a team that comes here, their first time representing India at an international stage, you have to be proud. You know, you're representing so many people, you're representing so much accumulative effort, and to be able to be here, yes, you're taking something back that improves the region, and next time when you show up, you have that to lean on.
I mean, here's the thing. I think they can do it because we've seen solid market coming in from the team when it comes to the draft. It's pretty solid as well. The only reason why they weren't able to get the win there is just because Guangzhou Gaming saw they saw the mistake where True Rippers were trying to set up the map for the upcoming Lord. They were taking it slow, but there was no one surveilling the area, and because of that, Guangzhou was able to take the Lord right under their noses and then re-establish the map for themselves. And at that point, True Rippers weren't really sure how to adapt to that. So it really is just becoming a thing where coming into the internationals, quite a lot of culture shock will happen here just because the way people play are very different.
Regions clash, but that's the beauty of an MSC. And a moment like this, you get to see the best of the best going toe-to-toe. GZG, TRX, it was a close game, and True Rippers actually led in terms of kills, Naisu.
Yeah, they had a lead for a better part of the early game and into the mid game, but I think that was the pivotal part, the moment in the game where, you know, Lord was started up by Guangzhou Gaming, and I thought with the lead that they had, that True Rippers would be like, hey, okay, we're not just going to give this away. And I think they expected a Lord dance, like we like to call it, but GZG was like, no, we're just going to take this from you. And that was a big swing in favor of what started to turn the tide in that game too.
And if I may, this is kind of a Rome diff, but not because of the players, but because of the hero. Because Atlas basically does what Guinevere does, but much better. Part of it is because the cooldown on the spatial migration from the Gwyn starts off at 14 seconds. That's such a long time to wait for a set. That's kind of why we see Gwyn more popular in the jungle or the EXP, just because you get your levels faster, so your cooldowns actually get to a point where it's serviceable. And then we saw once Kimi jumps onto someone, if they have the Purify, it really doesn't matter compared to the Atlas coming in from Guangzhou Gaming. Even if they Purify, it really doesn't matter. There's multiple ways for them to go on the fight. So compared to both of them, True Rippers didn't have, I would say, a reliable way to start the fight compared to Guangzhou.
I mean, Atlas was picked twice. They led it through twice. And the issue was the Valentina came up as a response to that. But when you look at Valentina responding to Atlas every time, you're also saying, then we're not going to take Eudora.
Yeah, no Eudora part of the play there through the draft, but I think also another part of that play that really worked out well, and we kind of wanted to see this because before that game, I think it was picked up once, was the Nolan. You know, the Nolan, the burst damage packed into that hero is insane. You already saw it, how well that Recall waited for his moments. I mean, that's the big part of Nolan in general, but also a lot of assassin picks right now. Like, you really have to wait for your moment, and Recall did that for the most part towards that mid to late game, where then he was just bursting people down with that Nolan combo we've seen so much of.
Well, it's a great showcase from GZG, and today's schedule should continue to give us some great games at MSC. We've got True Rippers going down, our first team to exit this tournament, to Guangzhou Gaming. Like I said, they've upped their prize pool to $65,000 as a result of that, and another 65 on the line for our upper bracket in Group A. Our first match, Team Vamos versus Team Spirit, coming up next. These two teams, juggernauts in their own right, representing EECA and obviously, I believe, Malaysia. And that is a great showcase of two teams who have been playing well, who have nothing really to fear as well, LaFell, because even if they lose, they still have another chance.
And here's the thing, I feel like for all of us here, this is the match that's very difficult to call because Team Spirit, we expected them to be strong, and they are. For Vamos, we weren't expecting this kind of play, and then suddenly they just showed up. So the factor here that's making it difficult for us to call is how strong Vamos really is, because I feel like even going up against Team Falcons Mena, they didn't really show everything just yet. They showed they were strong, but they weren't pushed to their limits. So it really is going to be quite difficult to call between Spirit and Vamos.
I like that even it was hard to call when they Malosh was asking, you know, exactly who would you want to face up? Yeah, face up against. It's really difficult to call that because depending on who wins this and of course who loses and goes down to the lower bracket, that's a hard game to call because you also now in this one with Vamos and Team Spirit, you've got two promising young talents, young junglers looking to battle it out. And this is, people have been asking for, you know, obviously the meta has shifted now where assassins seem to be more of the move for a lot of teams. And these two junglers that we're going to see here in the next matchup are some of the best on these assassin type junglers.
Yeah, he's talking about Error 404 and Zauer Egoist, not just the young junglers, the third youngest and the youngest here in this tournament at MSC. An exciting matchup underway. And if you think you know who's going to win, make sure to get your pick'ems in. That's right, scan the QR code, take part. You will be a part of this broadcast. See if you can get your vote in right. For those who went 75% Guangzhou Gaming, you're already off to a great start today. So keep it up and make sure to get your pick'ems in. We'll show them once we get closer to the start of the match. We'll be right back in just a moment, but we want to remind you that Acecraft is a game, if you haven't played, there is a new way to play in We Fly Together. Some new co-op for those who want to get involved. Check it out.
Gua di Spirit lawan Power, gua yang menang di Spirit sih. Ya, terus kayaknya bakal dimajuin waktunya sih. Dimajuin sih waktunya. CGG pelancong. Ada ramai lagi. Ya, lagi tidak. Ayo kita nonton yang ngepel ini kalian lah. Sama ngepel ini. Malaysia. Berburik. Sama lagi Cina juga, Cok. Ini juga sama. Ini berapa lama nih? Masih nggak terlalu lama ya kayak ini, Des.
Every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Okay, man, right?
Okay, this one look like Chinese.
Kyle TZ?
Oh, Flap TZ?
No.
Hogwen?
No.
Carl TZ?
No.
Asaji? Sanford?
No.
My team? Sansalap?
I think
Hiko. Ah, that's crazy.
But Hiko looks so different. Very cute.
Who's that baby? Well, Hiko was actually the answer. Kid Bum was like, what? No way. I love the surprise there. I love that segment, too. We got to see more kid pics there on the broadcast. I love seeing it. Oh, rewind in time. I think a lot of those babies, when their parents were looking at them all cuddly, all cute. I have a 17-month-old daughter myself. They probably didn't imagine them at MSC a few years later, which is pretty exciting.
I'm scared of babies.
Are you?
You're scared of babies?
I don't trust them. Something about them.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Nefarious.
Every time I look at it, I'm like, whoa, hold on. And I've seen enough
Yeah.
movies to confirm my suspicions.
Boss
About
baby.
what?
Boss baby.
Boss baby.
I knew it.
He knew it.
Yeah.
Rain Man knew it.
The Rain Man.
Come on, man. Don't get me wrong. It's Rain Day, man. Come on.
Come on, man.
Hey, come
By the
on.
way, let me just say, I think they could have gotten Hiko if he was wearing glasses.
Yeah,
That's the big difference. You know, the baby wasn't wearing glasses. See, deceptive.
It is, and you got to watch out for babies. That's the lesson here from LaFell as well. I know. I got to watch out for my baby, otherwise I won't sleep. That's the one thing I need to watch out for.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So I'm so excited to introduce this matchup because when you look at these two teams, I mean, these are juggernauts, and the juggernaut matchup is really between the youngsters here. 17 years old in Error 404. Zaur Egoist on the side of Team Spirit, 16 years old, the youngest player in this entire tournament. Two future superstars. I don't know, Naisu.
You know, that gets junglers get excited for the meta, and then the audience gets really excited to see what these junglers are capable of doing. Again, that's why, you know, Rain Day, I know you probably didn't get to see it too much, but we were back in the day. We were in this utility meta, and it was very slow paced, very tanky based. But now you have all the flashy heroes coming up, and you get these young stars like this to go ahead and showcase that, and that's what people get excited to see. And it also works really well currently with that adaptability or that flexibility of what you can do in the draft with so many different styles of play when it comes to the draft.
Can I just say, I don't even remember what I was doing when I was 16. I don't remember 16.
It was that long ago.
16 is literally, like, I'm literally double his age.
Wow.
You're double his age.
Double his age.
Wow. Has that brought you double the experience? Double the wisdom?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Actually, no, now I remember. I think at 16 is where I got my first friend.
Wow.
Because at 15,
the first of many,
because at 15,
how did it take so long, man?
Because 15, then I learned how to talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had 14 years where I didn't know how to talk. Autism, you know?
That's quite delayed.
Wow.
That's quite delayed.
There's a lot I'm learning here, and the storylines continue as we look at Team Vamos' roster and start to dissect their journey. Arrow 404, the jungler, of course, but Zipat, Klakun, Zekeef, Natko all have their own individual stories to make up a team that many consider to be potential champions at MSC. Can they prove them right? Can they prove the doubters wrong? We'll find out because their journey, like many others here, really is wanting one to be ended with a championship.
So firstly, Team Vamos started at season 14 Empire MY, and then we qualified to M6. When I left, they never qualified to international tournament anymore. I'm joined back to Team Vamos middle of season 17, and we made it. We go to MSC right now.
For season 17, Team Vamos is a last-minute roster, right? For me, I think going to EWC is a miracle.
So when we qualify to MSC, I'm so happy and also proud for my team. we expect that Team Falcon Mana will be a strong team also because they make it to the main stage and we just focus on our strength.
We will not underestimate them. We treat them like all our teams.
Just keep improving in our practice. Yeah, bring a new meta.
SRG always get the podium right in top 3 in every tournament. Number 2, Malaysian team need to step up and become like them. If we doesn't have SRG, then Malaysia is like nothing, right?
Keep improving and keep climbing slowly. Just prove that we can be a strong contender in this tournament.
In the grand final of MPLM Boys Season 17, we are losing to SRG 4-0, and that time Aero 4 was crying. I feel disappointed with myself because I think I can do much more better. I always had a dream to help my mom, especially about money, right? So being able to be here at EWC is like dreams come true. The prize pool is so big. I think that is big enough to help my mom.
So just keep believing us and pray for us also. Live you.
The journey and the dream of helping your parents who, like when we saw Hiko as a baby, had no idea they would be in this position, but that is the life that they are living right now. What a great opportunity here to move forward in the prize pool. $65,000 to the winner. But again, LaFell, they don't have to worry about going home. This is truly a matchup that's going to teach both these teams a lot as to how they need to succeed moving forward.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Vamos, honestly, like we won't have enough time to talk about all of their stories, but there is a lot. Supa, as we saw in the interview earlier, he was a star, but then, you know, he dropped his performance and he had to go play in the amateur league. He had to prove himself, and then once he did, he got back into the pro scene and now back in MSC. That's a crazy story. And then ZK, like, if you know how tough he had it before becoming a professional player, he has a lot of motivation to be here and hopefully to go all the way to the championship, and hopefully his whole family's life turns around.
Again, I think, as you saw there too, a lot of these players, you got to remember, even the audience out there, that a lot of these players here are not just for themselves, but like for their families. You know, that's one thing that is such a big deal. It's life-changing money. I know we have that with the EWC 2026, and for these players competing here, they all want to help family or, you know, their own selves excel in life, and that's kind of also what's at stake here when we talk about these matchups.
Well, I mean, they're going up against what some have referred to as gatekeepers in Team Spirit. This is a team that has the youngest player, Zara Egoist, as a jungler in an assassin meta, or a meta that might just be still developing. We'll find out. Kid Bumba, you saw him earlier, Sunset Lover Sao, and Hiko, of course, making up this team that has high hopes. And, of course, championship impact is what they hope to bring to this first set of the day and continue moving on into our top 8. However, we had a chance to speak with Hiko about his expectations going into this matchup against Team Vamos, who no one is underestimating.
Eterna here, and now we are with Hiko from Team Spirit. Hiko, how are you feeling coming to this next matchup?
Yeah, I'm very confident right now.
Very confident right now. I mean, it shows in your gameplay. We saw yesterday that there was a Paquito and a Freya in the gold lane. Does this mean that the fighter gold laners are back?
I think yes, because like yesterday, TLPH was beaten by Aurora, and Sigibum also was playing Paquito Freya, so that's it.
Oh, okay, wait, but like, is that the reason? Like, why are fighters so strong in the gold lane now?
Because marksman cannot do anything versus.
Apa nih, tiba-tiba iklan mulu ini, Cok.
And do something versus them, and you cannot kill easily these fighters in gold lane.
Okay, so they're a lot less vulnerable to the assassins in the meta right now.
Yeah.
But you personally, do you like playing the marksman or the fighters? Because I mean, last time around we saw you at MSC, you were so good on the marksman.
I'm just adapting, like, I don't care anymore about playing fighters or marksmen, so I'm just adapting. I'm playing for team, and, you know, I'm just doing my work here.
So can we expect you to go fighter again in this next matchup?
Maybe, but maybe we will see some marksmen, I don't know, so we'll see in match.
See in the match, because you're head-to-head against Natko.
Yeah.
And I think Natko is also pretty good on the fighters in the gold lane.
Yeah.
What do you think about Natko?
I think he good marksman, good fighter gold lane player, so we'll see who better right now.
Okay, so we'll see in the game later. So you can't tell me now who's better.
We'll see.
we'll see. But I heard that you've met Natko in scrims. I heard that you are scrim partners with Vamos. Is that true?
We scrimmed like 2 times maybe.
Okay, 1 or 2 times. Does that mean you have more information on Vamos? Does that give you an advantage maybe in this matchup?
We'll see. I don't know.
Okay, he doesn't know. But you did boot camp in Malaysia.
Yeah.
How was that for you? What did you learn from there?
We learn a lot. We adapt to Asian meta, like Asian playstyle, and we have some good information, and we have great preparation for this EWC, so we're very confident in this tournament.
What do you think will be your main challenge against Vamos?
To play discipline.
To play discipline?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think that that's a problem for your team?
No, but you know, team like Vamos, they like to fight, and in these fights you need to like stay calm and like maybe dodge some fights and just play your playstyle, not like enemy playstyle. Yeah.
This will be a very interesting match. And coming into it, do you have a message to Vamos?
Good luck and have fun and enjoy the game.
Okay, thank you so much, Hiko. We'll see you later. And of course, back to you guys.
I don't know, man. Good luck, have fun, enjoy the game. Feels like that could be like start of a horror movie right there against Hiko.
That's the start of
enjoy.
I have nothing to say.
That's the standard.
Let me go.
Let me go, Eterna. Stop asking questions.
This interview has so much to say. I just want to play the game. But yeah,
he did give us some really good insight onto the gold. Why if we were seeing fighters more, it's their ability to deal with assassins.
Yeah, they need to survive because otherwise, if you do pick a traditional marksman, we've seen it before, you get picked on, right? They're gonna go right for that lane, try to take you out of the picture, and you know, Hiko is one of those prominent players in the gold lane. When he was introduced to us on the international stage, it became Hiko Mania because he got he was the first one. Was this M6 where he got the Savage?
Honestly, I feel like almost every international that he's in, he's got Savages. So, and honestly, when he played it earlier, he could have gotten the Savages, but was stolen by Czar Egoist. Even Mirko was like, bro, why'd you do that, right?
But he's Czar, Egoist.
Czar. He's like,
I mean, here's the thing.
Egoist, you know?
We even saw yesterday in the Onyx matchup against 57 how Doom was using the Claude. Bro, you could not do anything as a Claude going up against Auroras and the like. So yeah, I feel like in this matchup, getting a marksman is going to be rare, except for Moscow.
Except
I feel
for
like
Moscow,
you can protect yourself.
Well, he's got that pushback, right, on the second ability, and I think that helps to clear out maybe an assassin that's jumping at you. We asked you to get your pick'ems in. You got them in. 83% for Team Spirit. That is lopsided. Team Vamos. Are you surprised by this or pretty expected the way you think this matchup's going to go?
Roughly expected, just because, again, Vamos coming in, people are saying that in Malaysia, the only threat is long-range giants. Vamos is not a big deal, especially because maybe they thought, hey, you know what, maybe against Falcons Mina, they had a bad day, so Vamos just took advantage of that.
I mean, that's one of the things, Naisu, they said they need to improve on. Everyone thinks that it's SRG. They've won everything. Can they make that moment now?
I think they have to. A lot of people just put SRG, like LaFell mentioned, as that big threat. Well, this is a chance, an opportunity for Team Vamos to take down who a lot of people put in the top 5, you know, power rankings of Team Spirit there. They've been amazing.
Well, we call them the gatekeepers for a reason. Such an incredible squad, but you cannot ever count out Error 404 and Team Vamos. They are on a mission to prove that they belong in the top conversation of teams here from Malaysia and at MSC. We'll find out in Game 1 of this series if it happens.
Oh my, match 1. We already sent one team home by getting their keys crushed. Milosh, what's up in match 2?
Honestly, this one now, at least we're going to take a break from key crushing, where we're going to let our crusher, Gertrude, whatever we want to call it at the end of the day, just rest for a bit until game number 4, because 2 and 3 are all about the upper bracket. Whoever wins the next 2 matches is able to advance in the upper bracket and secure a spot in the knockout stage. That would be huge for any team here at MSC 26.
I agree, and as we enter the second match of the day, we are battling for the first knockout stages tickets. To my Malaysians in the venue, it's time to Hala Vamos! Back in M6, their journey got cut short by Team Spirit. And as they meet their former foes once again, Can Team Vamos settle the score across the boards and make Malaysians proud?
Well,
they're gonna have a tough time because their opponents are Team Spirit. The Prodigies showed off his skills on day one of groups, clearing Ignite Gaming as planned for and even expected. Today, the opportunity to advance to knockouts arises. Can they seize the moment against a tough opponent?
And you know what, Milosh? I think that in the Land of Dawn, this will be a battle of the junglers. We have Error 404 and Zara Egoist, both the Prodigies.
I can't believe it. This is the head-to-head that we've been looking for, and you're only getting this here at the MSC 26 group stage. So please, gentlemen, Team Spirit, please go ahead. My friends at Team Vamos, place your keys. Captains, remember to shake hands. Let's keep it clean for this one because there's a lot on the line. I know there's a lot of respect, but still, there it is. Respect between both of our teams and our captains. Who can advance to the knockout stage? Our first one is up on the board. We'll send it back to our panel to get us ready.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milosh, as we take a look at Team Vamos and Team Spirit. Two teams with a lot to prove and starting their journey here. Hopefully one moving on into the playoffs, one still having a chance, even if they lose. So maybe a little bit of lighter, maybe a little bit more learning as a feeling here going on, LaFell. It's just you still want to show up for your region, for your team, for your organization, and for yourself, those bigger stories we talked about. And of course, if you are joining us, I want to remind you that there is a new interactive effect, Happy Rhino Day, brand new in shop. Make sure to check it out. Get those interactive effects. Those look cool.
Rhino Day.
Rhino Day. Rhino Man, Rain Man?
Rhino Man,
Day,
Rain Man, that can work.
It's something, it's close.
Although I do have to say, we talked a little bit about the jungle matchup, but when we're talking about Team Spirit, the laners, man, Hiko as well as Kip Bomba has showed up every single international. Like, I gotta say, like most EXP laners as well as bot laners, they've been quite vocal by saying it's very difficult to go up against them. And even though Kip Bomba in the interview, he's already said, is not thinking about winning the lane anymore. He's really thinking about how he gets out of the lane and actually help out his team. So that's something that we have to see, because so far for Vamos, the clear standout is Error 404.
Yeah.
When we're looking at Team Spirit, if somehow Zara Egoist doesn't have a good time, we still got Hiko, we still got Kip Bomba. So that's something that we can say that, at least for Team Spirit, there's multiple win conditions.
We are talking about Vamos team, multiple win conditions. Would you consider Natco a win condition as well, especially in a meta where he's got some EXP, right? He's been an EXP laner before, now in the gold lane, but having a chance to play a fighter in a gold lane means these are pretty familiar heroes for his pool.
Honestly, I hope so. I hope so, because they won the opener match. They went up against Falcon's Mena, and his Claude was okay in the gold lane, in the lane itself, but once you get into the team fights, he gets kicked by the Cho. He gets bursted by the jungler, right? So we saw that Natco didn't have that much of an impact, but like Hiko said, it's so hard to survive as a marksman. So I hope they do adjust. I want to see what kind of fighters that he can bring out here.
And that's why also Hiko mentioned that, you know, when it gets to it, you got to stay calm and collected. You got to keep that discipline when it comes to the team fights, because, you know, those gold laners have been through this now for seasons on seasons and tournaments on tournaments. They dealt with that pressure, and yeah, fighter just kind of helps alleviate some of that pressure, I feel like, for a lot of them, and that's why they kind of opt for that. But you can already see too, the Paquita is going to be banned out by Vamos here. Now for Coach Coldstar and the rest of Team Spirit here, we'll see what they're deciding to lean towards, because now that's the case with the meta, because before it was almost so standard that you'd be like, all right, this first pick on blue side, here comes right away the first swing on the red. But now it's like, what does the team want to play around? What is that personality or that composition that they're going to bring to the table? And that's why when LaFell mentioned it earlier, there's just so many different approaches you can take to the draft that it's not as easy to call off those first picks, other than the fact that, yes, you might have an Atlas come through if it's open, a Eudora, the Ling obviously still contested, Herrera hasn't been banned out yet, so that could pop up here in game one.
Well, the Esmeralda, the Paquito banned out. Atlas, I think that's a smart ban, as well as the Fanny. Atlas taken 2 games in a row by Guangzhou Gaming and 2 wins for them. I haven't seen some of our teams who have made it into this upper bracket give Atlas as easily. But notably here, the Error 404 is out Egoist matchup still possible for a Herrera and a Ling. for either side.
The thing is, Team Spirit, I feel like the question right now is, do they ban out the Eudora? Because I feel like for Vamos, considering, like you said, Ling and Hirara both are open. And I feel like for Era 404, he doesn't matter which he's going to get. So I think
there it is.
That's quite a risk, taking out the Eudora. So this might be a more, a more predictable kind of draft, but instead Vamos picks up the Freya because again, Ling and Hirara both are open. So it's kind of like, you take whatever you want, I'm okay with both. And the thing about Era 404 is he might not even consider either, right? Because he already showed the Guinevere and it was pretty good. So we'll see whether he will default to that again or just like, you know what, let's fight fire. You pick up the Ling, I'm gonna pick up Hirara.
How do you feel about the Phoveus? Nice, just
I think it's good
so far.
Yeah, I think you need to go ahead and grab that just because again, you know that there's going to be a lot of chances for you to go ahead and utilize your Infernal Pursuit or just again, Phoveus is he's a bulwark from the beginning of the game all the way towards the end. And he's going to have to deal with the dashes. And this is one thing, too. You know that potentially if you guys are planning to take the Ling, that Hirara is going to go on the other side. So then, again, you're utilizing Phoveus to, like, max capacity here.
And over here, I gotta say, Clockwood is gonna play a pivotal role because he picked up the Zushin, which is a good way to deal with the Phoveus, but they gotta make sure that they have enough shred. For now, they don't really have that shred just yet, especially because right now for Vamos, it looks like they're opening up an opportunity for them to go for double fighters. The problem is they really don't have a lot of range. They already locked in the Zushin as well as the Hirara. So kind of like Aurora, they gotta win basically immediately so that it doesn't really matter. But I like that they're opening up a chance for potentially something like a carry, something like a Moskov to be able to deal with this kind of composition against Team Spirit, which now they have the Valentina. A lot of picks for the Valentina, by the way, here in MSC.
It was tough for Asuna and True Rippers last game. Valentina waiting for that. But just could not really pull it off. Didn't find the right moment to stand out, which we've seen
yeah, it's been interesting to see Barat's growing in the XP lane. You know, it's just we're so used to before seeing him in the jungle, and then it was actually Kid Bomba that brought him first to the XP lane, and you know they're going to be the one to go ahead and ban that out just because again they already have their XP laner locked in. They essentially are planning to go ahead and get the upper hand of the XP, which is so important because like Lefel mentioned, you know, Kid Bomba himself said he wants to get to these fights. He wants to help secure these objectives. That seems to be the main point, where before, and depending on the heroes, sometimes your XP is, I want to win this lane and try to snowball and make it happen. This is usually the case too with Yu Zhang, for example.
Yeah.
Like we saw where if you get an early kill, you get an early snowball in the XP lane, then you're even more deadly than you'd expect on a hero like that. So there's the Moskov ban coming out from Vamos.
Right now I'm looking at Ruby because Ruby is a potential pick that honestly Team Spirit could take.
Ban Berat, ban Moskov, oke.
Making it easier for the Link.
Sekarang mereka butuh sesuatu yang pergerakan ya. Pergelingnya nggak terlalu ini ya.
Beleric still available as well, Jerome. Been picked up and highly prioritized. The answer
pergelingnya ada TB. Kalau ada TB pakai
one of those get off. Who do you think feels right now has a better answer? What do they need to do? I guess if you're looking at Vamos to have an answer for what Wrestling is going to bring on the side of Zara Egoist.
Kayaknya kalau butuh if they want to play double fighters, pick up an Alice to deal with the Phoveus and basically everyone from Team Spirit. Because right now they do have the Valentina. It's a mid-range mage. He should have a lot of impact there.
They're most likely, I'm expecting Team Spirit to go ahead and take the Beleric here. I can't see what else they would want to plant into the Roam, just because again, yeah, Belric's going to be banned, so they don't get it. That's good. So now, yeah, that leaves the question, what do you pick up in the Roam here? You still want to go ahead and wait for your gold lane too, or do you pick it up now? That's something they can play around.
Something that Vamos has used before against Falcons meta was that Minotaur. So maybe that could also potentially be an answer in case they want to go for a lot of bursts. Then the Minotaur with the Flask of the Oasis is able to help them out, survive that initial burst damage, and then eventually just win out. Because looking at the Freya, the Zushin, as well as the Hirara, this is telling me in a prolonged fight, we will win.
Yeah, this is why it's such a big decision here right now for Team Spirit. If they want to go ahead and show their cards in the Roam, The shields that are going to come through too, I mean, that'll help extend the fight if you're Team Vamos, but it's also just the amount of...
They take it away.
They take it away. This is a really good call here, Lefel, too, that you get that. Because think about it, the Minotaur with the Jushin that paired up, that amount of crowd control that comes with that is a whole lot to try to burst through, especially if you're a Ling and you're trying to, you know, find that right window of opportunity to jump in, Tempest Blades, get the damage off. So really good to lock that in. And we wait to see what Nico's going to end up playing in that gold lane. So now the last 2 picks for Team Vamos.
I feel like Alice would be a pretty good answer going against Team Spirit for now. And then in terms of the roam pick, I think HO could still be serviceable. It is difficult because there is a Phoveus, but they need someone to slow the engage coming in, because the Zushin can pull the Minotaur in. If you want to... Oh, they pick up the Melissa. Wow. Melissa as well as the Hylos here. So this is very interesting. They're just saying, in case he goes to the late game, we'll be able to do well. And the Melissa pick really is just to win the lane.
Yeah.
However, interesting enough, Natco before this did not use the Inspire, used the Flicker. I wonder if he will still stick the same style.
Does this do anything with... I don't know. This is me asking. I guess we see the Claude, so there's no longer any mystery to my question. But Melissa, in this kind of like bruiser heavy, you know, approach where there's a lot of CC and stun, does she help to peel that a little bit?
Yeah, honestly, she does. The go away helps a lot when it comes to dealing with picks like the Phoveus. Against the Ling, maybe not, because I feel like the Ling's range still gets into Melissa, and then 2 or 3 hits, she's gonna die. But I feel like part of the reason they picked this up is to deal with the Phoveus, because the first 3 picks, they don't have an answer for the Phoveus. The Hylos as well as Melissa does.
They do have the range damage now as well. 2 undefeated teams so far in their first series, now looking to stay undefeated or see if they will drop out to face the eliminated team, or at least the team in the lower bracket side, Guangzhou Gaming. We'll find out in just a moment as we kick off our Series 2 of the day, Game 1 versus Team Vamos and Team Spirit.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Here, we're going to see our second best of 3 play out. Luckily, no pressure. None of their keys are going to get destroyed, but truly looking for that qualification spot has put enough of a spotlight on both of our teams here today. It's going to be Vamos on the blue side facing up against Team Spirit. For anyone just tuning in, welcome.
Hey, even though there's no pressure of being eliminated, that qualification spot, being the first one to knockouts, that's going to be massive for them as they get to watch everybody else with no pressure, having all the prep time in the world to make it to the knockout stage. Now, let's talk a little bit about this matchup, Gideon. The Melissa pickup there for Vamos, and I'd say really good move by Spirit, just holding out for Hiko's pick all the way to the end. The Claude is a known counter against this Melissa. Another thing you guys need to know, though, is the Flicker choice, not the Inspire for the Melissa. With the new Melissa, you go for pull yourself together, you rack up those assists, and you get the cooldown on Flicker very quickly up.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want here, is they're already looking for the early invade. They might get first blood here, but TS decide, no, we're not going to contest the Lethal Wanderer, let them have it. We're going to play for the later half of the game anyways. I think that at this stage, and especially, with the pull, hold up, an early Flicker getting baited out, actually forced out from Sunset Lover.
Still pretty oppressive in lane, man. The juice in, even after all these nerfs. Again, it's to pull yourself together for Natco. All about picking up those assists, getting to a point where the Flicker is on super low cooldown, and then just surviving throughout these skirmishes, being that consistent damage source. Zaur, already level 4, but I don't think going on Clockwood is wise right now with the Flicker up and with the Brave Smite.
Probably not the greatest idea, but I like the fact that Supat has opted to go for the Weakness Finder just to say, you know what, as much as I love Warcraft, I want to punish Kid Bomba in the lane as much as I possibly can, and they're looking for it now.
Yep, rotation over, Bomba able to still pick up that XP crab now again. Supat jumps in twice, but Zekeith is going to rotate over as well. Kid Bomba with the Dark Wave landing on 2 now. Flicker down to safety, and Pursuit is already there. Tempest Blades comes in with Sour Eagles.
Walah, prenya terlalu maju tuh.
First blood away.
Prenya terlalu maju, Cok.
But out to the Lantern Flare to throw him back into Zekeith. And it's a double pickup as Sawo with no Flicker is fed right onto the Hirara.
Can they get anything more for this? And it looks like no, nothing else. The Glorious Pathway being stolen away as topside. Natco doing a pretty good job in this lane, staying very, very healthy. But with everything that has happened, at least for Kid Bomba's side, hey, we delayed this.
Dark Wave again, now the Glorious Pathway stolen by Sunset Lover. Quick trick him down for error. Zaur was still on the purple buff, and it's just a good escape as Zekeith lays down the carpet.
to get them all out. Yeah, but this means it's an instant invade on the side of Team Spirit, right? They're not going to give this up. They know for a fact, hey, Zeke has the recall. He already used the glorious pathway. He's not going to be here for a couple of seconds. So let's take what we can get and quickly rotate back over to the mid lane and maybe give some pressure over to Hiko, because so far it looks like he's getting punished.
Zeke's been playing an amazing game, man. Getting these Law and Orders at the right time, also just slowing Bomba. It's a zoning that we didn't get to see for some of the games we witnessed yesterday, and now they're already putting the pressure onto Zaur. Ego is giving Era 404 all the space to take lethal, to take control of enemy map, and just to get that advantage that they have technically already built up with that first turtle.
Honestly, the one thing I'm really happy with the meta right now is the way that, you know, the jungle is intended to go vertically against each other in these moments. I mean, obviously, Ling is super quick, but at the same time, if you make some decisive decisions, and more importantly, you actually struggle to fight for the tempo, you can get first movements in certain parts of the map. And you can tell, with the side laners, they want to keep it as neutral as possible to punish the opponents, but those mid lanes are constantly moving around.
And that was the reason me and you, Gideon, during the draft, were talking about a Cho pick instead of this Minotaur for Sao, something that could guarantee the mid-prio to rotate around the map. That right now, Vamos have complete control of. Look at this. Error. Oh, double immobilization now with a stun of the Law and Order to the pickup straight into Error again. Forces the glorious pathway defensively. Supan as well with Prio down below. After the retribution that he does. 18 seconds for the turtle. Error also used retreat, so he'll have it quicker.
I think overall, I think it's all right. At the end of the day, it's no harm, no foul. It's still putting Era in a pretty decent position, and at the same time, his retribution is going to come back up just slightly earlier, 5 seconds worth of difference between the two. So let's see how TS is going to delay this, right? They're already sending.
Oh God, Zeke, so well played, but clock on Error 404. The easiest turtle take for him as Bomba's not there to do anything. Sao throw back again. Minions Fury, the flicker backwards. Now look at the puppet. Oh, the muddle's doing damage. They're gonna go for the siege in the mid lane here. Our Ego is for the Tempest of Blades. Still up, pops it in, now goes for it. It's just to clear with the retreat onto the mid lane.
That's good, that's good. You need to make sure that mid-tier 1 stays open. Nako, he shouldn't be punished here unless Kid Bomba is willing to flicker for it, but even so, without no get away from me, it's gonna be a lot harder for Nako to keep himself alive. That battle spell, so valuable on all fronts. And yeah, as you mentioned, we were talking about initially getting the Cho just to kind of maybe force out Purifies and also have a quicker rotation overall. Every side needs a concussive blast user.
Samo's got no flicker, they want to abuse that fact. Hiko caught in the Glorious Pathway, immobilization coming down, the Purify's there, but it's immobilized, delayed perfectly. Zeke runs him down with the rest of the team. That's yet another pick-off for Vamos.
This is great. This is great for Vamos, and better yet, you can just tell. It's all not only is it about tempo, but just remembering how long does it take for the Minotaur to get the ult back up. So again, when you are on CD, your opposing team are looking to punish. And so far, Vamos has gotten a little bit more value all across the board in comparison to TS, but it's only a 1.3K. Not the biggest lead in the world for Vamos. We need to see the conversions after Natco gets unlocked.
And instantly after that statement, they find the conversion on the turret up top. Now it's going to give them so much more room to bully and deny far from Zaur Ego. Again, you can see Error. He's trying to force his way into enemy jungle, constantly trying to put that pressure while stealing these camps.
Oh, it's about to make control. Now the dive.
Bomba with the Dark Wave. Those muddles do a lot of damage. Lantern player throws him back straight on. Sao has him in his fury. Won't go for it. Hiko doing some damage right now. Sepan's able to pick up the turret down below. And look at the muddles. Poking Spirit down. All of them clumping together under this tier 1. Error is going to get another free turtle.
Luckily, it's Flying Cloud, so unfortunately, despite, you know, forcing the recalls early on, Vamos, they're not done just yet. They want this mid-tier 1.
Bomba can't do anything. He's going to have to flicker out. Minions Fury knocking him up, but Nako was able to flicker out of safety.
Oh my God.
Sao with yet another knock-up. Now a flicker out for Sao, but Clockun is a bit too aggressive. Did not want to use the Crimson Beacon, nor the Flicker.
Yep, got punished for it hard, and now they lose tier 1 up top side as well, just because they were so adamant on trying to break this mid-tier 1. Overall, it's not the worst thing in the world, but you can see that at least for Team Spirit, they're not completely out of this just yet. It's a matter of time before they can start clumping up and fighting front to back, which to be fair, is in Vamos' favor, assuming that Nako has that battle spell up, because he's going to get dove on pretty quickly by Zara Egoist, and that's going to cost him resources.
Someone knows there's no flicker on Nako, but he has to disengage now. Bomba, no flicker. He's going to be caught all alone, immobilized and isolated. Error 404 picks up his first Sky Piercer stat. Wants a bit more, just a bit of poke onto Sunset Lover.
Tier 1s, top and bottom side. We need to get this conversion soon, or at the very least, try to take away that front wall, which has been a big contention for the early stages of the game. Luckily for Zara Egoist, he's more than willing to actually use his retribution to secure it every single time, and now he's got a level above Arrow 404.
It's so difficult for Hiko to walk up right now. In a 1v1, he should do well against the Melissa. But keep on the high lows. It's almost never 1v1. Sunset caught on the bad spot. The Darkwave Vlad's Error is caught. Now the feel for the rest of the team as Error is able to escape as the Tempest of Blades comes in from Zaur. Bomba's in the Comet Glorious Pathway and the Lancer Flare as well. Valkyrie is sending down as well. Bomba's able to flicker out to safety, but it's going to be the Inferno Pursuit that saves him for a bit. Sapana and Turret taken down as well as Hiko now puts the pressure with the Blazing Duet on Error 404, but he gets away in time still. It's glowing one of Sunset Lover that takes him down.
Ah, good punish, good punish. It should have been a 1-for-1 there. Bit of an overextension so far, but it's not over because so far Nako has been playing one hell of a game. Even when the frontliners start to peel backwards, they don't necessarily escape the danger. And with the get away from me, that's a clear sign we can't go any further than this line.
Zaur is still a level ahead. It's 3 turtles to Vamos with so much pressure from Vamos. Yet Zaur finds himself in the lead right now. Purple buff not available for him. Retribution steals it away somehow. Bomba's gonna have to run away with no flicker. He pops in the dark wave and goes in for a desperate move. Picks up the Lord and a killing spree.
Oh my goodness, that has got to be so upsetting. I mean, I can only imagine, like, especially if you're in Zara Egoist's position.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like, he comes back. I've tried my hardest to try and save it, and I think he might have retreated too early. Let's see it right here.
Oh, he did! Like, it was right on the border. He retreated right as he got. Oh god.
I hate the fact that this visual indicator, that line is too thick. We need a cleaner line here to know exactly when, or do the smart thing and crunch the numbers as they're looking to siege underneath the inhibitor.
Muddle's placed down. Nako now brings it back. Hiko's gonna be caught by the stun of Law and Order. And the Lord is still very much healthy down below. Vamos are playing this clean siege game against Team Spirit.
This is disgusting. We're used to the sieges coming in from like the Yves, the Farsas, but now when we have Muddles, it's just constantly being thrown underneath that inhibitor. And there's very little that Team Spirit can actually do in these moments. Luckily, at least, with the Lord crashing down on the Holy Shielding side, maybe they've got an opportunity.
Uh-oh. Baba popped in. That shoulder bash a bit too far. He gets baited out of it. Lands on everybody. But he gets taken out with the Crimson Beacon zoning. Hiko away. He has to BMI backwards at the Ling. Zaur has to handle down below. That's a far lane base turret taken for Vamos.
So far, this Melissa pick has been doing wonders. Even though it's not picking up the most amount of kills, being 0-4 on those assists is great enough. He's peeled for his frontliners more times than the actual supports.
Again, it's the Muddles. Onto the back, doing some damage. Just poke and poke. Spirit able to keep their 2 base turrets alive, but I think for Vamos, it's already a win. They wanted the far lane, they wanted that control. They didn't want Zaur to be able to dictate the pace of that far lane, and now he shouldn't be able to.
All right, I think we need a quick item look here. We see the hand cams, everybody, top tier mechanics here. Trying to make sure that they're keeping up fast, but we need to see what they currently have. 3 items already done here for this Melissa, looking for a winsome nature just to keep themselves alive against someone like the Claw, who, unfortunately for Hiko, hasn't completed the Trinity himself. From everybody else, I'm most worried about anybody who wants to go up forward, people like Kid Bomba, because the Ice Queen's wand is completed for Clawkun, so running away is even harder.
The biggest problem I see right now is the fact that they just don't have enough damage, right? Like, this composition really relies on both Zaur and Hiko to be ahead. Zaur's doing a pretty good job at keeping things level despite the 3 turtles that Vamos have taken, but Hiko on the other side, because they've been trying to give all the farm to Zaur, Hiko has suffered. He's only now finished up the Swift Trinity. And you can see it's almost a 1-item difference here. Natko gonna pick up the win of nature very soon.
Yeah, I mean, as much as Clawkun has already, you know, given his life in weird times, he's still a full item I mean, yes, the Lightning Truncheon is always going to be good for that extra bit of damage, but there's so much to stand on Subbot. Unless he gets it on Natko, I don't see it happening.
Zaur's gonna try to go for the steal right now, but he's only able to get the Finch Boys. Kid
Yep,
Bomba flickers out, but there's no one there to help him out.
Mati,
The
mati
Lancer
lah.
Flare
Mati
bringing
kita
back
punya.
Sepot right there as well.
Oh,
Glorious
oh,
pathway in a
oh,
massive
oh,
dark
oh.
way, but it won't be enough as
Oh,
Natco
no,
cuts
kita
him
punya banyak
down.
mati
And
itu.
that's enough goal just for the kill on Bomba to get him a win of
Under,
nature. They've got the
kayak
kill
ini
angle
under
here.
guys
Natco
itu.
has already completed the wins of
Banyak-
nature. If he
banyak
can
under.
even fully stack with the Art of Thievery, with the fully stacked golden... wait, hold on. What do they have? They're just trying to muscle their way in. Error almost burst it. He goes down. Zara top to buy some time against Sunset Lover, forced to flick around a Sunset. Able to bait for Zaur. He goes in for the 1v1 against Error, but the Lord is right there. His Clockers able to pick up Zaur. That's 1v1. Zaur picking up the kill onto Error. Now goes for Blaze as well. The Blaze event comes around for Hiko. But he's able to be out of the law and order. Now it's Bomba. Respawns back. Zaur gets caught by the monos. Bomba has a jump in front of pursuit onto Natco. The win of nature saving him right now as Bomba's gonna have to jump one more time. Clockers right there. Bomba's gonna jump again. Now it's Hiko, but there's the rest of the way. Natco kiting back. Hiko nearby. Vamos on the base. It will just be game one. Sativa so close to the wipeout, but what an absolute destruction of the base there. Again, I thought at some point Vamos was going to start backing up, but sheer confidence saying, hey, no, I've got the damage, I've got the items, we just have to play this perfectly and peel backwards and we can win the game. There were so many fights happening everywhere on the map in that final siege, Gideon. It was Error distracting Zaur from going for the rest of the team. The rest of the team capitalizing on the fact that Zaur, the main guy, the only guy who actually had enough damage to threaten the Melissa, was kept away. I think I'm thinking back on what Hiko said. We gotta play discipline. We gotta play discipline. But then when you look at these highlights, what has that discipline gotten them into, right? In these moments, I think it came down to that draft. But unfortunately, that Minotaur pick may not necessarily be that great. It's great in team fights, don't get me wrong. And it's one of Sawa's best picks overall in internationals based on the statistics. But when it comes down to running away, he can't help you. He's there for the engage, and that's about it. It just felt like they didn't have enough damage all throughout the game here. And this big red tree whiff is something that they're definitely going to have to fix for game number 2. These things cannot happen. Get our reactions there. It's at the red tree, and it was the red tree. It was Zeke stealing it away. It's one of those moments that you expect junglers to be always on the dot on when there is no retribution user on the opposite side. But there's a lot to talk about. But we're gonna save those points for Rain Day and the boys up on the stage. Let's throw it over to the studio.
Thank you, Gideon and Mirko. Great cast there on game 1 as Vamos takes the win over Team Spirit. As we welcome you back to the panel, my name is Rain Day, and I'm joined by LaFell and Naisu. And guys, that was a game that gave us some fireworks for sure. Many people thinking Team Spirit were going to come out strong, but it was Vamos with that draft that really set things up. Melissa maybe rounding out a team that just...
I like how the Melissa is just this weird pick right now that gets brought up, but then when you see it in action, especially against a team composition like this from Team Spirit, it works so well. There's a whole lot of choke
terlalu banyak yang kenal di game ini. Kalau di Asia biasanya mereka lebih tahu sih kalau kata gua mah. Nah kalau di Asia mah kayak Arab itu kan masih ini ya, apa namanya teh, masih apa namanya teh kayak masih lumayan lah gitu. Coba BC Arab coba. Salam ntar. Apa ini? Kayaknya kalau mungkin dari ini ya, apa namanya teh, tim-timnya gitulah pokoknya. Stream gua lumayan aja sih. Paling juga lumayan, gua juga lumayan sih. Tapi mungkin lah Paris tuh. Kalau yang pakai si Napari ini saya pakai kayak AI ini, dannya coba ganti ini doang. Jadinya ini double. Mas, bentar. 24 Juli kan ya? Ini lihat nih. Empat beras. Oh, ini ditandain ini. Udah tandain 4 berasnya. Oh, kira apanya? Lihat Andre di YouTube. Oh, biasanya di TikTok dia. Oh, mungkin double gaming ya. Nah, jadi aja deh. Kurang karep lah.
Engage coming in from Team Spirit, and then look at what happened here, right?
Huge.
As we look closer, we can see that the Melissa using the go away, making it so that whoever tries to get in close, she'll be able to push people away. In fact, let's actually zoom in and see that for Team Vamos, once they see the ult going, everyone tries to go away. We even see Clockwood making his way towards the go away. We see the Arrow 404 run towards the go away, making it a perfect defense, right? This makes it so that for Team Spirit, they want to do something. They just can't. They were stopped short. And then we're going to be looking at the second clip here. And this is, I would say, an important thing to look at as well. Look at the positioning of Team Vamos, but more importantly, look at Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba will always be the sole target as we see him hovering around, trying to find some form of space, and yet Vamos just quickly engage. Look at ZK being the primary one, even though Kid Bomba flickered. Usually after flicker, you'd be safe, but look at the relentless pursuit. He was singled out, and the reason why this is so annoying for Team Spirit is, where's the front line? Right? Once your wall is out of the picture, no one is there to protect you. When there's no protection, none of your damage dealers really can move forward. So right now, honestly, what Vamos did well is eliminate the Minotaur and eliminate the Phobius. When there's no protection, everyone's dying.
And it's one thing to have a good idea in a draft. It's one thing to execute it. And they clearly saw those moments where they could take advantage of Kid Bomba and find a kill and then open up the rest of the game, finish off that Lord. It was a dominant performance from Vamos. It was a great draft. It was a great game. And one of the reasons why was that Melissa that went on to Natco at the end. We had a chance to actually catch up with the gold laner before this match.
We're now here with Natko from Team Vamos.
Hello.
Natko,
Yeah.
how are you? Apa kabar?
I'm very excited lah.
Very excited. Why are you so excited?
Because after we win this match, we're going to play off. So
Okay, you're going to the knockout stages. What does it mean to you that you get to go to knockouts?
that's our
Goal?
Yeah, that's our goal. for now.
Okay, so that's your goal right now, but on the way there, you're gonna have to go through a very strong team, Team Spirit.
Yeah.
And I heard that you guys have scrimmed together a few times. Is that
A few
true?
times, yeah.
So is that something that you can, use in this next match?
It could be, yeah. So
Okay.
let's see.
Is there any insider info that we should know about Team Spirit?
They're very strong at, I don't know, maybe at team fight. Yeah, they're very strong at team fight.
Team fights. How do the scrims usually go? Do you usually win? Do you lose?
Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose.
Ah, okay. So 50-50.
50-50.
50-50. In this next match, how do you think the game's gonna go?
What next match?
Against Team Spirit.
Against Team Spirit, I think we can maybe win, but
Ah,
maybe it's
okay.
close win.
So that's gonna be an exciting match, isn't it? Especially that you're going head-to-head in the gold lane against Hiko.
Hiko. Is that?
What do you think about Hiko?
Hiko, I think he's a great player also because he can use fighters, he can use marksmen, so it's gonna be a good fight lah.
What do you personally like? Do you like the assassins or do you like the fighters in the gold lane?
I prefer the gold lane fighter lah.
Fighters. Why fighters?
Because fighters usually, I don't know, maybe the team fight will be very strong at fighters.
Okay, so the team fights are going to be strong with fighters. But we saw yesterday that you picked up a Melissa.
Melissa, yeah.
Why did you pick the Melissa there?
Yeah, we train with Melissa, and then I think Melissa also good against melee heroes.
Okay.
That's our strategy. Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why you picked up the Melissa. Is Melissa good against the assassins as well?
The assassins, yes.
Okay, so it's one of the choices that you have when you want to go marksman.
That's right.
Do we think that we'll see another Melissa?
Let's see.
Let's see.
Yeah.
But compared to you and Hiko, who do you think is the better gold laner?
I think we both have the same gameplay. So I think 50-50 lah.
50-50. So it's all gonna come back down to this next match.
Yeah, that's right.
So do you have a message maybe for Team Spirit or maybe even for Hiko?
For Hiko, I don't know. Maybe let's give the best gameplay.
Okay.
Laning maybe.
We're excited. We're excited for that laning. Thank you so much, Natko, for this interview. We're going back to you guys.
Bye.
Well, just polite trash talk. I mean, another thank you, good luck.
They're struggling now.
You're an amazing player. It's just, we love to see it. MLBB staying positive. Now, we get Vamos and Team Spirit in game one. It's a 13-41, guys. Vamos takes the win. That Melissa does come out as expected, Naisu.
Yeah, it's, you know, not many players. It's been Natko to bring it out, make it work. And I like the way LaFell pointed it. He was like, you know, this is, hey, there's the good shot, by the way, for the master desk.
I need to see that move again.
They were
see that in the green room.
I mean, like, I gotta say, even though the Melissa was kind of like more of a support for that one, she still did over 100,000 damage in 13 minutes.
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous to get 100K on Melissa, but in 13 minutes, that just showed in lane, he was able to do a lot. And every time sieging, Natko was there dealing that damage. I was surprised to look at that damage in 30 minutes.
How much?
Choose from thousands of realistic voices to use in your content. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
There's really good bands that you'd rather take care of than a Melissa. I think you just need to look at it as what do we want to pick to play against
To
that
not
Melissa.
get trapped.
Yeah, to not get trapped. Because they already saw Jushin pick up earlier on in the first phase.
I feel like one thing that Team Spirit has to look out for is not walk into a trap because they already saw the Zushin and they know the heroes that they have can be countered by that one pick. So I feel like that was one of those ego checks to say like, yeah, we know you got this hero, but it has been nerfed quite a few times. You feel like you can play around it. Clearly not. So I feel like for Kit Bomba being like
nanti habis ini tuh apa namanya?
pick up his hero first to potentially get countered. Especially a pick like Phoveus. Phoveus is like S tier, but the moment you have one or two counters, he is
langsung aja duel.
Drops down.
Sterling atau duel. Net ya. Hanya Haji dan Barredo tuh sama-sama bagus sih. Sama-sama kuat.
I'm not doing anything.
Well, that's important. I mean, it was really like this great setup where they had the Zushin finally let through. They allowed it to go. They banned the Fanny, they banned the Atlas, and then they were kind of teasing that, well, when we pick up the Freya, you're probably going to go Phoveus because he's still open. But then with the Melissa as the final pick, it sets them up. And this is a good response, I think, if you're looking at Spirit, but also as Vamos, because they take the Freya away, which they played.
As well as the Keto. It's like Coach Valdo is here. He's just saying, like, as long as we don't go give them crazy fighters, they're still human. We can fight them. If they get a Paquito, they get the Freya, then that's going to be an absolute nightmare going up against Team Spirit. Oh, look at this, Hiko. Both Team Spirit and Aurora bootcamp in Malaysia, and because he drafted fighter gold lane so far, I do have to say, when it comes to boot camping in Malaysia, it's not really going up against Malaysia teams. It's more about the accessibility. You know, there's a lot of good places where you can have the majority access for the Southeast Asia region, making it quite easy to find scrims, you know, easy to get food, transportation, and all those kind of things.
I think Kid Bomba's mentioned that in an interview where they asked them, what's your favorite place to
Pat
boot camp?
Lice,
And
okay.
he mentioned it was Malaysia.
Jungling kah? Kling di band kah? Kling di pick kah?
He mentioned the food as well.
Kling di pick kah?
Always got to look at the food. I mean, if you're going to be there for a while, you got to think, guys, what are we eating after?
Nggak tahu sih, harusnya
I don't know, little snack.
sebisa mungkin kayaknya Kling di pick sih wajib sih.
The Atlas,
Soalnya ibarat
Rome, but the fact that Atlas is available, it seems like it's a setup that they wanted to have in terms of an upper hand that was not in the pool last time. Harar and Valentina as a response.
I'm really feeling like this Eudora ban is helping out Aero 404 quite a bit because that's kind of what he wants. And now Team Spirit, they're taking some notes and they're
Link.
draft is going.
Hirara.
Now Bellery gets picked up.
Ya kalau lebih memilih Hirara daripada Link. Mungkin karena Hirara tapi bagus ya daripada Link. Karena Hirara kan bisa nggak pernah beda. Bisa nggak diserang beberapa saat gitu, 1 detik gitu loh.
I also would not mind that.
Kita situ kita sering gitu.
But it does make sense because if you
maka kalau milih dapnya tuh berdasarkan frame-nya itu menang kalahnya gitu. Flicker-nya gitu.
So the Harar Ling, we'll see that matchup. Zushin changes sides.
Ini gua sih kalau stream itu kan cuma hasil, tapi dalam game pasti beda. Misalnya kalau misalnya ada hero yang non-meta gitu. Hero yang tiba-tiba non-meta tiba-tiba masuk itu kayak Barat, Dora, tuh Sabar itu tiba-tiba dipik banget kan.
From Spirit has a lot of crowd control between the allies as well as the Zushin. Same as Vamos with the Valentina as well as the Belleric. Valentina sure has to get a Terrify off first for that to really happen, but Valentina can steal away the Fatal Link. So I feel like for the first 3 picks, it is quite even in the sense of how much crowd control both teams have right now. So this is going to be quite the question because neither have shown any fighters or marksmen. They're still opening up the draft big enough to really consider, do we want to go fighters? Do we want to go marksmen? Right now is the battle between Coalstar and Valdo to see like who's going to show their hand first. And that's going to be an important red 4 pick to not immediately show which direction they're going.
Yeah, we did see it was Team Spirit in the last one where they waited for that Hiko pick towards the end, and that seems to be the nature right now of where we're going with the meta now after a few days, where you kind of wait on to that gold lane pick if it's going to be a marksman or if it's going to be a fighter, as that changes things, I would say, especially. But you know, already waiting for the last ban here from Team Spirit. Are they going to go and hone in on that gold lane? Yeah, maybe the Moskov, just because then, oh no, they go the Barretts. Wow, they're going to go for the XP choice.
Yeah, high priority for Team Spirit. That's the second time they've banned Barretts, and Kid Bumba's been known to be a fan of it. And so that's gone and taken away. Ruby also has been gone and taken away. We talk about playing into this meta. Sometimes Ruby can be that final pick that changes the way you attempt to fight into her. And the Moskov being let through this time goes the way of Vamos, most likely on Natgo, right?
I like this pick because, again, it already counters the Ling, and it's kind of helping out Supat here, where he can see the EXP matchup before really going for anything. They pick up the Claw, so this is going to be a marksman-marksman matchup. The Esmeralda is still open. We'll see whether that is where Team Spirit is going with. And they pick up the Uranus, so Vamos, they have a choice. They can pick up a CC for more damage. They can pick up an Esmeralda just to have another front line for the team, which I feel like that might be where they're leaning.
Yeah, I'm thinking Esmeralda for this. Just, you want to go ahead. Which also just basically makes that XP lane, you know, a no contest lane. They just do their thing and then they rotate.
It's just a toxic relationship. They keep on beating each other but not do anything about it.
We call this called the eternal battle, never ending. Either or.
You're supposed to get out of this.
I mean, like, if you really think about it, both of them are kind of the same.
So they're going to rotate lane pretty quickly, right, to get out of that toxic relationship?
A celestial being against an exotic dancer. Not really the pair you thought we'd have.
Don't have a lot of experience with that matchup, to be fair.
I mean, like, in MLBB, we have Patrick, so.
That's true.
So, you know, logic doesn't really help.
There's the Esmeralda as the final pick here. Couple of bans let through. The Moskov is the Belleric, as well as the Atlas and the Uranus. All of those characters banned. The Valentina as well picked up. Harar and Ling, as we've seen. Zauer Egoist and Arrow 404 ready to go back at it. The question with the Minotaur from Team Spirit was, did they have enough heal? Could they continue these fights? They certainly had to engage, but it wasn't a match. With the Atlas now, alongside the Uranus, they certainly will have answered that question, but can they respond in kind with Vamos and the Belleric and this squad to see if they can Team Spirit. What a start for this upper bracket matchup that would be. And for that, we need to send it back over to our casters. Mirko, Gideon, how are we feeling about this one?
I'm glad you asked. We're feeling pretty okay about it. I mean, both sides have very similar ideas. However, there's going to be some slight nuances as we start heading on to game number 2. Keep in mind, for those who are just tuning in, Vamos is currently 1-0 and match point. It's up to Team Spirit to turn things around. But let's talk about the lanes per matchup, right? The mid lane obviously is going to be a little bit difficult here overall for Clockwork, but at least he's got Zkeef on his side, but without any concussive blast. So really, it's going to boil down to how well can we trade.
Look at that. Perfect match already. A throwback with Lancer Flare. Great taunt from Zkeef.
Okay, santai.
At least in the early trade, alright? Gold lane, it should be Natco with an advantage with Spear of Misery early on with the trades. We don't talk about XP.
Yeah, we don't talk about XP.
Tapi XP pakai support sih kayak enak banget ya kan? Ada kebanyakan pakai factor pakai support ini dia. Supportnya itemnya buat cooldown ya. Ada undang healthnya gitu. Mati dong. Ya mati.
Oh my goodness.
Udah dipegangin kit bombanya cok.
And this is a pretty interesting gank opportunity. So, clearing the bottom side for the side of Arrow 4 opts to skip his entire top ganks to follow along with Clockwork to enable themselves to get this first gank.
We'll see if they can go 1-for-1 trade. Natco trying to buy some time. The Blaze come around even with the Purify. Just like up top, and Spirit are able to capitalize a bit better off of a kill with the entire turret goal, actually.
Oof, that's good. That's really what you want to see, especially for these economically hungry style of heroes. Now, as we see TS start making their way over into the mid lane, the first contestation of this turtle is up for grabs for anyone. I think that Vamos should still have the advantage. Zara, unfortunately, still doesn't have his retribution for another 4 more seconds. They might attempt to re-gank bot side, knowing that Natco doesn't have his Purify.
Even a Fatal Links committed there by Clockwork after the Purify of Sunset Lover trying to capture just barely on the edge of the Purify. Hit Bomb is trying to shoo Hirara away from topside jungle when it comes down to just Team Spirit again. Yeah, playing around that bot side. Sawa with a walk up. Perfect match coming down to Sawa. Pops in a bit of damage. Sawa's gonna be careful here. Error did not go for the immobilization. Respect.
Okay, I can respect that as well. Knowing that at least, getting Battle Spell bigger, the invasion might just be better. Look at that.
Kid Bomb was already rotated as well. Suppot under turret has the Purify. Bomba with the chase now. They've taken the Golem, and that should just be it.
It's definitely a show of force for the side of Vamos. This is a lot of conditioning being put onto Zara Egoist. He might get a little greedy and call for more help, but they're immediately on the opposite side trying to take away this purple buff.
No retry! They force Sour to retry on the orange buff. Error had a free purple buff to take. Oh my god.
It's great, right? And now they set up for another attack on that top side once again. Luckily, Kid Bomba is able to at least get the EXP crab at this point. But just look at the way that everybody's starting to play this. Hiko, with the advantage that he has put some great damage, structural damage even, on bot tier 1. And at the same time, Zara, he's looking for that opportunity again.
Unfortunately for Bomba, it was actually still Error who got it. Just a little tick of that retry, or the little tick of the jungle burn. Unfortunately for Bomba, unable to last hit it, so Error is just 2 levels ahead this time. A completely, well, now it's 6, but 1 level. He's about to get 2 levels though as he gets a purple buff.
It's a completely different
difference. Yeah, a completely different story to game number 1, where again, Zara was still able to keep the lead from going too far from at least that jungle matchup.
And he's got to maintain this for a while until he gets his items. So this is what we should expect, especially in the earlier stages in the Hirara versus Ling matchup. And Hiko, now we're seeing that Vamos are trying to tilt the scales into Natco's favor, give him a little bit of support. His top side is kind of done for at this point. But even Kid Bomba is getting involved and really opening up this map.
Opening it up against Error 404. Mobilized already. Pops the Consecration. And the mid lane is going to be Sunset Lover with the Crimson Beacon. Still. Oh, it's already down. Lock Sour down, but the all-in for Error. And it just works perfectly. Now they go into the mid lane and threaten the turtle at the same time.
Unfortunate indeed. Honestly, if that Wrath of Gyro was just moved a little bit. Oh, whoa. Suppot might be in some trouble. He just ran out of mana, but luckily he does get his item down. Error, do you really still want to be here?
Hiko's going to be able to steal that one away. Sawa with a perfect match. Gets Error out as well. Team Spirit keeping the gold lead at bay. But Vamos have been outplaying them in a lot of these skirmishes.
It's really interesting to see because, again, a lot of commitment has been given down to this bottom side. Like, even both Kid Bomba and Supat have been leaving this lane and honestly wasted 2 waves usually blowing up in each other's face. That doesn't matter. They've missed out on that little bit of gold. And if you really can be a little more efficient of it, the only problem is that now you're missing that bottom tier 1. You have to see Hiko already unlocked the lane, double waving. Now has to be the only way to kind of keep that goal up financially against Hiko.
Now they go back to the same plan. Give Zaur one of the side lanes, and Hiko's gonna have to share with the rest of the team right now. Zaur. I'd love to see the items right now to see if Nako's ahead or if Hiko's actually doing better. Fatal Laser, the Blazing Duet coming down now onto Clockhood. Hiko's gonna stay on him. But he's so tanky after stealing the Fatal Laser himself. The SOD lands. Realization from Error as well. Vamos are just punishing Spirit.
A surprising amount of damage. Zipper, pull up the items. We gotta know. In their power spikes. Supat doesn't have to worry about Zara until he's got about 2 items down. Until we see that Hoskall on Berserker's Fury, it's going to be really difficult to win out on a majority of these 1v1s. But let's check out that replay just one more time, because Zikiev completely making sure that Kid Bomba and Sunset Lover were not able to capitalize on a pretty precarious situation from Vamos. Worst yet, the SOD connecting to give that extra bit of damage that they needed, luckily piercing through multiple targets.
You can see that frustration, man, from Kid Bomba.
I'd be mad too.
Oh, dude, they spent everything on Clockhood. Supat just taking Zaur to half HP. He might actually solo kill him. Zaur with the Retribution on the orange buff. Error assassinates Sunset Lover in mid. Now it's the all-in by Zaur with the Wrath of the Dragon. Keeps him at bay. Clockhood! Tempest of Blade Steel gets him with a maniac!
Oh, I can't believe it. Clockhood, I didn't even think of that angle, but on the fly takes the Tempest of Blades to buy himself the time, and better yet, dashing between 2 walls to create an awkward interception angle for Team Spirit. Some great creativity here, great mechanical prowess, but Team Spirit, they need to scale, and they need to scale now, because Vamos, they're taking away every single neutral objective. Luckily, this time round, all right, you can have this one purple buff, but let's watch that one more time.
It's Zikiev again with a perfectly timed Wrath of the Dryad. It looked so good for Zaur, but Zikiev's just been better than him across the 2 games so far. It's just him outplaying him, and you can see it, man. From the whole team, they're fired up. They were able to capitalize on that so beautifully well. Now it's another attempt from Natko. Zaur's gonna jump in as well. Natko, oh, Natko away!
Oh, damn, Natko.
Place our egoist, and now it's
bisa aja keselamat tapi kayaknya nggak bakal kelar.
That's crazy. I blinked and I nearly missed the SOD transference. Holy cow!
Udah global banget ini Vamos nih. Vamos sudah global banget, Cok.
But these habits have been seen in our local leagues. Once they feel that momentum, how long can they maintain control of themselves? They do not overheat because they get legendary for Error.
Vamos aren't just winning this game, they are stomping Team Spirit. This is a team that has constantly been up there in the top 5, top 6 of international tournaments. Vamos, this is their first for a lot of their players. I mean, Clockhood has that experience from MSC 2024, but everybody else, oh my lord, I Supat too, to be fair, but
yeah, even so, I mean, those showings weren't as good as this one, right? They feel more
polished,
and that's, you know, for me, hard to say for a Malaysian team of this caliber, seeing them, you know, grow up throughout the local leagues, and now seeing the next generation so eager, so hungry to take the win so early on. For now, I think Vamos still needs to check a couple of boxes. Has to be this Lord. They need that Lord to start cracking on through. There's the tier 2 down bot side. Ideally, they would like to get rid of it, but you know what? It's going to take at least 2 Lords to crack them through. The best part is that Team Spirit, they don't have great wave clear. They can delay those waves, but they can't clear it efficiently.
I don't know what to say, Gideon. This game looks completely cooked for Team Spirit. It looks like Vamos is gonna steamroll out of control. Look at that level lead. Again, 3 levels on Error. We got a 2-level lead on Supat as well. Like, Spirit needs to find like a 5-man Fatal Links.
There's got to be something crazy here. As long as Vamos, and especially with Suppot, he's making those decisions super easy. He's such a big tank here. He's opening up the map for free, and there's nothing the Team Spirit can do. I'm trying to think of an option. What could they maybe happen? They could bait with maybe Sunset Lover and get Zara Egoist in, but that's a really big, risky gamble.
Team Spirit are forced to play inside of their base. No chance to walk up. The Holy Shield's already baited out. Vamos gonna play the clean game. They're gonna freeze up. Maybe. Oh, not go. Okay.
All for a Holy Shield in.
Okay.
You know what? Here's another freebie. Here's another one. Here's a door gift for you, sir.
You know what? My bad. You know, our bad, right? Like, we should have known. It's Vamos. Like, they're great. They're amazing. It's just...
Hey, that's
our time.
Get one of it in the game at some point. You know, they didn't do it in the previous one. This time around, we put our seal of approval, and now we're back. However, 6.3k lead is still so big. I don't know how they're going to close the distance here, especially if we don't see a steal from Zara. Oh, God. Oh, whoa. Let's come. Oh, my God.
Wah, gila.
SOD here are the SOD lands as well. Salvo's going to try to escape right now, but he gets caught in mobilization. Two-time for the two-time. And the Fatal Links from Goku.
Dear God, Air 4-4. He is just rocking it right now. He is such a devastating force. 9-0-2. Zkeep has also been just the absolute backbone for Air 4-4, just the springboard off of. And I can only imagine the frustration from Team Spirit with not a lot of options left. And even for Hiko, he's level 13. But now with the conceal coming out from the side of Vamos, let's see how they try to close this game out. Bottom lane. Uh-oh.
Actually able to do it.
Hancur malahan.
We're not going to break this turret here. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about the chase, but it might not be a good idea.
Okay.
Hancur.
So far, Vamos have only lost players with no bounty, right? So there you go. If Error dies, then we have a problem.
Cut to Nako. I'm 0-3-7, guys. I have nothing.
Oh, Winions!
Nice. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. We're really this is whoa. Suppot, let's chill for a second here.
Yeah.
Oh. He gets away. Doesn't even need to burn a Purify up top. It will be Spirit with a trade. They'll finally be able to crack another structure.
This is tough. If you're in Spirit shoes, where do you go to? Obviously, you got to deal with that bottom wave every single time, and only Zara has like a decent amount of damage other than Hiko to kind of like cut through. Whoa.
We'll go with the damage again. Oh, wait, Error! Oh, in the midst of it all, gets shut down by Spirit!
Yeah.
Sour finds it. That's a Wrath of the Giant that lands on two, but they've lost their main member. Now it's up to Natco to try to carry this fight. Hiko getting caught in Spirit of Misery now as TS just pull it back, and that's what we were talking about. I can't believe it just happened.
Yep, and now Zara is equal level to Air 4-4. Obviously, the economic lead is still there, but this is good enough. The Retribution are of same value. 10 more seconds until he has it.
Zara's on it. Last time Zkeep was able to steal it away. Can he do it again? Zara just waiting this time around. Retri is good. Team Spirit. Takes out the Crimson Beacon. And it's back to Spirit building it up again.
Oh man, Vamos. Overheated on that moment, that one moment that they needed to take this Lord. Being purchased by Sawo, he understands that he's getting chunked out way too often and he can't afford to keep recalling 13 minutes into this game. It just takes too long and costs too many resources. At the same time, let's pull up the item list. I want to see where the tanks are currently at, especially for Kid Bomba, right? Because if Suppot was already this far ahead and able to tank multiple people, I would assume that Kid Bomba is finally catching up at this stage, but he's been sticking with the rest of the team. There's no retreat.
Everybody's here though. Okay. I thought Vamos were going to be able to catch our Egoist, but he has the Finch poise, goes back to the purple buff, takes it as well. And Team Spirit will be building the slow push in the bottom lane. Zkeep gets chunked to half HP. Sunset Lover looking for the angle again, sees Error, forcing him back. Sour back up top as Error is visible on the map.
This is a ridiculous amount of just raw respect, not only for Vamos, but even for the side of Team Spirit. They recognize each other as true competitors here, and I think Vamos, after that one mistake, had to look, oh, whoa.
Fatal Links onto Sawo. Hey,
Oh,
Sawo
Sawo
as well.
mati, baik.
Takes a turret shot, survives with 1 HP.
Jikip juga sama dia.
Lord will be overcharged in the bottom lane. That's the first tier 2 for Spirits against Vamos this game.
Yep, and with the delayed waves on that top side, they finally break the mid-tier 1 here. Vamos is trying to make sure they don't get much value.
They gotta be real careful. Purify out already. Oh, that sets up for Sawo later on with the Purify on down.
Did you see him? Wait, they don't know.
Triple buff taken by Error, but now he's gonna be caught in bad
Yep.
spot. He's gonna get all in. Oh my
Wow.
goodness! Even with the rapid
Wow,
try,
Tito.
Error falls again, and Sawo is looking for the angle for the
Mati,
assassination to
mati,
place a duet
mati.
onto Ziki.
Wah,
The taunt
mati.
Sawo picks up a double. Now
Nah,
in the blaze
mulai
goes
serang
in,
balik
bang,
itu.
bang, bang, but he doesn't find.
Mulai serang
The
balik.
play to get squeezed
Mantap
into space
Nakojo
by
tadi
Nakojo.
top.
They're still trying to hold strong here, but if this inhibitor falls, there's going to be some problems. Hiko, got to be careful with the penetration.
Ow! Piercing damage with a nature,
Yep,
baiting him
yep,
in as
yep,
Hiko jumps
yep.
into the BMI
Mantap.
again. Natko responds over with a nature as well. Sapat now pops into Falling Star Moon. Tries to go to the chase on King Mamba as the 2 up top falls.
I don't think they can keep on chasing this. They don't have enough
Yep,
damage to
satu,
actually take out the
mati,
frontliners, and Sunset Lover is a little too far.
Wah, anjay.
They can't do this. No.
Hmm,
Without
tadi
that call,
udah
there's
mikir
no
gitu.
point for the chase, but they're guaranteeing at least the rest of the members aren't dealing with that top side. And now, 16 seconds left on the clock before that Lord spawns. And unfortunately, Hiko, he might be a little late to the fight. Vamos will take first position.
And now it's back to the building game. Vamos. A 2,000 gold lead. This
game's getting sweaty.
It wasn't supposed to be.
But now here we are, right? It's just the raw resilience coming out from EECA. They're not backing out. They ain't giving up. But now Vamos has to play macro.
Uh-oh, Sapat doesn't have to purify for another 2 seconds. Wrath of the Dryad saves him for a bit. Now it's step high in place, but Error 404 is able to secure the Lord. That's Sapat out. Sawo with the fatal links on Ziki. That's an immortality down, and the 2 frontliners of Vamos taken out of the skirmish.
Oh, the timing couldn't be worse. The Lord just spawns as soon as he goes down. Great play overall as they take their time. They need to make sure that this Lord counts, but I think that even Vamos understands the team fight has now come to a point where now even Sawo is pretty difficult to kill. It's not like they were trying to stack up a high level of Sky Pierce inside Air 4, so there's no guarantees.
Atas aja, clear atas.
Look at Natko though. Up top he goes, trying to go for this clear on the base turret.
Oh, bisa juga.
This Lord will be just
kayaknya bakalan
filled into
drop
pockets
duluan,
of
Ki.
Team Spirit, unfortunately.
Kayaknya.
For Vamos. Could have been worse. Could have been Team Spirit with the Lord.
Agreed. But now we look at the items, right? Just one more time here. Maximum build already gone for Clawclin. 1 item missing here for the side of Sunset Lover, but he's almost there. But the Wishing Lantern, very useful against the frontliners from the side of Team Spirit, especially when you're trying to deal with this Atlas overall. But until we start seeing some more magic resist, it's going to be tough.
All right. So now with the full items on Hiko, it's all about those item swaps now for Hiko up against Natko. Wind of Nature, Rose Gold, the Immortality, it's all about that. And it comes down to really just the frontliners. Can they bait out these skirmishes? Can they bait out these resources? Because at this point, it kind of becomes a battle of Sawo versus Clawclin and Ziki, right? It's all about those setting tools and how they utilize it.
Exactly. And technically, you would imagine that there would be more of an advantage for Zeke and Clawclin because that's 2 completely separate engage tools that do exactly the same thing. And yet Sawo has been finding some premium picks overall.
Hey.
Might get another one. Oh,
Fatal Links catches so
Buset tuh, dapat tingnya cok.
The battle of the sets, it's Clawclin that wins it out. Now it's Error with immobilization, SOD lands as well, but Natko.
Langsung aja dah, kok apa-apa, Nato gas aja gas. Terabas. Aduh, kurang nih.
This has been great.
Itu dapat
This
gue
has
ya apa
honestly been a crazy game of not only cat and mouse, but just throwing the ball at each other and catching it every single time. As soon as you fumble, it's an instant tackle. And now Vamos looking to get one more inhibitor here. Could they stagger this? No, Zara up in 13.
Error gets away in time. The mini waves in the mid lane is looking good for Vamos right now. Ziko pops into place. He's ready to purify out of the middle lane. Sawo with the waves of battle links as well. Something will shut down right now. Win the nature gets popped in right now by Hiko, but it's going to be the immortality. It's a bit too late for Hiko. Emo by for Error as it goes straight to the base. Someone's trying to give it out right now, but Natko stays focused on the crystal. Vamos make it to the knockout stage.
Ah, itu kualifikasi cok. Tim pertama yang kualifikasi. Babak knockout. Wah, gelo.
single inch of it. What a game coming out from Team Vamos. And of course, Team Spirit, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board here, because again, as soon as they adapted in draft number 2, that early game is something that they got to focus on here. Because goodness gracious me, this meta is so punishing.
It's all about punishing, man. We were talking about these setting tools and how it's going to be big at the later stage of the match. And we saw back-to-back Fatal Link sealed by Clockwork, finding Zaur, and then the Wrath of the Dryad by Zkeev that catches Kid Bomba, who had already used the
Menyangka Pamor bisa masuk ke tambahin berkualifikasi
about the simple things of just the abilities. What about just looking? Where do you look in the middle of these team fights if you are one of the two? For Zkeev, it's a lot easier, especially if he has that flicker. But for Clockwork, it's all risk and very little reward unless he hits some priority targets. And he catches Zaur right at the end. You can't expect the layering.
Oke guys, gua mau ibadah dulu, nanti lanjut ke tim BTR Vitality melawan Palpun PH. Oke, kita dulu sampai jumpa lagi, sampai jumpa. Nanti balik lagi setelah ibadah ya. Thank you banget semuanya yang penonton sekarang, jangan lupa subscribe dan like ya. Oke.
Is going to team
Kecil banget aja.
And over here we have Eric.
Di badannya dia pendek banget.
who looks
Pas
rather
lebih
poised
pendek dari
and calm after that clean sweep up against Team Spirit. How are you?
I'm feeling really happy. Yeah.
Now, you know what? Let's talk about this game. We know that coming into this game, there was a little bit of history with Team Spirit, as they were the one to actually end the journey of Team Vamos back in M6. After today's win, dropping them to the lower brackets, do you feel somewhat fulfilled, successful, satisfied?
Yeah, I'm super satisfied because it's like we have a sense of redemption against them. Yeah.
Wow. You know, I know that a lot of the Malaysians are super duper proud of you guys entering this journey, especially back at home, even here in the arena. We have the audience. Do you feel extra motivated to have this kind of support here in Paris?
Yeah, there's a lot of Malaysian fans here, so we are really motivated to win.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a question, right? As you guys enter the knockout stages, you have the opportunity to actually pick your opponents from
forward, Hirara has higher base damage, making it easier for her to actually secure that one. So that I'm going to give the victory over to Hirara. When it comes to mobility, it would be like Ling has a little bit more range, so able to get targets further away. But as we see, Hirara impacts the team fight quite a bit, and it's harder to catch a Hirara than the Ling, and I feel like that's the biggest point.
Yeah, she's blending in really well to these team fight compositions, and it was amazing to see kind of all of these storylines start to bubble up here. Again, I had mentioned earlier that it was $65,000 on the line. That's actually only for Team Spirit, who's going to go and play that matchup and still have a chance to stay alive. They'll have earned that, but $100,000, I believe, came.
Jelasin dirian cowok.
Kosong sih.
Ketawa ya jadi ini coba-coba pada nimbrung. Pada yang berat cowok kan, sangat krim aja.
Giliran gue join ya hebat banget mereka, hebat.
Siapa?
Giliran gue mau nge-live pada nggak mau nge-live, hebat kan mereka. Hebat.
Tahu sih, tapi kan udah cuma tinggal sisa 2 menit lagi nih cok. Hari Cicek teh kegiatan non-wire ini jarang live nih.
Famos menang dong.
Hah?
Famos menang dong.
Oh. Tapi asli deh jadi ninja cara macam. Masa iya PNPC dilewatin cok. Oke, kakek ini ngapain aja Jos? Jos? Kelihatan. Masih ada jerat lagi Cok.
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists.
guess he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
We did it. Back-to-back champions. You think you can do it?
If we did it in MPL, I think we can do it here also.
That's overly ambitious, don't you think?
The Mid-Season Cup at EWC makes its third appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points. MSC opens with the group stage, where 15 qualified teams and one team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. Both groups will compete in a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than ever, the knockout stage puts everything on the line. In this single elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, one final battle remains, a chance to secure a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the third-place match. Here, one moment can change everything. One mistake ends the dream, one clutch play creates a legend, and at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. One final series in a best-of-7, all for the grand prize of $1 million. One chance to rise above the rest. Who will become legendary? Who will prove unstoppable? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC at EWC 2026.
Welcome back to MSC at EWC 2026. We're here in France having a great time as 2 matches have just gotten underway as we begin Series 3. More upper bracket, $100,000 for that top 8 spot at least guaranteed. And that means one of these 2 teams are going to be very happy about this result. One team will go down to the lower bracket and fight the winners of the next series. My name's Randy. I'm joined by a new but very familiar panel to all of the MLBB community, Renmar and Trex. Hey guys, how you doing? Renmar, we were in the backstage. You were talking about those drafts. How you been feeling about today so far?
Oh, very happy. I think my sentiments towards the drafting and the unique choices still remains. People are still getting creative, but some teams proving that sometimes the safest, most viable pick can't go wrong, and they're doing really well with it.
Trex, you were down there casting a little bit. You've been on the desk. You've been all over the place. It's day 3. What have you picked up on heading into this match?
I think today things are starting to get regulated a little bit. Things are starting to calm down a little bit. Not as crazy in terms of draft as what we saw the past few days. But we'll see. We still have 2 great games ahead of us, and anything can happen.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see. And, of course, today, and in this series specifically, our 3rd series of the day, there's a lot of important storylines. So important that we had to give this one our Crunchyroll storyline of the day. It's the Maestro versus the KDA Machine. Of course, when you talk about the Maestro, I mean, there's really only one person to say, Renmar.
Yeah, man, it's Moreno for Team Vitality, and you really see why he is the Maestro for the team. I think he really earned that, especially the previous season of MPL ID, where they became champions, how he placed the juice in, and how the symphony and the orchestra that is Team Vitality just looks so much better when Moreno's leading the charge.
Loyalty as well, a big name, finally getting them to this position. Talk to me on the other side of this matchup and this story with the KDA Machine, Trex.
I mean, he's got the name for a reason, and this is going to be a big match for Vitality, and there's a reason why this is the match of the day, in a sense, the anime battle, what we've all been waiting to watch. And it's even bigger because it's a deciding match, right?
Yep.
One of these teams will move forward, and one of these teams are going to have to fight for life in the lower bracket after today.
It's going to be a big run and an important run as well. Every moment here can decide your fate. One draft, one pick, one setup for a Lord fight that goes awry or goes your way could be the difference between $100,000 and maybe even $1 million if you can make it all the way up. Renmar, stakes are super high, but focusing in on this Vitality roster, you know, there's just so many players to pick up from that can make an impact today.
Yeah, I mean, we've already discussed Moreno, but I think you really have to look at Eman. Eman against Super Marco in the gold lane is going to be a battle for sure. These are two gold laners who do not want to lose the gold lane. There are some gold laners who just want to stabilize things, make sure they get their farm, but these two really want to win.
Well, I love that you highlighted Eman. We've got 5 players on Vitality that are going to hopefully make a big impact coming into this set. And whether it's Niall, whether it's Moreno, whether it's Eman, you know that Vitality's story is going to be very, very special. With a series that has so much money on the line, but so much pride for this organization and this team, we had a chance to sit down and talk with Niall about his impact into this series.
We're now here with Niall from Team Vitality. Niall, yesterday we saw, I think, a quote from you. Top 3 junglers in MSC. It looked like your name wasn't on that list.
Because they say it excluded me.
Oh, okay. But if we had to include you, what would your top 3 be?
1, me, Nanael. 2 is TNG. Rest of it, no one.
Oh, so not even Kyle, no Carl, no one, just you and TNZ?
I'm talking based on scrims, right? Based on scrim, for me, only TNG is matching my scrims level. You know, like not tournament level, like scrims level.
Oh, okay. So, wait, you called yourself Nanail. So do we call you Nanail too?
Up to you
Or
guys.
Niall?
Up to you guys.
Which one do you like more?
I prefer both. It's okay.
Oh, so both can?
Yeah.
Okay. But what do you prefer in the assassins in the jungle? I mean, we see a lot of Lings, we see a lot of, you know, Hiraras, but what if those two get banned? What do you choose next?
I mean, I still have Fanny, Nolan, and one more secret assassin.
One more secret assassin.
It was Flashy also.
Oh, because yesterday, earlier on, we saw a Saber in the jungle. What did you think about that?
Saber?
Yeah.
Speaking of them.
The one before this match, I forgot as well. I have bad memory, guys.
I think Saber is not fit in this meta, I think.
Oh, okay. So more assassin.
Yeah.
Do you think the tanks in the jungle still might work?
Absolutely, because if we play tank jungle, it will become more easier, I think.
Ya,
The
itu
game,
pede
like, it's not
jadi
complicated.
ya,
complicated.
biar ibaratnya.
Oh, okay.
Namanya juga
So, Niall, we gotta ask you.
kepercayaan diri. Jadi jangan cuma berpatok sama Ikalti yang kuatnya MLB itu.
Do we have for you?
Ya, kembali lagi ya.
Now you're here. What makes
Ibaratnya Kalti itu emang kuatnya MLB, tapi seorang juga jangan takut hanya seorang dia kuat.
For example, I'm losing
Ibarat lu melawan Messi dan Ronaldo di dunia sepak bola, jangan getar. Sama ada tim lainnya, sama-sama lu percaya diri dan lainnya. Percayalah.
Yeah, of course, that's my number 1 motivation right now.
Walaupun pecah papan PH ini bagus sih secara kualitas. Tapi tetap aja kita di game itu pasti ada perbedaan.
As well up against one of the biggest teams here at MSC.
For us, whoever the enemy is, we are so confident against everything, and we prepare the same thing for everyone. Like no special.
Okay, that's what we like to hear. By the way, you keep coughing. Are you okay?
I'm good, but it's just cough, you know, because of that thing, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Best of luck. Get well soon as well
thank
for
you.
your next match. Hope I get to see you after. And there you have it. That's Niall. Back to you guys.
We won't talk about what that thing might be. However, I will say that it is an amazing journey to witness Niall just being open about his brother and the maturity needed to go through this process now after an important game here at MSC. Wishing them all the best, and honestly, what a journey that's just a human experience, and sending lots of love his way. Of course, when it comes to the game, there's another element to start picking up on, and the teammates and how they fit with Niall. He said that it would fit with tank jungle. And also, as you see here, Eman says he misses competing against Super Marco on stage, expecting that it might be one of the hardest matchups that he's going to face, and maybe even hard to beat. So that's going to be on display. You mentioned that as well, Rimar.
Yep.
Just that matchup, something you're keeping a close eye on.
Oh yeah, I hope it's going to be exciting. I hope they both don't realize, like, hey, this guy also wants to fight. Let's just play it safely. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see safe. I want to see them burning their flickers early on, being aggressive, getting that win in lane.
Going for the kill. Trex, the pacing of a game like this, when you're in the upper bracket, do you feel that the approach is, let's take some risks, we can lose, we could even lose twice and still have a chance to stay in this? Or do you go with a little bit more cautionary?
I think, as what we're seeing today, is some of the teams that survived yesterday, some of the teams that won. It's less about where they're at in the bracket and more just about the teams themselves.
Let's go.
I think we're going to see a slower pace game, possibly. It's what we've been seeing earlier.
Yeah, it is.
And that's kind of where we're getting to that true play style of what's going to win you games. And knowing Falcons and the way they like to play, even Super Marco, for example, sometimes it takes him a little bit of time. He wants to farm up until he's got those items he needs in. And then it's bulletproof Marco time, right? Then it's, I'm going to come in,
power up Marco.
Yeah, exactly. So
I love it. I love to see it, and we're going to see how that matchup goes as well. Keep your eye on that. Also, we talked about the KDA machine in Haji, who is here for Team Falcons PH. There are stories along all of these members' journeys, but we had a chance to speak with Ogwin heading into this one.
Let's turn here with Ogwin. Ogwin, what's going on? You okay? Everything fine?
Yeah, all good, all good.
All good? Any nerves coming through? I mean, you have so much experience. I mean, do you still feel nerves at this point?
I don't think so. Just the interview.
Just the interview. What is up with players on interviews? Why are you so scared of the camera?
I guess the surprise questions.
Oh, the surprise questions. Don't worry. All the questions are nice today. Just for today. But Ogwin, moving on. There are a lot of, sentiments out there, maybe mostly from like the community and maybe some casters from different regions, that it looks like the meta is shaped in a way that it may favor ID teams over the Philippines. Do you agree with this?
I think I agree because
Pondornya
teams are
Falcon
really
tuh
good in their mechanics,
dikit
especially in this meta
Red
right
Bull,
now. All of the
Jollibee,
assassins are buff, so
Neo dan
it's really hard to play utility jungles right now.
So do you think that may be the reason why TLPH lost yesterday? What did you think about that match? Were you surprised? Were you shocked?
I think it's a 50-50 match because we screamed in Turkey. They're really good as well, so I think it's all just in the meta, in the favor of Turkey. And they have like a poison picks, so they really
Okay, so it's about the picks. So that was Coach Midnight. You know Coach Midnight?
Yeah.
You have something to say to Coach Midnight? Midnight, no, Midnight. But speaking of the meta, the roamers are shaping up to be quite interesting. What do you like the meta? What do you think about the meta for the roamers?
For the roamers, I think it's quite simple. You just need to soak damage and that's it. Especially when you play Beleric and Atlas.
Okay.
So a lot of crowd control. So I think it's really good for the roamers right now.
So crowd control and soak damage. Does your staple Minotaur fit in this?
I think Minotaur is also in a pocket picks, and it works really well against some champs like Beleric and Atlas. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna, keep an eye on those picks. But do you think the supports have a place in this meta right now, or just more so like the chunky boys in the roaming?
I think there's a place in utility roamers, especially when you have utility jungle. But there's Hirara in Ling, so it's really a hard time to pick it up right now.
Okay.
You need to be careful before picking those.
So there's a lot of considerations that needs to come into play. And obviously you're up against Vitality next. Do you have maybe a message for them before you get in?
Good luck and have fun, and we'll do our best to
Masih, tapi masih wawancara ini.
Global screen.
Gue juga mau stream. Mana-mana Cok sekarang Cok?
Ya bareng gue.
Vitality lawan ini nih, lawan Falcons.
Oh, Falcon tim mat peras di
timing gua pas kan ambil match ini.
Ya habis ini mah kalau nanti Seven gampang banget sodekin tuh. Oh, banyak vitality yang lebih kedukung daripada Falcon PH 66%.
Berisik banget anjing kursi gua. Jangan.
Kenapa kursi lu?
Ya berisik Cok, udah kentang. Cek 116. Terang banget.
Lu nge-live?
Gua mau coba nge-live di relay stream. Mantap. Enak banget ini. Roket Cina terus.
Let's go. No, like
game interview.
I think the reason for that is because a lot of the people and a lot of our audiences actually call me like kind of the Southeast Asian mother to the players. Because come on, how can you not be so proud? It's just like a tiny little boy answering interviews. So happy.
This is why we're here, right? To see those stories growing. And now we have another story to tell in our upper bracket. Please join me in welcoming Team Vitality. The hometown heroes made a buzzing entrance into the MSC 26 group stage. Their harvest has been bountiful so far, but the real juicy pollen awaits in the knockout stage. Is this run meant to be, or will they be left behind? We're about to find out.
Oh, wow, I love the bee puns in there.
They're the buzzing bees, that's how it is.
And of course, going up against the buzzing bees, it's none other than Team Falcons Philippines! Taking it one step at a time, Team Falcons Philippines wants to reclaim dominance on the international stages. With only the MSC trophy missing from their cabinet, they are ready for whoever they will face.
I think it's heating up in here between these two.
You know what, boys? You may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, our captains, don't forget on that little handshake, fist bump, or whatever it may be in the middle.
Pull it right over. There we go. All
It's coming.
On in.
All right. They are good friends, but you know,
Jos, lu tahu nggak Jos?
Everybody's the enemy.
Kenapa hasil kalau gua stream output audio ke ininya delay ya?
Audio yang mana? OBS atau TikTok?
TikTok.
Delaynya lebih ke arah ini jaringannya aja.
Jaringan sih, gua kan acara unggulan ini.
Coba lu setting pasti ada itunya apa namanya teh? Apa ya sebutannya?
And I have to admit, this is going to be a very difficult match for me. Why? Because in many years, I have been very honest with my professed love for Vitality as an organization.
Baru mau draft pick ya?
And my professed love as Falcons being my favorite team from the Philippines. So I don't know where I'm getting pulled towards, man. I was cheering for Vitality, I was cheering for Falcons, this feels like the MWI Grand Finals all over again
Apa
for me, bro.
settingannya ya?
That was me yesterday with Aurora versus.
Oh, kedelai mungkin
GmbH.
ininya
Just to
kompresornya
remind you
cuma.
guys before we jump into this one, my
Tapi nggak ada settingan
champions,
di TikToknya,
two
Cok.
champions.
Nah,
for
makanya
one
tuh
pick.
beda.
You can grab your My Champions pick and pick your dual champions and win
Gua kan pakai relay
50,000
stream.
diamonds. Make
Ya
sure to
ngerti,
scan that
ngerti,
QR code on
delay
your tablet or your
call-nya,
phone
ngerti.
and get going because the event
Makan
lasts until
TikTok
July
mah
27th and it
udah
is
ini apa
currently
namanya?
live.
Coba pas tim soalnya.
Trying to think now. I wonder how crazy we're gonna get with the trade and the roam, or are we just gonna have to double down on the fact that it's just gonna be
Kenapa delay?
Atlas and Bellerik?
Well, we have had a few games where we've seen the Atlas banned out.
Yeah.
Which means Bellerik most likely gets banned out as well unless it's red side looking for the Bellerik pick.
Yeah.
My question is, when do we start seeing the Ling and the Harara on the ban list, and is that something that's going to happen? I feel like they've both been so powerful, so game deciding, that at some point they may enter into the list, almost even more important than the Freya.
Yeah.
Because Freya's been slowly leaking in as well.
Yeah.
Gua belum lihat
I
ini lagi.
posted something this morning about how crazy the trade is for EXP.
Rewardnya.
You have Freya, Phovius, Esmeralda, Paquito, Barrett. And I'm pretty sure there's a name I'm missing out there, but there's so many options that you have to consider in terms of like the topics you want to chase. And then going back to the jungle, it's like Nile, it's Kyle, it's okay. Their names rhyme, but they're also really
Nile v.
good
Kyle.
with assassins for both of them.
In denial?
Yeah. In the
kena
I
suspend
like that.
gitu ya.
So, how are they gonna balance making sure they have assassins available for their own team while still taking out the other? Because if you name them all out, the Fanny, the Ling, especially Fanny, Kyle and Nile would both want to really go for those two. The Hirara that Trex mentioned. It seems like just looking at the jungle picks alone is gonna be tough. So this is why I go back to the roam. Will we see an earlier prioritization for something like the Cho? Will Hilda somehow make a comeback as a means to invade the jungle a little bit more? That's where my brain's going through.
Notably, we didn't see Cho at all in that first series.
Yep.
And what has been missing in the first 2 days is him as a pick. Atlas was heavily prioritized, either banned or immediately first picked, which opened up the Bellerik. He was banned alongside the Bellerik, like you said, Trex, earlier on as well. What has been happening, though, more so today, has been Eudora getting banned instead of getting prior on the first two. And of course, Freya also the first ban as well. So maybe that's a little bit of a different evolution of the draft, Trex.
Some of those things that are becoming more of a problem, right? Because the Eudora, it doesn't matter what assassin you pick, it'll always do well against it. Even if there's no Ling, even if there's no Harara, Eudora will always have a place there. Outside of that, we talked about the Cho a little bit. You know, I think Cho got a little exposed the other day. The Ruby was just a beautiful answer to it. And the Ruby's not something that's going to get banned out in the first phase, meaning it always has a quick response. And normally if you're going to lock in the Cho, you might just lock it in that first phase, which means unless you're a last pick red side, that P3, most likely, I don't think we're going to see the Cho anytime soon.
Yeah, we saw it go well for Keyboy, but it also went badly
very up and down.
Yeah, it's up and down.
Or it's going to ruin your draft.
Yeah, that's why you really have to prepare for it, I think. If any of these two would want to pick up something like the Cho,
Oke,
then
tim
if
Famos
Falcons are also
berhasil
looking
masuk
at someone
ke
like
knockout stage,
Finn
guys.
and acknowledging that he is one of the best Atlases in the
sini ya,
world. He
welcome-nya ya.
tore through MPL ID with that pick. And then now, so far,
Kok jersinya samaan dah hitam-hitam?
katanya
ke pasar Bang Yoga.
Apa ini? From him, or you open the Valentina so that Vitality picks up
Bang Yoga katanya mau ke pasar.
Valentina for Haji.
Here goes that Ling ban though.
Nanti
So
jam 4
now
ternyata.
Falcon on the gun of do we ban out the Aurora?
Right.
Malam
Or do
banget
we go for
gitu.
possible trade? Because there's not much left with the Freya gone.
Emang nggak keluar kena itu
I
apa?
feel like at this point you have
Begal
to
apa
ban
apa
the
gitu.
Aurora. And then we finally get the answer of
Alhamdulillah di sini
what's left
dekat Polres.
after that. Do we get one of those picks up front?
I think you can leave Hirara open because if ever it's Hirara Fanny,
Apa korelasinya anjir
that
Polres?
becomes a trade.
Fanny, yeah, I guess you have to.
Siapa tahu?
Relasinya
Fanny's kind of, but you know you're
Makanya
going
sekarang dunia lagi gak baik-baik aja.
If
soalnya.
Vitality says, we're going to take the Aurora, we know we can take it. Two immediate answers to your Fanny.
Well, they've got a chance to grab the Fanny here. We'll see how much they prioritize it on the team.
Bandung lagi rame ya?
The Harara is also available, so if Nile feels confident in that matchup either way, they don't have to force their assassin pick here, their jungle pick here.
Ini player muslim satu nih guys, Haji guys.
Ini jamu
Become
Naik
more
haji ya, naik haji.
Oh, for sure.
Haji,
If
anjir.
ever,
Yang Muslim
Falcons
satu
would
nih
be
guys,
incentivized to pick it up as one of the first two picks red.
Honestly, yeah, Bellerik could just be up front because either way, you get the Harara or the Fanny or something else. You get one of the two power assassins.
Mana aja,
It's
Bang?
not worth
Nggak
picking
apa-apa.
up anyways. So they want
Aurora.
Okay, so they get Aurora, then in terms of the theories that we've been making, then it's probably going to be like a Bellerin plus Fanny early on now.
Take Fanny third pick.
Ya, itu kemana aja Jess goreng nge-lab.
Mana yang mau catatannya pakai Death Note segala itu ini.
Atlas is gone. What are the
Yang
other
bener
picks?
aja
Shinigami itu muncul Shinigami itu.
Bellerin and EXP here maybe.
Is it exposing it? You know, if you have an EXP lane, like we've seen Barrett's banned, we've seen Paquito banned, we've seen those be able to continually flex. Paquito specifically in some double fighter combos to the gold lane. Is that too early to grab something like that? Because you have more options. What's your idea, Trex? What's a good
I mean, a lot of time you do want to save that EXP. You see a lot of them save it for last, especially on blue side. But also sometimes you want to pick it up front. It really just depends on where they want to go from here. They go for the Valentina, a safe mid lane pick, something that's always going to be viable. And some room to flex around.
Udah wajib prioritas pick dan atau ban.
Range. Not a bad answer to the Valentina either.
Yeah, I think of the Uranus. I think as much as they want the assassins, they have to decide whether or not they'll pick up their Fanny now or an assassin, or they go for their EXP laner, either the Esmeralda or the Barretts. The Uranus will be playing away from the lane often, invading. Esme matches that, while the Barretts can also just be really annoying because right now Vitality doesn't have enough of a damage profile to deal with it early on, especially through the Selena. It's not going to be a good time. Then they start banning out things like the carries or Moskovs, if ever they do decide to pick up something like the Barretts here. So it's a tough choice for Falcons.
In a weird way, if they don't pick up the
Fanny,
I was gonna say they risk it
Tapi
getting.
enak Fanny sih, Cok, buat melawan Hirara,
In the second phase.
Gue balik lagi ke ininya. Apakah Moreno bisa cepet gangguin Fanny-nya?
Kyle able to get his.
No, the Fanny feels so
Pasti ada hero pegangan sih.
you would think Vitality would be ready for it, right? The moment they know they're both
Macam
like, okay,
Doni,
you're gonna get the
Jordan
Fanny,
dengan Fanny.
and we're gonna get a bunch of
Atau
answers to it. Not completely sure how I feel about the Selena still, but I think on
Orion ya
Vitality's
badan
side,
sih,
they
atau
need some hard
kalau
crowd control
badan
at this
ya.
point. They went for the Uranus instead, which has a survivability against the Fanny, but still nothing to extremely lock it down. Yes, the Selena could land an arrow, but that's not a whole lot. They still need something, Kaja, Cho, some of those types of answers.
That's why Falcons decides to ban out the Cho for themselves.
Okay.
Also, I'm thinking that what if Falcons are considering putting this Beleric in the EXP and we don't see the roam just yet. But with the Valentina, I think Beleric and Valentina already is a pretty good Roman duo that will provide difficulty for the Selena. So I think for EXP, if they're not going to go damage, then they go tanky. So as expected, Vitality will ban out the Esme. I think it'll be also very safe for them to ban out the Barretts. And then in terms of the really tanky EXP laners, the lineup is too mobile to pick up a glue. They might have to fall back into something like a Terizla, which is really slow. But you just want one lane that you know is going to be hard to kill.
Brody banned from the side of Falcons. They're going to be on first pick here. They do still need a marksman.
I think Moskov, yeah?
Moskov could be a decent answer. You have the movement. You have the shred.
You already have the Beleric, so you don't really have to worry that much about the Claude.
I mean, just about it, yeah. I mean, even the Claude, like any of it would kind of work at this point. I don't think it's too heavy of a reason. They could honestly feel like the marksman may be the better first pick here. It still gives you a little bit of room to possibly get the EXP flags in.
Ini kan gua sebut Brody buat kunciin si Fanny. Tapi di band mereka diprediksi tuh.
Two picks remain. One band
Berarti opsi dia lah, tersisa opsi dia dong.
They're already taking their time. You see, it's Emma who's being very vocal in this phase of the draft. Instead of taking away the EXP, they were thinking, okay, matchups, gold, what are we going to end up with? I think if ever this is a Moskov, he's confident that his Claude will be able to handle it. So he just calls it to ban the Harith instead. So there was a little moment earlier you saw he was really being very vocal about it.
Great to see those little things in person, right? Dyroth comes out.
Nah, ini kan nggak ada kurang tadi, cowok.
We have seen it a little.
Yeah, we saw one from
Nah,
Flag.
butuh ini macam kayak Terikla atau Yujong
This
bro.
is a pick that used to get used against things like the Uranus, the Esmeralda. It was kind of a
Mereka nggak
cheese
perlu
pick
TB.
back in the day, but it has the armor shred.
Butuh
It
TB
has
pasti
the burst
gimana
damage.
Cok?
It is
Ini
a
panik
high
sama
risk,
paling tuh nggak
high
bisa
reward
ini.
pick for me still. If it
Yeah.
works
Ada
in the
belakang.
early game, this could be
Ya
a
beleng
huge
tapi kalau
threat
cuma
to
satu
everything
kan
down the line.
tipis
If
masih
he
kurang.
takes 2 deaths, 2 or 3
Butuh
deaths
Yujong
now,
lah pelaku yang
it's
masih
a
bisa
wrap
ngimbangin.
Mereka pengen main burst.
pretty much.
Burst.
Okay, so they'll pick up the Badang here.
Pani pasti
And
di
they'll go
make.
for the
Melita,
Falcons will
kayak
lead
aman lah
a very
Melita nih.
old combo with the
So, pegangan
which
gitu
is
buat
the
lock
Irithel.
satu hero.
Because the mobility would help from getting away from the
Harusnya
getting
tengah
linked by
dia.
the doll of the Melissa.
Ya,
Most
tinggal
likely they're
bisa
still gonna end up with
mem
either, I don't know, maybe like still a Moscow, but
Laude.
no, they still go Claude and they played with like one of the safest gold laners.
I'm gonna be honest, Vitality. Yes, they have a lot of defense against the Fanny, but not a lot of answers against the Fanny. You have the go away, which can stop you from getting dived on. Yes, you have the
Dirot
fist
OP
cracks
Cok
and
sekarang.
those things from the
Jujur-jujuran
Badang. You
aja.
have the arrow, but
Kan
outside
OP
that, you
tapi
have
mekaniknya
crowd
Enggak,
control
gue belum baca
for
patch
this
masalahnya, gue
Fanny.
belum baca patch, sumpah. Season ini belum baca patch.
Dia di buff.
Di apanya?
Ya masa sekelas pro player kagak bisa main.
Coach Moody and Coach
Enggak,
Moody
masalah.
picking their teams.
Buff di mananya? Terus buff di
PH and
mananya?
Vitality ready to go.
Oh, di make-nya.
And this one,
Damage skill semua skillnya.
looks like
ya damage skillnya tuh mekaniknya.
off here at MSC
okay.
EWC 2026.
Kelemahannya cuma tipis aja itu darahnya.
And this is going to be a banger. Team
Gue pegang
Vitality
sih kayaknya Vitality.
Sama-sama tipis, Pani dan Iraran.
Game 1, it's Brigida and Gideon.
Thanks, Rain Day. This is an exciting day to be alive. We get to watch some of the best regions play it out here on our 3rd series of the day of MSC. And for starters, we're
Tapi kayaknya mereka nggak ngikutin pattern yang kayak Buffy jauh lagi sih ya.
I don't think Haji is going to fall too far behind.
Yep, the mid lane matchup is something we're all watching out for, but just the same, I am so excited to see Kyle back on a Fanny all over again. He made a name for himself because of these kinds of heroes, and now Vitality will have to deal with this. And again, Trex did point out, most of their crowd control and potential
Langsung bab merah tuh, langsung ke bab merah lihat.
Yeah, it really is going to be. And I think the
digangguin
important thing right
Oh,
now
nggak
is
digangguin
that those
tuh, mantap
arrows
mantap.
not only are going to
Nah,
hit,
stream
but how do
relay
you
gua
set them
kenapa
up?
ini?
Because I think that Finn has such a difficult job,
Gila.
right? Not only is he looking for these big engages, he has to play off of the information from Nile and Shogun. But the hard part is catching this Fanny half the time.
Yeah, because like you're torn between
Tiba-tiba
catching the Fanny or
TikTok
also
udah gua
going
hilang.
for a backline play, because we see Badangs do that oftentimes, but that's more so when you get to the late game. It's depending on we get there, because I feel like both teams just really want to get there early and end this fast.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget about the potential anti-synergy, right? There could be moments where Finn acts it. Oh, hold on.
Aduh,
Flap might need
waduh.
some trouble here.
Oh no,
Buset.
he actually catches Kyle.
Yes.
That is one answer to
Hampir panik
the
itu.
question that we posed earlier. So
Hampir panik kabelnya, Cok.
press the buttons in the right time.
But this comes at a cost, right? Because Moreno has to be preemptively already waiting with Finn to make these motions happen, allowing the mid lane to actually get shoved in pretty quickly. Now, I mean, Moreno, he doesn't care about level 4. Level 4 or not, it's not the biggest deal in the world. He hits that arrow, it's kind of game over for whoever.
Ya,
But
oh,
even Iman
oke, mantap
recognizes
Iman.
that you gotta be scared of Kyle. You take a bad trade, you could just
Karena Pani nggak fokus ke objektif ya, jadi kayaknya Predator.
Good with these anticipations against Team Falcons and their rotations, and so far they're the ones actually going to take this turtle for themselves. We saw multiple rotations from Falcons already, but every single one of them have been answered so far.
They have been, and I think the best part about it all is the fact that Vitality are playing super responsive to how the Falcons are moving across the map. As soon as Kyle showed up bot side, they set up for the instant turtle take. They cannot waste any little bit of time here. They also have to be, you know, just as careful.
Tapi ya, masa ya Paku itu nggak dipakai itu hero M5-nya si Flapsi, Cok.
Backs up to try and set up for Nile right here because he's
Keren,
just
Cok.
too thick.
The moment Nile showed
Kasi
up,
nggak
Falcons
dipakai.
could just not commit anymore. Every
Kok
single
nggak ada
time, it
ininya,
seems like
tag-nya?
Vitality are just always prepared. They're not in any way taken by surprise by the presence of a Fanny, and it's something that they probably would have played
Finn
into, but
terlalu
that's what
berani
they
ya.
don't want to Finn. Now they're trying to go for the
Oh,
first. He
dapat.
gets caught once again, though. Kyle will make it out alive, but does Finn though? He
Itu kalau ada
does not
glowing wheel nih,
takes first blood.
bakal mati,
He
Cok.
could have lived that. He wasn't 100% sure about the timing, about when Dairoth's ult actually
Udah ambil tuh
finishes
babnya.
the channel. Yes, there's a bit of a channel time. He could have just pushed
Udah lah,
himself out of
diambil
there,
anjir babnya.
but wanted, hey, no abilities. I gotta just try and
Sabar,
punch
guys.
somebody
Oh,
backwards
okay.
as best as he can. This is what
what we should expect, right? Falcons need to win this early stage of the game to get Kyle that advantage that
let's
we're
go.
hoping for.
Kita
And it's not like the
analisis ya.
lane. He's very dependent on that purple buff and can only do so much. It's not like you can just go back into your jungle and charge it all
Kenapa
back
kayak
up
gini kocak,
and you know, farm extra fast. It's all about, hey, I go in, if I don't have that purple buff, I have to recall, do it all over again.
Yeah, it's
Nah,
great
sini
adjustment
ya.
too, I think, because they could not find the
Tulik,
sides.
tulik,
They've been
tulik,
trying
tulik.
to, but they couldn't really get the sides. It's always been either Finn intercepting or
3.50.
so they just
Nah,
settled
ini
with
ya.
Finn, who at the time was
Bentar.
isolated from the
Tunggu
rest.
ke detik 4 menit.
Wherever Falcons were
Oke,
trying to go for that,
menit keempat, menit keempat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oke.
Analisis
It's
Mobile
honestly a
Legends
really
loh,
difficult
kawan.
comp to pull off. I mean, I'm
Iya
thinking about
sih.
how Moreno
Thank you
needs to
Jidan
keep
udah
up with
tep-tepnya, semoga
everybody else, but wait, hold on.
Semoga
First,
Just lukman aja, just
Falcons
lukman
are
left.
gonna get shrunk down
Gua
to 50% now. Falcons,
Gua
this
sibuk
might be a
gua.
harder contest.
Sibuk gua.
You have a bit of a
Gabung,
regenerate
gabung.
4 flaps, so he's
Tanya aja
gonna
sama
himself
Dek.
back up.
MPH.
The real question is whether or not he gets caught.
Ya,
Yang nanya-
tries to
nanti
shred
sini
down
Vital
that
itu.
Yang nanyain gua
front line.
sibuk, tuh tanya mereka di grup tuh guys, mau kemana tuh.
Kita dulu game ini ya.
Buset. Pin, gelo Pin. Aduh. Dapet tapi gagal, cow.
Nggak ada ininya, nggak ada backupannya.
Udah mengarah ke
He's just blocking the shots. He's
Vitality
making sure
yang
that the
kalah.
softer
Vitality yang
members
kalah.
on his side don't have to worry
Hey,
about some
jangan
tough
gitu
angles
Anda.
that are being set up by Moreno.
Buat
Some
match ini,
potential
buat
punish,
match
though. He
ini.
should be able to get
Waduh,
out.
gua ada buset bajing dua.
Ya, sayang.
Gelo cok permako itu cok. Biar Moreno udah kabur ke dalam.
Gak apa-apa Jidan ya.
Gelo.
Masih bernapas lah kalau
Maybe a
nggak
3-0
ngerti
lead
Mobile
with
Legends.
1.4k, but we're not seeing structural damage. We haven't seen. Oh, speaking of structural damage, Flap,
soalnya
first
aku
person
pengen
there to
mainin
actually
semua
open
game
up. And
gitu loh.
surprisingly enough, he's the one who actually unlocks his lane first, which is great for him. But what does that mean for the rest of Falcons? Does that mean that he gets to walk around for free? I want to
Di
see how they
Roblox belum
utilize
ada
his
Mobile
Dara, 'cause
Legends,
we've been
belum
able to
ada
see a
game
great
MOBA ya
showing
di
the day
Roblox ya.
before.
Yes, I agree.
Buat
It
aja sendiri.
wasn't on a not so okay KDA, I think, if
Di
you look at it
Roblox
from the
game
previous
kayak gimana?
performance. But I think this is a much
Bisa.
better spot for
Bisa
Flap
sebenarnya,
now.
cuman
He's clearly winning the lane,
sistemnya pasti
already
beda.
taking that tier 1 up
Iya,
top.
susah sih,
And
susah
the
sih.
fact that he was also able to be active
Masa
in the first
tiba-tiba-
few skirmishes and even pick up kills too,
tiba-tiba
I think
ada
grants
hero
him a
anomali
much
di
bigger
apa?
advantage to serve
Hero
as a threat.
Sabar.
Against Vitality,
Makanya
who
gue bilang.
at this point have
Oh, Dira sih bukan hero anomali, lebih ke hero sulit.
back to Falcons rotations, but
Kotak
we're not seeing
semua,
any of
makanya
their own
kotak semua
skills.
modelnya.
Jangan lupa karena
Or
juga
maybe it's also in a way
Tuh,
an
kan?
effect of having
Apa gua
very
bilang,
slow
Fanny.
clearing mid duos in the form of
Solusi.
Selena and Badal.
Buset.
Cok, game ini
Wah. Nasa Hertot gak ada Specman ini Hertot. Bisa bilang juga dari Specman Pani.
Fanny pasti main buat
Elah.
Eman just
Iya
had
sih,
to
benar.
figure out a
Skill
strategy
2
to go
ulti, skill
away,
1
but Flap
mati
now
tuh
is
Irara.
unstoppable too.
Iya, kan.
With the help of the other members of Falcons, these are just
lihat
two
dong,
really
Leo.
heavy
Kacau udah.
damage dealing
Dua
heroes
lawan
we're
satu
looking at
loh.
already. It's both Kyle and Flap. And let's just
Dua
look
lawan
at that
satu loh.
replay and how
Ya, orang mau pendua lawan satu itu mah gak cukup.
members of Team Vitality.
Banyak badan ini bukan badan ini kurang apa bukan badan apa siapa badan itu bukan kayak cengcin terlalu lama. Tapi sih kayak dia bilang mampus gitu. Gila langsung aja lah.
Abyssal arrows are not
Badang
connecting
juga
just
susah,
yet, but we
Badang.
also see
Dia mau
Emma
nangkep
taking
siapa?
part in this fight. Nile
Iya
will
sih.
yet to
Iya.
reveal
Purify.
himself. Because Falcons are taking pretty good control of
Buset,
this fight.
buset.
Now, they're just
Bukan
looking super
kurang.
fast, but he still has the pure fire.
Buset kalau ya Moreno.
He gets the kill, but he might just
Ah,
go
gila.
down too.
Dia mati
Anjir,
juga.
Win.
One so far,
Gue yang
and
telat nih.
Falcons are chasing after Finn, but they might not be able to find him anymore.
It's not bad, honestly.
Wait,
Trading
telat apa
going
Bang
in
Ali?
for mid laner, and considering that Moreno really
Nah, gua ini
he's
ya,
not the one who wants to be
ini.
able to absorb all this gold. It's Nile
Wait, telat ini, Bang Ali.
alongside with Eman. So
Senjata
as
makan
these
sih,
two are able to scale back up,
Kayak berbeda satu
they might
detik
be in
aja.
some trouble here.
Gua 721, gua 721,
This is
721,
not the
24.
position.
747, 748.
Yep, they
Gua 8 tuh gua.
Gua 8.2.
750.
Marco. He already also had to get his purple buff first, so
Menit 8 aja, menit 8.
I feel is really doing a bit of catching up here in this game. He's already a little behind of Kyle here, and that's also probably one of the reasons why they just rather not
mungkin late game bisa
contest
sih,
an
late game
objective
bisa
anymore,
dia
especially with
Kalau ini benar bisa dibawa ke late game ya bisa sih ini vitality.
Harusnya bisa.
Tidak soalnya kanannya early soalnya di road Palen Padi tuh early semua. Aku bawa late game ini enak nih.
We're expecting that Falcons, they're going to get a little sly with it. They're starting to walk into enemy territory to steal away the resources. Because, dear God, Kyle, he's Batman at this point.
I would be afraid if I were Vitality and I was all alone
Mirip-mirip
because I
kayak
could just feel
kemarin.
the presence of Kyle or maybe anyone
Selana
from
Hirara.
Falcons at this point. Just hunt me down with the amount of damage that they already have. And Vitality, I feel, is going to take a bit more time from them. Even if we say, let's say Eman part of the fight, he just lays down Doll, but other than that, you don't really sense much threat.
Lagian Fanny
Buset, wah diculik Kelo.
That they definitely want.
Yep, that was the combo they were trying to pull
Kelo
off
diculik.
and got outplayed on that top side. This is the clean version of it, but they still don't get the conversion, unfortunately, on
Nah,
that
pokoknya jangan pakai ada gerakan tambahan di vitality nih, tim vitality.
It hasn't even spawned just yet, so Kyle doesn't lose too much in general.
Yeah, it is just gonna open up more opportunities for Vitality. You could see how they're trying to push their sides a bit more this time, but you can see it play from Falcons.
Waduh. Buset Kelo. Buset, wah. Anjir Kelo.
Di road tuh lihat nih, di make di road ke si siapa? Keras banget anjir. Udah ketambah di item
big mistake coming out from now, showing and in front of their faces, dashing. You can't reveal those cooldowns this early on. Only later in the game where it's not so bad, especially since Falcons are really out to get it.
Sabar.
Itu Moreno skill 1 skill 2 ulti mati.
Man ke bawah man itu man.
Oh, lihat Eman anjir.
Eman ngapain dia?
Eman.
Ini kalau bisa ketahan di atas menit 15.
Ya masih make sense
benar. They cancels that they were looking for, but no conversions on either side. Even still, we know for a fact, hey, Falcons, Turtles, they're done for. Now we gotta make sure that we can protect, because once we have to deal with this Iman. Oh,
Papi mati dah.
Ini aman
nggak terlalu pede dia.
Less tankier XP lane that he currently is on, and I feel like Vitality will just constantly go for the punish every single time, every single opportunity they find.
Oh, I mean, they have to at this point, right? Can't give any options to their opponents. Super Marco now, sure looking for anything on across the map. For Kyle, it's just waiting.
Another one done, but now you see Finn, Kyle will not fight him there anymore, as Vitality will still deal with the Lord for now and are forced to play defensive. They're about to lose more and more of their structures as well if they don't successfully get to defend this, but it's barely hanging on.
Honestly, this is great coming in from Vitality. Like everything that could have gone wrong in the early
Ya
stages
pokoknya jaga Eman, jangan sampai dia kena pressure aja.
Kalau
pas aja.
Iya.
Malefic roar on his side now, he can start thinking about hitting some of the bigger targets.
Yeah, we're waiting if Vitality could pull up the combo all over again. So I think a lot of this is on
Togun,
not he actually finds that setup all over again, because you could already expect the damage to come through, especially from Niles.
Dia belum udah beli Oracle atau belum dia nggak nambah itu.
Falcons are just too difficult to catch. They have so much mobility.
Zipper, if you could pull up the items for me, that'd be great, because I'm wondering where Shogun is in his item progression. He needs to get to a point where he's so tanky that he's able to kind of take first position on the far lane rather than letting Kyle hard shove it every single time. Because have to be relatively close to each other to find these intersecting points in the mid lane in comparison to like Sin and Herrera top side. And now that at least that Niall and Kyle are somewhat even in the lane, it's a much harder 1v1 to win out.
Yeah, we gotta check those items later on.
But even if Vitality do group up, okay, there you go. He does have the Antikyras and the Radiant armor already.
Ternyata udah jadi tuh.
One by one.
1v2, there's a good
Masing-masing ternyata udah jadi.
Lightning Truncheon already purchased, so he deals with both arm. Oh wait, hold on. This could be bad unless Owen wants to flicker in. I don't see this happening. But that back here.
Oh, Kyle.
Ya,
Kyle
keburu habis babnya tuh
That was
Pani.
close.
Kagak
Vitality really had to
diganyang-ganyang.
reposition themselves there. As Falcons
Kurang
just took the
cowok si
opportunity to
Kyle
get
main
mid.
Pani.
That was so beautiful. That was so beautiful. To the naked eye, it feels like nothing happened, but it was really Falcon positioning themselves and posturing, forcing the battle lines of Vitality. They don't want to expose their backs. They want the traditional front to back. But Kyle has so much of that pull.
Jaga atas itu tuh. Waduh, ampun deh.
And now they take that mid
atas
turret
itu.
just as the Lord spawns. So imagine the space that they could really play around with. Vitality feels very uncomfortable with just freely positioning themselves. They have no idea Haji's in this position either. And you mentioned something about Vitality grouping up and using it to an advantage, but they have to be careful of Haji. Haji's been stealing away that ultimate from the Badang. And
langsung aja lagi Pani lagi ngebab.
Wow, both of these guys, it's whoever shows
Oh, sama-sama ini junglernya dua-duanya sama-sama.
and guess what Falcons is going to do? Instantly take that space as Vitality are forced to move backwards. They know for a fact they got to clean up these lanes, but now he's not wasting any time. He sets up the slow push and now is running back to try and collect.
Mantap pemain. Mantap kopernya. Ultinya momen. Aduh. Mantap Koreno flickernya.
Paninya nggak jelas.
Mati Okonya. Mantap. Wah.
Iya kan kata gue.
Awas. Mana.
Ya, sosok lah dapat.
Mantap Pin. Gelo. Gelo. Emang. Kagak gocek tuh.
Pegang WON mah dia mau maju.
He doesn't miss a beat. What a well-timed arrow mid-air and even Finn.
Gila itu. Tapi itu emang tuh hampir kena gocek Haji tuh. Aman tuh. Sumpah anjir. Refleksnya emang sudah kuat.
Where's the arrow? He hits it and then it all goes down.
Akhirnya Haji keculik kan.
And this 1-on-1 too.
So good. That was so crazy.
Coba kalau Belerik ulti.
Finn should be happy that redeems him for the early mistakes, but now it really just comes down to execution. And that's the truth of it, right? Falcons and Vitality both have a really good understanding of
jangan sampai banyak gerakan.
dance around each other. But that dancing gives more advantages to Falcon for the raw fire.
Mantap. Mantap kilo damage-nya, cowok.
Hirara kena.
Wah.
Kena pasti Belerik.
Tiba-tiba aja damage di Selena gede banget. Tapi hampir mati tuh.
Holy cow, this is only game number 1 and we are seeing that they are
Oke, mati. Tuh, mantap Moreno.
Haji.
Dia gitu. Oh enggak.
Yap, pin.
Pin.
Oh enggak mati. Ini mau kemana?
Awas.
for just a moment. Kyle, he can still deal with these waves on the sides.
Okay.
It's just that main lord.
Hancurin. Oke, giliran mid.
But they're saying, you know what? We can't hold on to this. Let's give up this inhibitor. Yes, the long lane is not going to be in our favor, but we got Kyle to deal with that consistently.
Mundur.
Kyle here? It's like he was forced to almost adjust his items just because of how good Emman's been positioning himself on the Melissa as well. Every single time he uses the go away, it's just so perfectly timed.
It's ridiculous, and I think this is super understandable.
Kayak baru pakai HP baru, ngerti gak sih?
Ya mungkin karena mereknya juga beda ada.
Ya kadang size handphone pun mempengaruhi.
Tapi kalau kurang rasa mirip HP Samsung gak sih itu? HP Korea itu, soalnya kan ukurannya mirip soalnya. Oh Infinity bisa aja, tapi kurang gede aja, gak segede mereknya.
Yep, and that's something they can do. It's unfanny, so you could just expect them to get into fight fast. But Vitality, they've been holding this out really, really well. Finn gets to spot out a couple members from Falcons all over again. They're fighting for this purple buff. They don't want to hand it over to Kyle. But Open.
Moreno tangkap. Mantap. Tapi dia timingnya kurang.
Tapi di Rot
God, what are these angles?
gameplaynya kurang sih di Rot ini.
Tira tuh butuh apa ya? Apa ya namanya dia? Tila terakhir datang gitulah baratnya, atau enggak ambil perang gitu.
It's a pretty difficult game for either side. A single mistake could predetermine who wins and who loses. We're already 18 minutes into this game. The next Lord has spawned. Keep in mind, this Lord is vital. It's going to be walking around with some extra damage reduction.
Wah, kena tuh. Gak bakal mungkin langsung di Jastor. Sama si Falcon. Lihat paninya. Nah, udah connect nih.
They might just go burst this down.
Yep, they're definitely gonna burst this down. Let's see if the steal can happen. Kyle was thinking about it.
Ya, awal kamil. Mantap. Untung aja.
Kena dong.
Wah, tapi gak kestun.
Anjir, badangnya.
Mantap Nael. Buset badangnya, Cok. Gelo. Tapi mati.
Enggak.
Mati sih itunya. Sombongnya. Aduh. Kiak, mati Kokwennya. Oh, mantap.
Ya, ternyata endusan.
Kiak, tapi kabur.
Bener kan, di atas menit 15, guys.
Langsung aja Eman.
Vitality masih
mantap, Gelo.
Early-nya di stress.
Mantap.
Game gampang, Cok.
Kan aku udah bilang kalau cuma modal berek doang itu kurang. Butuh something kayak
Vitality keren
kayak Vitality. Kayaknya XP-nya butuh ini. XP-nya butuh yang kayak kita ngasih suppress. Kayaknya di platform itu kurang di XP-nya.
Such a great hold of the early game. So you just can't help but wonder, how did it turn out like this?
I think a lot of it comes down to Moreno in middle school.
Yeah.
He learned trigonometry really fast. How do you hit so
Gue kira gini Bang Alif, gue kira gara-gara ada Fanny si Hiraranya nggak main, ternyata di luar ekspektasi.
Ya makanya
we've seen Kyle get hit by this, and as much as he was able to dominate this early stage of the game and even fought, they start to fall off. That armor shred is good.
Berarti Vitality udah panik, udah tahu nih apa yang mereka mau. Mereka tetap mainin
Man, that's gonna be a tough pill to swallow.
Kemarin juga main ini sih mereka.
Exactly, one of the main highlights.
Memang hero kemana-mana.
Ya.
Emang masih sempat-sempatnya, Cok. Nanti Imo. GG. Vitality.
Harus disiplin lah. Vitality ini. Nggak banyak gerakan aja udah.
Kok nggak nge-charge ya, sialan.
Gue pindah ke ini dulu dah, ke top dulu dah.
No, dari statistiknya aja, no. Ke comeback, Cok. 1 kill.
Wih, kayak salah kalkulasi itu, salah momen.
Buset. Dibom dong.
Ya. 2-0 isbak kah? 2-0 isbak.
Oh bisa sih 2-0.
The real 2-0 isbak kah, guys?
2-0 sih emang udah cepet sih.
Oh, nggak tahu.
Oh.
Tapi sama aja.
Ini di Discord diem bae dah. Ngobrol ngapa ngobrol?
Lu aja di event.
Event atau gimana? Lu di event, cowok.
Yang ngomong siapa?
Gua di MPL ID ya nih.
Gua di WC nih.
GWC tuh.
Gua di WC nih.
Lu ini officialnya Persija ya, Jack ya?
Hah? Siapa tuh?
Ya, ini
Si
Jack
Jack.
ada di viewer di nonton di gua.
Wah, si Jack. Lu bilang enggak live. Lu bilang nge-stream Jack. Lu nipu gua Jack. Wah, parah Jack.
Enggak nge-stream, dia nonton doang ini.
Katanya ngejar EWC.
Bisa tahu semua ya? Enggak, bukan bisa tahu semua. Lu kayak orang dalam aja anjing. Lu cari informasinya gampang banget anjing. Ini media dikasih makan lu sama si Jack, Cok.
Fabrizio Romano Indonesia dia.
Ini media kenyang banget sama si Jack nih. Infonya bisa banking konten sampai sebulan anjing.
Kenyang konten si Jack, sumpah.
Punya konten bola Bang Yus.
Wah, si Jack mampir ke gua enggak, Jack?
Lu mah.
Jack mampir ke gua lah, Jack. Astaga si Jack. Tega banget lu, Jack.
Jack katanya mampir si Jos katanya Jack.
Nah, enggak
Jack.
kena
Jack mentang-mentang gua bareng nge-stream lagi dan gitu ya. Saya berpesan ya, Bang.
Kalian di EWC enggak ada iklan kah?
Enggak ada. Enggak ada. Di WC enggak ada.
Tapi pas awal masuk ada iklan
ya di MPL.
Awal doang.
Oh, awal doang ada. Sisanya
Tapi enggak lama.
Tapi selama game
udah
ada
paling
lagi.
enak, Cok,
Ya,
di TikTok kagak ada iklan.
Lumayan itu.
Emang si wok ini kambing emang.
Gak ada iklan, paling cepet. Pindah aja guys ke wok.
Discordnya gue mute anjing.
Gue tarik pure lu.
Gue kasih semua itu di story WA. Absen gila Mas Bri, thank you Mas Bri.
Ya guys, teman-teman grup guys, mampir ke gua guys, gua udah ngeliat lagi.
Ya, ikut-ikutan dunia stream gitu guys. Sharing Discordnya langsung tarik-tarikin semua anjing.
Saling menjatuhkan, ayo dah.
Saling menjatuhkan.
Ikut-ikutan anjing di sini, Cok.
BDW channel YB nge-lag ya?
Emang si Wok ini anjing.
Ya, gua kadang ini, Cok, kemarin aja kan gua lebih cepat gara-gara relay stream kan. Anjing,
Iya.
gue bingung banget, Cok, buat ngimbanginnya.
Iya, gua tahu. Lu situ gua tahu.
Duluan.
Iya, gua tahu.
Iya, makanya pindah ke gua dah.
Ya,
Izin.
Parah emang gak bantu teman, butuh semuanya gak dari aku.
banyak
balik ke si Jack, gue terus yang ngasih asis anjing, lu tinggal finishing doang.
Iya, tuh mau game sih.
Jack, mampir lah ke gua, Jack.
Streamer EWC Ram.
Jack, tolonglah Jack, bantu gua Jack. Lu kakak bantu gua Jack.
Di si Wokok nggak seru, Cok. Si Wokok dia mulu anjing.
Parah.
Dari tadi gue yapping ya.
Mau yapping lagi guys.
Komen aja kagak ada, sialan.
Gila ini party sikut guys.
Party sikut-sikutan nih.
Gara-gara aja terus. Kalau gua kan gara-gara sering main Roblox anjing. banyak ada beberapa viewers yang nggak ngerti ML lah, gitu-gitu. Belum ini, Cok, pasar gua belum sampai ke Mobile Legends anjing.
Lah kita saling
Lu
melengkapi gak
mati lu.
sih?
Lu mau semua diembat anjing.
Iya, Cok, gua sikat aja
Lah kita
lah.
saling melengkapi aja gak sih? Kadang gantung sponsor, kadang gua option ya itu dia Jack. Langsung saja Jack.
Udah
Kita lama
combo.
nggak party sales Jack, anjing kita belum dagang lagi, Cok. Belum menjilat sponsor ini.
Jangan di WC jangan.
Lidah gua udah basah banget nih.
Aduh,
Menjilat sponsor
jangan
anjing.
WC itu.
WC jangan WC. Saran gua
Lidah gua udah basah banget nih pengen jilat sponsor ini.
Saran gua jangan dulu, jangan. MPL secara game mulai. Sabar.
HP-nya ini STC ya? STC ini HP bukan sih?
Bukan WC juga kenapa ya? Itu lebih ke ini aja. Merek apa sih?
Sponsor nggak nggak. Sponsor nggak luar semua.
Guys, tebak skor dah.
Skor
2-0.
2-0.
Enggak 2-0. Udah
1-1 sih anjing. Gameplaynya enggak masih bisa
Udah
ngimbangin,
dominan
Cok.
banget gitu. Cuman gue liat tim Vitality ini dia tahu cara counter setup.
Ya meskipun si udah terkontrol sama Fanny-nya Kyle tadi kan, tapi jelas aja si Nail.
Keluar semua percuma nggak ada impact. Iya sih Jack anjing.
Oh,
Siapa kita anjing, kita bukan ice show speed anjing.
Bandinginnya sama ice speed ya.
Siapa guys yang mau sponsor di sini, siapa
Stream
guys?
UMKM anjing.
UMKM
Tapi
banget.
rungkatkan stream UMKM.
Itu Melissa sama Selena tadi iya, makanya tahu cara counter setup mereka nih. Hairtot nih gila banget tuh strateginya anjing.
Terus aku prediksi gitulah. Lumayan, Cok,
Hairtot calon analis dibeli sama semua tim anjing.
Incaran semua tim tuh deh kalau gitu.
Iya pastilah itu.
Incaran banget tuh. Bisa-bisa.
Oh, lihat.
Hairtot.
Bung KB sampai notice noh, Heroic God. Siapa yang mau beli?
Siapa sih nggak tahu dia gitu.
Gua mau bacain takut anjing si Jack nih babi emang.
Jack kata
ini berubah banget tuh semenjak ada Hairtot anjir.
Jack kata gua DC tadi.
Lebih smooth ya, gameplaynya lebih smooth,
Iya, gameplaynya lebih keren anjir.
Lebih masuk kan.
Soalnya teori
nggak gerasa kerusuk. Kalau dulu kan Nael gerasa kerusuk banget.
Iya. Nael udah bisa nahan banget sama emosinya tuh. Sekarang lihat anjing, sabar banget ya.
Dapat mah belum dianu cuy, jadi masih laba-laba. Tapi trendy balik nih, enak.
Visibility dibatasi, kemudian telah dibatasi dalam karena lebaran.
Beli kamera sejuta aja banting tulang mulu, masa ya suruh beli
pelecehan dan perundungan.
Ayo ngapain tuh?
Apaan sih, gue bilang apaan TikTok?
Ayo lo ngapain lo?
Ayo lo
ngapain?
Wah perundungan gue dibully cok tuh, TikTok aja mengerti gue dibully
aja. Perundungan. Gue bilang apa? Agak.
Bobok
aja pakai kamera biasa, masa kita sponsorin
Guys, Bobok membuli Bang Yoga sekarang. Dia serang Bang Bobok guys, dia membuli Bang Yoga tuh sampai dia
ini perundungan cok, gue diserang aja, sorry. Ria, Wok. Ria.
Diserang
nih. Salah sama lu kayaknya, Wok.
Sialan.
Itu playing victim, Wok. Ini momen playing victim, coy.
Playing victim banget ya.
Anjir.
Gak make sense. Iya lagi.
Lagian.
Dalam pencarian untuk 10 menit. What the hell?
Oke, balik gameplaynya guys ya. Ini semenjak aja bikin Heroic God ya guys ya, dari kontennya itu semua masuk akal guys, teori dia.
Mampus.
Siapa itu?
Deal, gue tahu.
Itu dia.
Gue tahu
streamer UMKM sendiri aja.
Ada si Fadil
sama Triple X tanpa sponsor.
Gue tahu Deal. Gue tahu maksud lu Deal.
Apa gara-gara Sony Sport ya masuk ke TikTok?
Sikat gak sih, Se?
Yoi. Lempar aja. Lempar dulu. Lempar dulu sini.
Siapa lu? Lempar dulu anjing.
Ayo dukung sponsor aja, guys. Ini beda gue defend ya.
Mak di defend mana?
Parah. Ada gue defend, parah banget.
Gak sih.
Ada gue defend, ntar gue komen dulu.
Lagi tuh anjir barengan.
Ntar pada diem bilangnya kita gak asik pada diam-diaman padahal di defend ya.
Defend tuh gak sadar itu coba apalah.
Langsung aja deal, langsung aja deal.
Drafted earlier in MSC. If I'm not mistaken, that was Vitality who was able to do that in day number 1. So
langsung pindah.
Gak bisa. Gue udah tanya sih, gak bisa sih.
Memang gak bisa banget ya?
Gak bisa dia, gak bisa. Lagi gak bisa dia. Gak bisa. Bukan masalah yang tadi gue chat, bukan.
Iya.
Beda hal.
Oh, yang mana tuh?
Beda hal.
Oh. Gol kosong doang sampai Sabtu deal. Minggu udah gitu lagi.
Minggu bisa 2-1 bisa 2-0 nih.
Iya. Gue nge-stream mungkin Sabtu lagi terakhir. Minggu udah nggak bisa. Jadi hari ini memang betul-betul spesial nge-stream ini kan sekali.
Picking their jungler right away because Vitality they are encouraged to pick up the Beleric in the first phase. With the Valentina gone, then Falcons won't have their own Wrath of Dryad to steal away, and with the Atlas banned by Vitality as well, they might just pick up the Beleric here and now.
Did they just go for the Beleric Carrara? They went the same thing as
Saya. Matiin suara.
Yeah, it's like you have such a wide field to play with. You could just adjust.
Tim gua.
A lot of options here for Vitality, but because
for mid lane.
Okay, so they will get the Ling Beleric as expected. Mid lane for Moreno. Let's see if they're still willing to play the juice in later on, maybe into red 3, red 4. But I think a lineup that can clear the mid a little bit faster for Vitality will encourage them to take control of the river and make sure that their Ling is happy.
Does Falcon commit once again to an assassin pick? Or do they try to switch things up here a little bit?
Fanny.
We've seen a lot work.
Hirara dilepas
They
ya.
go for the Fanny once
Major
again.
kemana itu di George?
In the Barats into the EXP this time. Do we think we're gonna see maybe something crazy and get the double fighter off? The only time we've seen the Barats is so far is when there's also a fighter in gold or something of that nature.
But it's tough considering that Vitality is going to be coming back at red 4 as the first.
Paling barat tuh alaway.
The Freya's already gone. Usually when we saw Barrets in the EXP,
Fanny lagi, padahal Fanny-nya tadi nggak terlalu ini loh. Nggak terlalu ngeri tuh.
Unless they're going to dig deep and go for something else like maybe along the lines.
Ternyata Indo kecil lagi.
Tadi buat tim fight ininya.
Iya, buat tim pack-nya.
Gamenya nggak terlalu ngeri coba nih, udah bisa lock hero.
Sebenarnya kalau tadi yang tadi tempat kan Helena sih udah bisa, tapi kayaknya tidak terlalu cepat sih.
Iya, Fanny-nya kayak bukan Fanny kayak sekelas siapa ya, Fanny Sofian, terus Fanny.
Tapi kalau dia aktif, emang. Karena lebih objektif, bukan kayak Popiat dah.
Nggak bisa targetin hero lah intinya kalau pas war di late game.
Ya pokoknya PA tuh kalau setiap perang panik terlalu datang setiap itunya. Kalau Popiat mah terabah terus gitu.
Oh wow, respect on the Minotaur of Ogwen. That actually could have messed up the lineup of Vitality. At least that wider reach might give Falcons a moment to not get peppered by the basic attacks of that Melissa. So maybe the fact
Mirror tuh kan kalau itu dia kurang ini ya apa namanya teh. TB-nya nggak tebel tapi nggak tahu kenapa ya di-pick banget ya. Pick Orben ini. Betul banget tuh.
From Falcon this time.
And they did. Good call, Drax. Good call. Still respecting the possibility that the Beleric will suddenly show up in the EX.
Beleric again.
Beleric, who would have thought, would end up becoming a really poisonous flex pick for MSC at EWC 26.
Alright, so now Vitality, last ban on the field. Take out the Minotaur. Do they keep going into the roaming position? What is really left at this point?
Clericnya udah mulai di top or pen.
But in terms of the top ones we see, these are like the main trades. Unless Falcons are gonna pick up something like the Cho, they get the more.
Could still be a possibility.
Yeah, at least there's gonna be a moment where you will be able to knock up the Melissa in her ult, but then you'll get yeeted out of the dome right away with a getaway. But if they're gonna play this Barris and the EXP, you're encouraged to be able to rotate fast and clear fast in the mid. You need a concussive blast roamer with this Eudora. They might still just end up picking up the Cho there.
Cho could definitely be a possibility.
They can close out Cho Moskov maybe for Marco. Wouldn't be too crazy. If Vitality are looking to, and if they're willing to get a mid laner that has to shred damage for the Barriers, they might want to go and consider the Lunox at the center of the map. Oh, Sora getting taken away. Oh,
Lunox definitely not a bad pick. You get the Brilliance to get away from the Fanny as well. You have some defensive capabilities. You don't have as much range against the Eudora, and you can still get one-shotted. You know, it's because the Eudora is just so quick about it, you don't have, it could be dangerous. On the side of Vitality,
they do need to
lock in your mid here and save the flex.
Yeah.
Save the EXP flex, the possibility.
Yeah, at least you have room to adjust and surprise. That Belleric, I think it's something that's making Falcons scratch their heads. They banned out a roamer, they banned out an EXP option, so that is still definitely something they're thinking about. Is Vitality gonna be picking up here? Maybe a little bit more range through the mid, a little bit more shred. Which route are they gonna
Padahal
go?
harusnya Pentora tuh.
EXP, they do show their options already for Roman EXP. You're just waiting for their mid laner now.
So you just, like you said, we pick up the Moskov for Falcon.
Apa lawan
Melissa, susah lah. They could go something like the Kaja here.
Udah punya udah pasti Cloudy deh ini mah. Yang Cloudy.
Iya, Cloudy sih.
Tinggal XP ROM-nya.
Yeah, but tough considering the Belleric and the Melissa.
Apa ya? Yang pergerakan banget kayak Khalid, Glow,
Brody.
Kaja in terms of pick off.
Gak buat rom kok.
Okay.
Tank Akai guys.
Akai. Akai ke Malaysia tuh gak efektif banget nih.
Kai roam for Ogwen. They get the Brody. Kai and Eudora in the center. It's fast clear. Not as fast in the rotations, but it will be annoying for the Link to deal with in the team fights. But again, the problem still stands. Will they be able to reach this Melissa with the composition that Falcons has? Their front line needs to be stalwart. It needs to hold for a long time so that Brody could get the stacks off, pop that torn apart memory, and them front to back.
Ada apa nih? Apa ya? Palir. Palir bisa ya, Palir. Lilia nggak bisa. Apa ya cocoknya? Kailop tuh kalau bisa Kailop sih. Vexana paling bisa kayaknya. Ada dia banyak ininya, banyak cecek.
Yeah, definitely a great answer. Overall, we've seen it picked once before. And even when before I was kind of questioning it, we saw how well it can do with the stiff arm, with the ability to get that Terrify. Something similar to the arrow, long stunning as the arrow, but something still similar, right? So if he can make some of those quick picks, drop down the warrior in the nick of time, it could be detrimental to the way they want to play this game.
All right, that has been it for myself and Trex here at the studio. Will we see another game where both teams get to do what their lineup wants to do, or will one of them dominate? One to either advance right now or to still hold on and force a game number 3. Bring you over to our casters, Brigadier and Gideon.
Thanks so much. It's going to be a good day here today because we're all hoping that this is not going to be a one-sided battle. We need to see a repeat of game number 1. Turning this MOBA into a fighting game as we jump into game number 2. Team
Harusnya agresif sih main si
blue side facing off against Team Vitality on the red side. And let's go through this composition because again, that Vexana last pick actually is pretty genius here. So good at like just not only peeling off, but becoming a legitimate threat to the front line. It's like Olwyn at a certain point will not be able to take that kind of damage from Moreno.
And it's like adding an additional front line to your lineup in general, which I feel would work out really well for them.
Nah,
That's
gitu.
multiple
Jangan
pull yourself
takut.
together.
Ya, Fanny-nya.
Mantap.
Unfortunately, had to be the first one to go down in this fight. A not so good start for
Kunci kalahnya PH. Kuncinya di Herton.
Lah, Haji ngapain?
Ya, apain nih Haji, coba maju tuh, maju-maju tuh. Buat tip gua ngalahin PH ya tuh. Ada Herton. Hello. Nanti Herton nih banget anjir dapnya cuy. Gak tahu ke depannya. Maju lebih selangkah.
Wah, kalkulasinya.
And you just potentially being caught again.
Oh,
if Moreno went down here, I feel like that would somewhat equalize things a bit. But the fact that he didn't, I really feel like Vitality got the better out of that. But also, I feel like in terms of compositions, I also want to
Wah, masing-masing belum 84 tuh.
at least with Yakai pick, they kind of forced out the Purify from Eman. So that might make things a bit better for Falcons too when it comes to the team fights later on.
Nih, lu lihat Fanny, targeting siapa Fanny? Dia tanpa buff.
Ada apa objektif? Tapi Vitality nggak fokus ini objektif.
Doesn't have the ultimate yet, but he doesn't need it anyway and will survive. Just had to burn the flicker nonetheless, but at least
Tapi dah golnya kan lebih gol Vitality cok.
Yep, all he lost was his flicker. He still doesn't lose out
Lebih
too
gol
much.
Vitality
And
golnya.
even you can see Eman making sure he's doing his due diligence, throwing muddles into tri-brushes to open up that side of the map for him, just in case anything. That was a Daytona's welcome.
Oh, on to shoulder.
Buset,
and
wah,
actually
anjay gila.
pick up the kill.
Masa
So
punya
this is a
agresif,
different
Kyle.
approach
Agresif
to
yang
the combos that we saw from
terukur.
Vitality. It's a Barret and a Fanny working together now.
But I do think it was interesting, right? They already knew that it was going to be Barat's playing into Shogun at this stage of the game, right? And I think the only way that Shogun actually has any chance in this lane is hitting and trading really well against Flap before he gets the stacks. Once he's gotten to that enraged Dino form and he can start doing the stomps in the middle of the wave, he will out-sustain Shogun until Shogun gets that enchanted talisman.
Yeah, he didn't have the Purify at that point too, right?
You're right,
So
yes.
there was just no way to really get out of it, and he had to accept his fate right there. Owen gets poked down a bit here, though. He still have a couple seconds before the next objective spawns, but Falcons have been just quietly increasing this lead that they have in their hands.
It's still a small lead. We saw how game one went, so until we start seeing like a 5K lead, something closer to like the 6K, then there should be, you know, a sigh of relief for all the Falcons fans out there. But for now, 2-2, a pretty even score, as Nile has been hopping around and stealing away camps here and there.
He actually got that gold crab, I feel.
Kyle farming
Using the
doang
retribution
anjir.
for it though, but it's gonna
Farming
come up
buat
again once
ininya,
the objective
takutnya
spawns
lebih
anyway. But I
unggul
feel
dari
like
yang lain.
nonetheless Vitality will struggle to a certain extent.
Nih harusnya langsung gas nih, dapat biru gas,
Kalau kuat sekarang jual kaos lagi apa? Lagi mainin jungle tuh harus harus wajib banget. Apple dan golnya harus lebih tinggi dari yang lain.
Iya, kalau gitu kan. Nah, untung apanya.
I'm gonna touch on it later.
Tapi percuma juga sih
The heavy spin pushing them away, and now Vitality are unable to contest for the
Waduh, ngapain Pin?
Balik persen.
Balik perang.
Kyle lihat Kyle. Mata di Kyle.
Ya emang kalah nih tapi kenapa juga harus perang cowok gitu.
Udah nggak bisa kabur juga. Torchnya udah habis di kapal.
That's a 3-for-2 trade in favor of the Falcons here, and I think that Vitality was a pretty good idea overall. If they got Super Marco at the end there, it would have been 100% worth it. But just look at this wombo combo, right? How do you deal with this? And this is why I think the Vexana is so good, because now it's not about priority targets. I do max % health damage. Build what you want. Hey, you know what? Build 3 Guardian Helms if you really want.
Ya kan keadaan kill kabur.
So far, Moreno again and Eman have been untouched in this game. And it's starting to become a problem, I feel, for Falcons, because you even saw how Flap was just so decisive in wanting to go for it. Hold on, Ogwen. It's not a good time to be.
Look, he's not lagging. Both sides are not lagging. They're playing a perfect ping here at EWC. Iman is baiting him to do it.
Oh, they're opening for Haji! Couldn't survive that. Now It's going to be Kyle trying to look for a trade, but he will be unable to find Niall.
Mantap, Pin.
Setting up with the Wrath of
Mantap.
Dryad.
Kyle,
And now
Kyle.
they're in the jungle of Team Falcons.
Darn it, if only Niall had just a little bit more energy, he could have re-entered that fight to take Kyle out. But now, they've kind of used everything at this stage. They got their profit, they walk away. No point trying to greed out for more. And I think the Falcons this time, they need to kind of break the battle lines. I think instead of Flap having to target some of the other characters here, I think he might need to just jump on Moreno, but I want him to go for Iman at the same time. It's just a tough call.
You really have to think hard about who your target is going to be, because it's very single target, and Haji has just not been able to have the same free time as Moreno in this game, in the series at least.
Yeah.
Moreno has been
jangan kasih
the way that
perspektif
they've been linking together with Finn has been such phenomenal performance from Vitality so far. But now let's see, because Falcons are setting up
targetingnya
for
susah
this
nih, mau
turtle.
kemana dia? Ke sana nggak bisa, Melissa nggak bisa.
Ya, pokoknya bagus nih. Tappingnya Certon. Nggak ketebak.
They've got good counter engage, so somehow
Lihat tuh, kesusahan cok.
I would argue that Haji needs to as well, but there's so many times where as soon as he shows up, that's an instant engagement from the side of Vitality.
Yep, at least Ogwin now somewhat finds his way
Bingung
back to
cok,
the
Vaninya nggak
turtle pit,
bisa.
but Eman is
Iya, nggak bisa
the way he just puts Muddles out there and deals a certain amount of damage towards the front lines. It's not just making things easy for Falcons, who just want to position themselves around this pit. Ogwin now below half HP. Flap doesn't land the duels as welcome, and the heavy spin flicker combo just to get away. First of all, here in this fight, it's a killing spree for Moreno. Doesn't even have his purple buff yet, and Niall's not allowing him to take it freely. He still has a retribution, but he can't get close.
This is a scary game. Holy cow. Like not
Buset. Wah, gila.
Where could he go? There's not much mobility you can rely on as a Barret's either. It's just the Betona's welcome charge, and that's about it.
This game is kind of ridiculous because it's really a game of chicken, right? It's whoever backs down from the fight first, and unfortunately for Falcons, for them to reposition, it's a lot harder in comparison to Vitality, who again are playing all for one and one for all with Iman here. He's doing a phenomenal job of keeping himself alive, and best yet, he's almost single-handedly getting Ogwin to use the heavy
Iya, mulai Niall keluar ya, recall-recallnya.
Yeah.
He didn't even feel the need to use the go away just yet. He's just that much ahead on this Melissa. Again, 0 deaths in this game. No one could target him. So you could just sense that he perfectly mastered the timings in which he is supposed to use the go away, and that's posing multiple problems from Falcons right now.
Yeah, and every single time you see Kyle trying to contest, trying to get a set. Wait, hold on.
Okay,
Mati dong Ogwinnya.
not using it yet.
Ogwinnya dia nggak bisa cover Ogwinnya, aduh.
To push Ogwin out. Kyle
Kayak ngapain
trying
dong?
to Wrath of Dryad once again catching members. Emma's alive again.
Ngapain anjir bisa-bisanya miss itu?
Even under the turret.
Dari tadi cok, dari game pertama.
Aduh, iya, ada apa namanya? Meli susah itu.
It just slipped
Musuhnya udah
right in
habis.
between. I thought it was going to connect, but there was just too much noise in the middle of it to be accurate. Let's look at it one more time. Because again, Owen keeps him locked down, but as soon as they go away,
Dia malah ke depan, cok.
Kyle instantly takes out one
Kayak
target.
kata gue
For the
juga
second
kayak
time,
ini,
his
kayak baru
cable didn't
kayak
connect.
device
So we're
baru.
gonna get that last
Itu kan tinggal udah di tengah
position.
langsung targetin Melissa.
Unfortunate.
It just got a bit too messy, I agree. It's so unfortunate. Now you feel the responsibility that Kyle has right now, because at that point, Eman was within reach.
It was. They were. And I think that
Ben,
right now,
Ben.
if they just need Super Marco to just live for a little bit longer.
No, oh, what
Wah.
the? Okay,
Buset dah.
that was a wild
Degrading.
attack from Falcons. They finally get the kill onto Eman. Finn now left alone,
Bikin
using
nggak
Wrath of
sih?
Dryad.
Nggak usah
Just a bit
nggak usah.
longer now,
Udah,
though. Does he want to go
udah.
in? Will he?
Nggak usah perang lagi, nggak usah perang, udah kalah.
Probably wait a bit more
Jadi
and
langsung
just
paksa
play
perang
safe
lagi.
for now.
And I love the fact that Niall, they both understand each other's composition. So now, just existing, just putting himself in a position where he is visible to the Falcons will make them second guess. Hey, we don't want to greet this out too much. We already got what we were looking for.
Yep.
Finn and Iman are down. We can take first position at this point. Now, the next problem is Moreno until Iman gets back to the pit.
Yeah, and that was unexpected. You wouldn't really expect Sir Super Marco
Balik,
and
balik,
Haji to
balik.
be the combo to take out
Haji
Emma.
mati.
But I guess the damage really is going to come from from them. Now it's Kyle securing the objective, but Nile goes in. Haji very low on HP. Emma is going to finish him off. And the backlines are being taken care of as Emma's just really throwing out these needles. Shogun being in the face of 3 members
Kyle,
of
tampil
Falcons.
dong.
And now there's a Detona's welcome coming in from Flap, but he will not survive this attempt. Kyle flying in! Go away, keeping Emma safe! But Falcons are going to settle with that.
Man, that was nasty. Shogun purposefully just standing right on top of Flap. As soon as he saw the Detona's welcome, all he had to do was position himself just a little bit further to make sure people step away. But just look at this, right? Instantly, they find a big punish onto Haji, right? Nile had to quickly use that Bladed Tempest. If not, he was gonna get locked down into this wall. But look at it, Shogun.
Harusnya bisa mati tuh back
Super
sana.
Marco and then walks back into the Detona's welcome to get eaten, allowing him on to get the free hits. Luckily, Kyle and Flap communicated. We can at least blow one of them up.
Yep. Now it's a Blade of Despair pickup for Nile, as well as Moreno gets a Blood Wings. Falcons are going to utilize this Lord to at least equalize and get a bit more map control though.
Nice. Nice. That's going to take away a little bit of influence coming in from Nile. He can't just do whatever he wants willy-nilly. He will have to go into a side lane and then recall rather than walk his butt back. But you know, considering everything and considering game number 1, Vitality have shown that they are great on the defense, right? They pulled the lead back onto their side, and now they're just handing it back over to Falcons until the next Lord's fight.
Yep, they have a lot of ways to deal with a player, honestly. It's a Vexana, it's a Melissa, and you just really can walk up front knowing that they have muddles, knowing that they have a potential Eternal Guard dropping down on you at any moment. So they will somehow still be able to deal with the Lord, and this is still a very small lead that you're seeing 12 minutes into the game. So I feel like even Falcons at this point would be very careful and would not really assume that they're in a complete advantage just yet.
I think, honestly, they recognize that they're actually at a disadvantage until Haji is able to close the distance onto Iman and one-shot him. I don't see this game going the way that they want to, because even for Super Marco, right, his damage is, yes, great, against structures, against heroes, sure, it's fine, but the big issue is that he's running Sky Piercer. He's the big finisher. He cannot keep up with the hard DPS that's being pumped out of Iman like an absolute sweatshop factory. He's getting kicks out for everybody.
Yeah, Emma right now, it's great that Falcons had found a way to deal with him, but it's only been that one instance up top. Other than that, let's see how they deal with it this time. That's the ultimate already coming out from Haji. Vitality are still going to be okay though. Kyle trying to fly over the other members, but Moreno, did you see that? He was just like walking, avoiding the cables. Not even much reaction coming out of Moreno in that sequence.
Yeah, does Nile have his purple buff? Because I saw Haji throwing out his ultimate like, you know, his life depended on it. Luckily, Nile does actually have his purple buff. So good. At least we know that Haji, he's willing to throw his ult out. It's pretty short cooldown at this stage of the game. And I think this next Lord spawn, it's a make it or break it for either side. They're dead even in gold. Majority of the outer turrets have been destroyed. It is a very awkward parallel between the two.
So I'm used to seeing this small of a lead already 30 minutes into this game. It's literally insignificant. It's so close between Team Falcons and Team Vitality right now. Both junglers on the opposite sides, but it's just gonna be recall for now.
I think it's the macro, right? At this point, it's how do you get under and how do you figure out a good timing? And I think that both Vitality and Falcons, they're junglers, right? They're not showing themselves on the side lanes. And Vitality have at least a huge advantage when it comes down to holding them up. Because every single time, right? Ogun walks up, Iman instantly throws out muddles. Waits for the cooldown, rinse and repeat.
Watch out for Haji though. They gotta watch out for Haji. They gotta check where he is.
Oh, he doesn't know. They have no idea now. Wait, is Finn gonna double check it? He might.
Okay. They still don't
Ini
know.
mau kemana, Cak?
Dia kan nggak dapat informasi Cihan.
I don't think the first still connected.
And it doesn't reveal the entire bushes until it connects up to somebody. You're absolutely right with that. But Nile finally gets the endless battle and his position. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
And you're walking straight into something. Okay, now they spot Haji. Eman is gonna be fully aware that Haji will be positioned at that spot, but it is going to be a quick reposition.
Nah, kamera di link
Falcons are
sama
really trying
Fanny.
to play around this.
Sama
That's got a big of potential for Haji.
Langsung mekanik, langsung ada mekanik nih. Ego sama ego. Kalau digas, ego
biar gak keculik kilo
kameranya cok, man, ya. Kameranya.
Haji and Ogun walking up top to support.
Wah, ini kilo.
And
Gila, Kyle tuh.
Vitality might want to commit to this fight here in the Lord Pit, though. It's a flicker from Black. Gets cancelled away. The knock from the Eternal Guard and the heavy spin.
Kalah lawan
Is gonna be traded
Oh,
out.
tidak akunya.
Looking like the next
Buset.
target, but Vitality have to play it safe. Kyle is within the area.
Ooh, nice movement coming on from Aman. Kyle was thinking for half a second, if he keeps running away, maybe I go for the chase. I saw the stun get thrown out. I saw the taunt get thrown out. And more importantly,
Bukannya jangan boleh hidup karena sampai banyak gerakan kemana jadi ini Vitality
right? Finn has been holding it for the longest
Terus
time.
counter balik
Even
ini.
though they don't have their retribution for the next 7 seconds, they're trying to make sure that Falcons, hey,
Jadi yang menang ngerasa keren anjir mekanik gue jago
Okay,
banget.
they're starting this. Niall's gonna be back. He's going to be back
Padahal
real
kalau
quick. Owen now
kunci,
facing the damage already below half HP.
Ya, Kyle.
Haji already using the ultimate. Kyle showing up behind, but they're just
Oh,
going
mantap.
Kyle!
Wah, tiba-tiba mati.
Niall!
Wah, tiba-tiba paniknya mati tuh.
The conceal, wait, Finn, he might flicker for this, but now
Oh,
underneath.
mati gila tuh.
Conceal's gonna keep them safe. The trades have been beautiful from both sides. What a tight game this is, and really just showing the extent of Melissa. She can sustain underneath the Lord, no problem. Throws out Muddles. She can not only kill the Lord, but also poke out Ogwyn at the same time.
And deal with Kyle. It's crazy to think how Eman is able to do this on a Melissa.
One man, 3 problems solved.
Now they're taking one base turret down bottom, and they still have the Lord marching in the base. That's an immortality pickup for Finn. They're getting poked down. Oh, the
Yeah, Niall.
connecting.
Niall.
Now getting knocked up and taunted as well. He's already very, very low.
Buset. Wah,
Niall. Eman just trying to deal with the base turret for now, but they don't have any minions left. Another Eternal Guard and a wave coming in mid.
Yeah, but they have nothing to worry about as Ogwyn tries to pull them away, forcing out at least one flicker. Oh,
Buset. Gila, Pin.
a flicker from Finn to
Gila,
set
di Pinnya coy.
in place, and it's only Kyle, Haji, and Owen left to defend, but can they?
Bisa kain gak nih? Bisa kain gak?
The base, they have minions left.
Kan gak sih, Em gak? Kan gak? Ah, kurang. Ah, webnya kurang.
Oh, nggak ada wave, nggak ada wave. Tapi harusnya ke N sini.
Despite all the damage thrown into his face, manages to
Iya,
hold
iya,
on
bisa
to
yuk,
the
bisa
wave,
yuk.
though. Kyle, he's gonna have to pull it
Aduh,
somehow.
gila itu dia tuh. Ganggu aja. Tadi dia ganggu. Ya, N. Aduh.
Ya udah ke N ini harus.
Ya dapet ke N-nya tuh.
It takes out immortality purchase with a Hot Claw. He's gonna
Oh
be able to
guys,
sustain.
Fanny-nya nggak jelas.
Ya, N. Mantap, gila 2-0 coy. Gila.
Tapi yang dua orang kenapa Fanny minta distrik ya? Padahal dari game 1 kelihatan kurang aja. Cuman pas di early doang dia dapat 2. Tapi kan itu emang hero santakan.
That would have been great, but now a new problem has arisen. A polished Melissa from Eman's unique problems all at the same time. The tournament meta is starting to evolve and really coming into its own.
And it feels like each team has their very own version of
Iya,
it.
berarti itu kalau bracket ini.
It's so crazy. I'm speechless because this early game, right? This Vexana pick really came in clutch.
Ini BO berapa ini?
Work in the
BO
same
3.
way as the Eudora. You want to hurt your opponents.
BO 3 jadi udah 2 kali menang turun ke lower bracket. Oke, bentar ya, gue cek dulu. Match terakhir ya apa ini nih? Match terakhir tuh Gangguan bukannya bukan salah. Tempa Konmena lawan Ignite Gaming sih. Nah, kurang deh. Keep kurang terkenal.
Kurang terkenal ya.
Ya gimana lagi? Ignite Gaming dari Singapura, Tempa Konmena tim Arab. Yang pastinya Tempa Kon ini tim yang dari Golkar itu. Mau coba jadi doang. Tim Period lawan Guangzhou Gaming yang menang tim Period. Tim Pakon PL lawan tim Pakon. Wah, gila tuh. Artinya orang yang mendukung tim Pakon sama-sama mendukung timnya juga. Aduh.
Vitality winning 2-0 clean sweep up
Kayak yang
against
wawancara
Team
Falcon
Falcons
sih yang menang kan.
Philippines. And right now
Oh
we
iya,
are on
Shogun.
stage with Shogun. How are you feeling after such a crazy game?
Sama anjir biar
It
sini.
it feels great, but we need to improvise something that we could do better like that.
I agree, but that was already an amazing game, you know. It's your debut in the international stage. You have already qualified for the knockout stages. Shogun, I gotta ask you, how are you planning to spend your time? Perhaps maybe an off day, walking around Paris?
I think
Ya pokoknya tim Vitality udah kualifikasi ke babak knockout stage. Tim kedua, tim pertama itu tim Pamos. Ketiga udah pasti Onyx dah. Bentar ya keluar mana? Ya tim ketiga yang lolos duluan. Oh enggak deh. Tim ketiga antara Yangon atau Pro Esport. Onyx berarti keempat nih kayaknya. Tim keempat yang lolos ke kualifikasi.
Mana si Jos ini? Si Jos ngilang anjing.
Lu nyari apen lu.
Ya gimana nggak dipen? Kalian nontonnya beda kambing.
Masa ya nggak boleh beda gitu?
Iya dari kemarin juga kagak tamat cok.
Iya makanya.
Nah baru muncul nih.
Gol.
Tiba-tiba baru muncul kalau udah match-nya udah beres.
Gol. Nanti di YouTube
Nonton itu YB.
Aduh nggak ada lagi. Kirain yang beneran gol.
Nonton YB.
Di YB ya?
YB dong. Yoi. Tontonan baru YB nih.
Asian Games apa?
AFF
ya? AFF.
Iya.
Tontonan baru YB tuh pengganti ini maraton. Tapi masih keren maraton sih.
Gila ya dia bawa ininya broadcast AFF keren coy, gratis lagi. Respect Bang Rap.
Bawa RCTI loh. Gol. Enggak gol. 30.
Anjing guys.
Kita restream di YB kali ya?
Nggak boleh. Lu kena strike lu.
Hak siarnya mau diapain nih? Kita dituntut nanti guys. Jangan guys.
Enggak, dituntut sih enggak. Kena strike langsung YouTube lu.
Karena lu bukan partnernya.
Kita minta ke YB dah.
Iyalah. Orang bukan
sponsornya ya.
Iya tiba-tiba.
Pelanggaran apa anjir kayak gitu, Cok.
Ya lu kena ini strike lah. Aduh.
Anjing itu kagak disiarin dong.
Lah emang yang disiarin apa?
Disiarin di RCTI doang, enggak di YouTube.
Oke banget ya udah nonton.
Coba
Jumpa lagi di keempat yaitu Onyx lawan Aura Suki
YouTube.
Itu kan Asian Champions League kan?
Sport lawan
yang klub Mayok.
Sampai lawan
Nggak disiarin cuma di RCTI doang.
Satu lagi siapa?
Selain di YB itu
nggak tahu ya kerjasamanya di gimana ya.
Ya.
Oke, terima kasih ya semuanya yang udah nonton. Sampai jumpa lagi di repeatnya.
Ekspresi dia.
Enggak, ini YB bener full clean fit.
Bakal nonton
ini.
Ya.
Cuman bedanya di casternya doang, apa di sportcasternya doang.
Gua kan nggak nonton tim Falcon Medan sama Sekitar Gaming ya. Gua cuma skip dari sini ya. Thanks semuanya. Sampai jumpa lagi di Stay for Onyx. Put yang kon sampai hari itu Seven dan share gigi guys. Ya terima kasih semuanya. Adios. Bye.